leaves us with 8 teams qualifying for next week's playoffs, and we'll have a couple teams do that today.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. I think this tournament, sitting right after Masters London, is definitely interesting. You know, it might feel like a buff to have those through the qualifier, looking really effective with how they've used their time. I think 100 Thieves is a brilliant example that we'll be seeing on this stream later today. So I think it's all up and down for these teams, and like you said, you got to earn everything here.
There are two very good things about this, right? We've had all of the matches have been kind of evened out if we separate what MIBR did to Global Esports. We've seen, as we're saying, new things, teams really battling out for it. And also we need to consider that for next year, the format is going to change in VCT, right? It's not going to be as we have it. So this kind of experience is priceless.
Yeah, again, right? The best teams here. And one of the coolest parts also is the prize pool, a massive $2 million prize pool, as you see on your screen there. 600,000 going to the title winners. Heretics would have loved to get this much. It grew from last year. Last year 1.5, and now all the way up to 2 million. That's a lot of money here.
I mean, that's an insane amount of money. Let's be real. So I think these teams will be locking in to try and secure their share of that prize pool.
Plus the MVP. Do not forget, huh? Yeah. Do not forget that we're keeping an eye. You know, we were speaking yesterday about Leaf. I think the Faro game is Kira also as well is playing very, very well. We're about to see Timotino that I think is also playing very, very well. So, you know, if you're watching at home, of course, let us know what you think. Who do you think is going to be the MVP here at EWC?
Yeah, let's quickly dive through some of these groups that we had. Since we've seen all the teams so far in Group A,
because that BBL game was winnable for them. We saw how well they were able to play on that first map especially, so I do feel like they'll be kicking themselves that they're not playing that qualification game today.
Yeah, off to Group B, as PRX, Vitality, Karmine, Corp, and NRG. We got to watch the Parisian derby between Vitality and Karmine Corp, and then NRG, although a 4 seed, the reigning world champs, upset PRX here.
Yeah, so today we will be seeing both of the games to see who is going to advance and who is going to go home. For KC, it will be a very short trip. For PRX, of course, a much longer one. Yeah. But I think that they're incredibly heavy favorites. Let's see if we see something that it's not very usual with PRX, and let's see if the pressure takes the best out of them.
Yep. Yeah. Here it is for Group C. We got to see them yesterday. It was G2 and Nongshim Red Force going head-to-head with Nongshim winning in 3 maps. And then Gentlemates taking the victory over XLG. A bit of a surprise there in Group C. And in Group D, Team Heretics, MIBR, Global Esports, and AGAL. And really that kind of felt like a 3-team group there with Global Esports winning 5 maps.
Yeah. Look, 5 rounds.
5 rounds. So 5 rounds.
They wish it was 5.
They wish it was 5 maps.
No, look, I'm a Pacific defender until I die, but GE will be eternally disappointed with the performance they put up there. I think all gamers, though, on the other side, played an incredibly close game. They were so impressive, so that will be an elimination match to watch for sure.
Yeah, we'll get to see if Pat and his men are able to go ahead and figure it out there for Global Esports. As, man, it is such a stacked group, so let's take a look at just how things are going to shake out with how teams played yesterday, right? In day 2, we had a lot of action. We had favorites coming into the day, but that didn't necessarily mean that's how it was going to go. And then at the end of the day, we're kind of wondering what was the form of G2 and what was the form of Nongshim, given the fact that G2 has had international struggles and you know, maybe they'd be able to work through it here by getting more reps. And with Nongshim having started hot at the beginning of the year, and then kind of cooling off here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nongshim, we touched on this yesterday, but their story...
I want to know your opinion.
It's been so up and it's been so down, and it looks like it's finally managing to be revitalized. You know, when this squad is hot, I love to see it, so that second game was a banger. This first one, though, Team Heretics, they do get the job done, but my goodness is this close, player.
If you want to enjoy just very clean shooting and crazy round, crazy individuals, this is the game that you need to rewatch. Team Heretics versus versus all gamers. We thought that just because of the pressure on the Chinese squad, because of the name of Team Heretics, and despite the performance that they had in London, they would beat the favorites. But all gamers, despite losing this series, did not feel like a loser at all. Very incredibly serious contenders. You can see the sweat in Benji's face. He was not having a good time. Fangir, absolutely amazing. GRQ, insane with the Phoenix, the best we've had so far.
I mean, he's the one for me. You got to keep an eye on him moving through this tournament. You know, that map 3, they took him off. He was on that Omen, and I felt for him because on that Phoenix, he was just so fantastic. We also saw Heretics experiment a little bit. Koshmaris was on that Neon. Then he tried his hand at the Phoenix, and that was unfortunately a little bit not as good.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it earlier, eyes for MVP. Could it be someone who goes out in the groups because of the way that GRQ was playing? That young kid coming up from Ascension earlier this year, gets picked up by AGAL, and then has lit it up so far in his one and only series across 3 maps for AGAL. But ultimately, Los Niños, the title defenders, they got pushed. And there were times there where they looked shell-shocked on the cameras where we're like, oh no, they actually don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, a lot of times. And I remember Mitch and Tom calling also how late some of the timeouts were coming for them, how lost they were in so many situations. Do not get me wrong, they got into every map, I feel like, with a very even play field for both of the teams, you know, and it was that testing. Team Heretics waiting for all gamers to get a little bit of aggressive when they're on the defense. We're seeing here on the replays. That is a lot of what we saw in all of the maps. But in the end, just slightly tilt to the side of Heretics. And then that second game we're seeing, so you see right here, G2 arriving at the arena, and a Nongshim that started off incredibly strong here on Breeze. A masterclass from Danby back on the Neon, and definitely the MVP though, Ivy.
Yeah, Ivy played crazy, and I think on this first map here, Breeze, the big question was our former colleague right there on your screen, Baby Bay, going onto the Neon, given the fact that he's played a lot of Ice, a lot of Chamber, and that was it over the last 3 months, and now he's getting his hand at the Duelist.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, I think they sold him down the river a little bit. You want to put the guy on Neon when he has to go head-to-head with the greatest to ever do it in Danby? My God! Like, help the man out. I mean, he took him a little bit of a while to get the ball rolling. He was better when he moved away from that role, I will say, but I think Nongshim just showed a different class yesterday.
It's also the collateral damage that implied. We saw a Jogimo playing on that KO, not looking comfortable going down at the beginning of the game, because he just doesn't have the tools to get out. But as they progress, going into Sunset with this composition, we saw the Sky, the Sage, the Chamber. Seriously, so enjoyable to watch. We were asking for more Sunsets. It's going back in the map pool, and finally, we get to see something good.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was very impressed by G2's Sunset, and I felt like it fit them. This is the style I want to see them play. And then we move across the split. Baby Bay's back on that waylay. It's double duelist. That did strike me as a little bit weird. I think they're trying to find their place in this meta, but struggling with it a little bit, where Nongshim, this is the perfect fit for them.
Yeah, again, a fascinating matchup, and maybe the 2 best teams out of that group we'll see and find out here. But Group C going to be one to definitely watch. Those teams will play again
things around. And on the other side, the match that we are going to have, we're speaking about 100 Thieves that has not dropped a single map in EWC, meaning that also whilst they were qualifying, they didn't drop a single map. So amazing form. The match that they had the other day, although it was a 10-13, 13-5, not only they were in control, probably the 10-13 was mostly due to the pistols and whatnot, but within the rifle rounds, they were playing amazing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you just heard it, but 100 Thieves did their chant. They're getting themselves ready on stage. Let's look at their opponents first in BBL. They got themselves that victory over EDG as players coming on in. There it is, 100 Thieves. Haven't dropped a map throughout EWC qualification and here so far, and didn't look like they were messing around at all with RRQ. On the opposite side, BBL challenged and pushed to all 3 maps.
May I say, do I love the BBL jerseys? As you can see, it has the Eiffel Tower. Look, they combined their logo with the Eiffel Tower. You see?
That's beautiful.
It's absolutely beautiful. I love when teams put so much into having these pieces because, of course, for the fans, it's amazing to have this kind of memories for them. And, of course, The Rock, 95, Lightning McQueen. Here he goes.
I mean, I really like this BBL team. I feel like they're incredibly fun to watch. They're amazing personalities. They're not afraid to be loud. They're not afraid to trash talk. That's when they're at their best. I need to see them bring that today because I think it's just fun for everybody when they're playing like that.
That's right. Who's going to be the one that steps up here for BBL in your opinion?
I mean, I want to say Lovers Rock for me. I like Lovers Rock a lot. I feel like when he gets that operator rolling, he's an incredible player. In the map that they lost against EDG, it was when he started to slow down that I felt the team struggle. So if he's able to stay consistent, I do think they have a good shot in this game.
And if he can get another sneaky defuse, it would actually be very, very nice. Destroys the mental of the opponent. To me, it's LaRock.
Yeah.
We saw him with the deadlock. It doesn't matter what we see him play. I feel like he struggled a little bit back in EMEA because the swaps might have been getting the best out of him, but he is the real angle of flexibility within this BBL roster. The rest of the roles are much more locked in, and he is the piece that might suffer sometimes here and there because of those swaps, but he's the only player that could actually do it within them.
Yeah, we got to hear from Rose in that post-game interview and how much it means to him to have the trust of his team, especially when things are going wrong. They still trust him, able to pull out the win there. We'll see if he's able to navigate it against NA stalwarts in 100 Thieves, who, again, took care of business. RRQ, done and dusted, haven't lost a game, and they are the team full of potential. They've been so close so many times to finally have that breakthrough. Maybe EWC will be the place to do it here.
Yeah, it's so funny when you look back across the history of 100 Thieves. They get clowned on a little bit in NA, just for never really managing to make it, never managing to get those qualifiers. You got to look all the way back to like First Strike for when this team was getting serious. But when we talk about who's going to be the guy for 100 Thieves, I want to cast your mind all the way back to that. Who was on this team?
Who is it?
Asuna.
Exactly.
Forever.
He's been on this team probably since the day he was born. He signed that contract. He bleeds the red and black here. So, he really has been through the ringer with this team. I would love to see that man succeed.
And especially when we are seeing now so much double duelists. Asuna is doing brilliantly and did brilliantly the other day against RRQ playing on the Phoenix. But to me, the biggest highlight of this team has to be Bora. Also, during the media day, I had an interview with him, and one of the questions that out of pocket I just asked because I wanted to know. I was like, hey, have you tried? I love asking people that come from EMEA for the first time this question. Is like, have you tried the Turkish ranked experience? And he was like, oh my God, they just ran at you. It's like they're everywhere. And I think that is now so in tune because he's now about to go up against 5 Turkish players that are going to be exactly like that.
Oh yeah.
Very, very aggressive. I mean, again, we talked about the ascent that they played on it and the style that they had against EDG. So we'll see what 100 Thieves has in store as the players are getting themselves ready. Maybe we'll have map veto here in just a little bit for you to figure out what we're playing on. Oh, magical. There it is.
There we go.
So Fracture, Sunset are up. No Sunset.
Listen,
Oh,
after what
bye.
we saw the other day, and again,
Hello,
if you
hello,
missed it,
hello,
BBL
brothers.
versus EDG map
क्या
for
हाल चाल है
Sunset,
सबके? क्या
you
हाल
would
चाल है?
understand why
EWC
100 Thieves are like,
2026 में आप
actually,
सबका
no.
स्वागत
It's
है.
just like no.
Yeah, I think
तो
this is a
Fracture
little
और
bit interesting
Sunset
as well
बैन
because
कर
we
दिया.
saw 100 Thieves
वाओ,
ban out
Fracture को
Lotus
तो
in
बिल्कुल
their
ही permanently ban
previous
कर दो.
series. BBL
First
used to
Lotus
picking
100
here, so I
T ने जो
think they
किया
would
है
definitely be
pick,
the favorites over on that
उसके बाद
first map.
split में मजा आने वाला है भाई, बहुत मजा आने वाला
For
है
the side of
split में.
100 Thieves, that they do not want to go to the ascent
Then
either.
decider
Lotus is
रहेगा
an
heaven.
absolute menace, the way that
मुझे
they're
लगता
playing
नहीं है decider
with
पे
that double
जाएगा वैसे तो.
sentinel. And I think that it is the double sentinel as well. Like when we think about G2 yesterday and the way that they were playing the Sunset, it was the Sage and the Chamber that were being so abrasive, making it impossible for their opponents to even get onto
upper
the
bracket
site.
match
So
है ये.
Lotus is going to be the first one for 100 Thieves. They've played it a couple of times this year and they have not been successful. The other day, we saw, now that we were speaking about the Sneak of the Fuse, we saw a BBL going up against EDG.
अब match है 100 Thieves versus
I mean, I think they played a good Harbor Valorant, but they just left
BBL
room for that comeback, you know, and it goes all the way 5 overtimes. I think it's great for them mentally that they managed to close out that
अरे
game.
यार इन्हें तो
know
उबासी देता
that
देखकर मुझे ही नींद
really
आती
should
है.
have been a lot shorter of a map, but they did get the job done there, so they should still be feeling confident about it. And we know that their macro is good enough. I think it's a map that can suit their playstyle very nicely.
Yeah. And here we go. Agent Select underway on Lotus. This is our qualification match here in Group A. Both these squads victorious earlier. What jumps out at you at the Agent Select?
I mean, I think Tarantino is hovering this waylay. I think this is something I've not seen too much of here on the Lotus, so I'd like to see
Raise, Fade, Omen,
over on the side
Wise,
of BBL. It's that
Neon.
double duelist pairing that makes them so lethal. Lover's Rook on that Neon, when he got that operator rolling in the previous game against EDG, he was dangerous. That will be a huge
double
part
controller.
of BBL's defense here.
Yeah, they're still trying to find out for 100 Thieves exactly what works for them on this Lotus. You leave it open if you decide that Sunset is not the way, and especially this is a map that BBL likes. I would have loved to go back to like the Breeze days for BBL, but if this is the way that we have to go down, I say I'm going to take it. Vora's going to keep that fade on, as you were saying, Timotino, moving away from the Neon and on to the Waylay. They go back to having that Viper, something that sadly we do not see it anymore, but that offers a lot of control. When you're playing against a composition like the one from BBL, that can actually give you a lot of advantages. I keep looking at Asuna. I think that the other day he was amazing with the Phoenix, but now playing in with the Vice and also knowing how BBL likes to play this map, I'm looking at him to step up.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're trying to slow down what BBL are bringing here. I love that they're sticking with the Viper. Love Viper on Lotus, and it always makes you cry a little bit when I see teams avoid it. So I'm very curious what 100 Thieves have cooked up for this.
The pride of Turkey, the hope of NA, they go and do battle here for a spot at EWC 2026 playoff stage. It is BBL versus 100 Thieves. On the call is Tom and Mitch.
Thank you, D-Gon. Yes, indeed. 100 Thieves and BBL. BBL coming hot off the win versus EDG, but let's remember 100 Thieves opening matchup was a little bit more clean. This is definitely going to be a
Lotus, 100
for
Thieves
the
ने select
performances
किया
of
वाला
these
map.
teams. I think both showing a very good face in their opening matchups.
Yeah, I think it's a good opportunity for either side to make it through first time. Of course, we know that there's not really a whole lot of simplistic matches that will be coming up throughout the remainder of the group stage. Those elimination, those deciders, of course, are not going to get any easier for either of these squads. And I think that both teams find themselves in a bit of a similar position where expectations are relatively high. But what has been delivered so far maybe doesn't quite match up to that. And I think BBL coming into this year set the bar incredibly high by making it to the first international, managing to get into, I believe it was a top 6, going close versus the previous year's champions, and then obviously going up against the likes of a G2 as well. So we know that they have a high caliber. On the other side of things, 100 Thieves, prestigious org from Americas, one where expectations are through the roof. They've been here since the very beginning of the game, attending, I think, even Masters in Berlin in 2021. They have been around the block. But it's been a while since we've seen them in that sort of top flight. I think the last Masters they attended was Shanghai, and I think the last event international they went to other than that was last year at EWC, where they went out in the group stage. So if they can make it through straight away, that's a big deal. That's them putting themselves on the map. And I think with the most exciting thing with both of these teams is they are proof of the young talent machine. BBL obviously did it in a slightly different fashion, where it is the entire roster that has come up from that tier 2. But of course, the couple of members that came out of TSM that have joined with their coach MBS over to 100 Thieves is more proof that you can invest into that talent. But then also, they have that longevity as well with Asuna, who of course has been in this roster for an incredibly long time. Cryo's been there a while, and Bang has been there, not been there, and then been there again. So I think it's an exciting matchup, one that I'm very excited to see which way it will go. And as said, like it doesn't look like there's particularly easy EDG is still in that group. So even though maybe they had a bit of a rougher performance and BBL managed to show them up a little bit in the last 2 maps, you're not going to sit there and go like, well, if we lose this, we just maybe have to beat Karmine. That would be nice and easy one. No, it won't. They won't.
And we talked about EDG a bunch in their last game. The idea that as this tournament goes on, they're going to become more and more comfortable playing with this.
Yeah, उसका monitor बार-बार disconnect हो रहा है.
Pieces are going to start to fit together, but for BBL, even if it was a weakened EDG, that is a big victory under their belt, an opportunity
for sure
to again reclaim that fire that was lost
monitor में दिक्कत आ रही है
of the first international event of the year, where they went into it looking good, representing our region in EMEA, but after that, they failed to make those deep runs again, and this is where we want to see them bounce back, already with a win against a giant under their belt, and this 100 Thieves roster stands in their way of
RRQ और EDG का तो मैच चालू है.
And this is the thing, Tom, when we talk about this matchup in particular, speaking a little bit about the veto, I know we heard it from the desk, but do you think that is what decides who the favorite is coming into this? Has either team won the veto, or are we looking at a brawl today?
I think we've seen 2 teams like basically go down a route of like, okay, I think BBL banned a map they don't like, which is Fracture. I kind of think with 100 Thieves, they may be floating Sunset around. We don't really know. I don't think they first banned it in their last series, but they probably saw what happened to EDG versus BBL.
BBL को vote मिला है.
Fancy getting 13-3. They look like they were on fire.
यार तुम्हें सही में लगता है BBL जीतेगी?
It comes down to who peaks on the day. Like I think both these teams find themselves in a bit of a level playing field. I think Lotus as a starting map is an interesting one. It's not been a great map for 100 Thieves, but also it was kind of choky in the first game from BBL, so maybe not the greatest of signs for them in their map pool. And of the 3 maps they played, it was the worst one. Then you go into Split, the next map, and I'd put that fairly heavily favored in the other direction. So I think both teams have a good map that they should be winning. But if I've learned anything from Tier 1 Valorant is that sometimes teams like to win their opponent's choice.
Oh, इतना aggressive. Starting में aggressive.
Far more often than you would think. Now Lovers Rock.
अरे इतना aggressive होने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं थी. Nice pick.
For 100 Thieves towards the A site. And Lovers Rock was the only one here. Rose has filled in the space. A challenge, but a clean shot connected. Timotino with 2 already, and 100 Thieves with a plant.
Yeah, good opportunity to start this one off with a bang. There you go. Spike down. Beloita, Larocque, and Kreven. Feels like a tough spot to try and break back into. They've won a lot of these rounds before, but I'd say the synergy we have for 100 Thieves with their full roster is expected to be slightly better than what's on the other side. And while
by Flawless,
all that's left is consolation frags from
Flawless.
Kreven. And he'll at least manage to find himself one, but ultimately it is a very clean round.
Flawless Thieves. Nice.
A solid start. Dealing with Lovers Rock right off rip. That A main aggression is going to be something that they have to think about as time goes on. No doubt we're going to start to see that raise and fade rotated over to start filling in that space in the early fights, taking it out of the hands of your opponents. For 100 Thieves, a solid start, as you said. Now coming in with mostly rifles. I like the buy. We've got Bulldogs aplenty, a Vandal in there as well. BBL have nothing to work with. Just a bandit in the hands of Larocque. These are typically the rounds that they make look exceptionally good.
Setup change karta hu.
For now, stacked up towards the A site means that all the pressure's on Kreven if push comes to shove, but I don't really expect that. I think that 100 Thieves are served better by playing this round slow in case they were to accidentally run into that A stack, for example. You know that BBL are going to, if they haven't pushed by now, they are going to be grouping up, waiting, setting a trap.
Oh. It is very patient.
Gotta wait for reveal, surely, before they push again. 1 Prowler left.
I'm excited to see what they're going to pull out, though, with the Waylay. I feel like Waylay is one of those agents that, if worked correctly, I really enjoy it. But a lot of the time, it can be quite underwhelming. Like, if you don't have the spacing behind it. And I think the fact that it is that sort of solo duelist, it'll be great for getting through a lot of that Vice utility from Kreven. Like, get past it. You can also do the same with Omen. And just have that supportive utility to help him out on the way through. But now, though, it's all about the orbs.
Oh,
they
nice.
Saved their reveal still. Bora holding that for a crucial moment, but now the ranged fights look very favorable towards 100 Thieves. Stun going not quite into the right spot, but It's not going to stop Timotino from going out for a little bit more. They're eating them alive. And it's 2-0 for 100 Thieves. Very easily done with a flawless round. Of course, they are up against Classics. It's not one of the most interesting rounds, but you know, I've seen many teams crumble to BBL with, I would say, 5 Classics.
I've seen many teams this week.
Yes, yeah.
Just crumble to Classics. So I'm happy to see a team that was methodical with it, was patient, took their time, got into the site, lost nobody.
And you see sort of the benefit as well of having that waylay where you're pushing in a site, you just use one prowler, dive in, and you've cleared it, essentially the entirety of the site. And if there is a person there, you just get right back out. It's going to give 100 Thieves a lot of ability to avoid those trap plays from BBL. Of course, it's because it's an eco that you pull one of those in. But I'm expecting to see BBL harnessing some of their signature aggression in that early half, or early round, sorry, coming into the next few. For now, it is a bonus, of course, for 100 Thieves, but looking at what they're bringing to bear, it's not that weak of a bonus.
No, and they really can just gamble everything here because of how clean the last couple of rounds were. Also, the fact that you see all of BBL dive in mean those orbs have gone over. The Viper's Pit from Cryo, not crazy far away.
Miss ho gaya.
Same with the convergence path as well.
Neon bach gaya.
Again, slow build up from 100 Thieves, and as I sort of mentioned, this map is, of course, the choice of BBL. They were 12-5 up and then ended up winning 13-11. Their past matches, letting things slip away a little bit.
Dekha.
For now, at least. Can they get anything done?
It's a nice attempt with the Seize nade, but ends up as a trade. Loida falling. Opens the A site completely for 100 Thieves, but they've lost their lurker through B. So yeah, BBL are going to be forced into a retake. But the man advantage to work with is, I think, more than enough. And you can see the utility being burned up there as well. No more paranoia to stop this retake. Seize is being used as well.
Raise lega.
They are shy of any options that aren't just shooting people in the face. With 4 players to take down, it's going to be quite a task.
I can hear Rose through my headphones. He's very vocal at this point in time. Barking out the commands. Gone over the top, though. Bang down below. Looking for a double and has managed to convert. Leaves the Rock alone. A 1 versus 2 to try and turn this back around. It's going to be difficult with both players at opposite angles, and it's Vora already putting a 3rd round onto the board for 100 Thieves. That bonus, even with his weaknesses converted. And credits-wise, 100 Thieves are going to be through the roof.
Well, Bang did a phenomenal job to get those 2 kills from down below. Again, they've thread the needle right past him. He's hiding below in the smoke, lets the first one out, takes the kill, then manages to pivot alongside his teammate to take that heaven fight. But really, I think this round was in jeopardy the second that Loida goes down. He's solo on A. No one else is anywhere nearby to even take a glance. And as soon as he falls, that site, you know you're playing the retake. 100 Thieves given an upper hand. They converted with the, again, it wasn't a very weak bonus round. They went into most fights with a relatively even footing. He actually went for that shot, even full blinded, fair enough. But this injection of rounds is going to be massive. It's going to be a big difficulty for BBL. Again, they've decided to invest something into this. Loroc going down to 450 credits so that they can have a Guardian, but it's most likely a 4-0.
They're just patient with it. They are expecting the aggression out from their opponents. Definitely saw this.
अगर ये round और गया हाथ पे तो सीधा 5-0 पे मिलेंगे.
BBL to play in a certain manner. It does become, though, sometimes we talk about it being incredibly difficult for teams to actually deal with this squad, but what we've seen so far, just a hell of a lot of utility. Look, already the assists coming through. Rose was hit by a lot more utility, just dissipated by that point. Any opportunities, and not shying away from a fight either. An opportunity, maybe try and get that ultimate online for Timotino. That's why he's going to go aggressive, continue that push forward with the Guardian he's retrieved.
So you know why BBL have so much success when they have those pistols? It's often players like Rose will be left unchecked in that moment, or given a shot before the utility starts to come. 100 Thieves are playing such a clean game when it comes to those side XX. They're ready to freeze in the mid-round, wait for util to be online, get those rotations through, and like, look at Rose. He gets hit by a Prowler, gets hit by a paranoia, gets hit by a reveal, the stun comes his way, doesn't hit him. That's the one piece he was able to avoid.
Yeah.
Got shot in the face anyways. It's like, in that situation, there's almost nothing that you can do. And this is the problem. When BBL are leaving Loida last round, playing inside of Tree. This time, Rose here, filling in that space. They're being crushed by 100 Thieves when push comes to shove, and I'm really enjoying watching that attack side. Now this squad has got a ton of credits as well. Losing 1 or 2 rounds will not matter. They'll still be able to keep investing. So for BBL, this timeout is crucial. We don't just need to see them win a round because someone gets an ace. We need to see them come up with a game plan that's going to break what they're up against.
Yeah, and I want to talk back about that EDG game that they played on this map in particular. They lose it in OT, they win both pistols, and they had a hefty lead. And they got off to a great start, obviously, in both halves. They have not had that here. So I think it is very important for Key to sort of jump in, start having some words with the team, because we know that this roster has a hell of a lot of flair. You know that LaRock, think back to his deadlock play in the last couple of days, the guy was genuinely ridiculous in how strong he could be. But if they're off to a slow start and they're getting picked apart, every aggressive peak that they're taking, they're getting shattered as they go through. Something needs to change, because this is their map choice. And, okay, sure, we saw them bounce back on the next couple of maps versus EDG, but 100 Thieves have looked very good when it comes to their split play, especially if you look at the EWC qualifier. They dominated Loud. You don't want to give them the opportunity to dominate this map and then go into the next one, which is their choice.
Exactly. I think that momentum will very much carry over BBL. A big round coming up. Full investment. Operator pushed up close. Prowler's already spotted them. And the second one's coming through. They know that there's going to be a bombardment of utility in just a moment. And so the space is going to be given up. Fighting from further back. Lovers Rock gets one and gets out. But they're not happy with that. It's a big dive. Timotino's behind him. They don't have a clue. Completely caught off. Now the ult goes in. And another 100 Thieves. Stealing success, it seemed, but still a man hiding on the switch. But they're still surrounded. Players on either side. Rose draws their eye with a shot straight to the head of Cryo. And Asuna will have to do it all. He's been good so far, but he has no idea where Lloyd has been.
Cover going out. The qualifier throughout their recent form. There has definitely been one of the players to watch within this squad. And I guess he has been for quite a few years now. Reed is great. The defenders both gathering up on towards that C site as he makes the rotation all the way towards A. Even running as he goes. Clearly the expectation is nobody will be on this side of the map. Arc Rose placed.
भाई कितना easily उसको मिल गई
side है. Now that the BBL players start to rotate back in the other direction.
क्या लगता है?
He's got a real chance to take some aggressive positioning.
एक को निकालना पड़ेगा यहाँ से.
Luckily the defenders are waiting for each other, or maybe not.
अरे
It's
नहीं
a little bit
बे,
early
Phantom
from
है.
Loiter. But the shots were not landed.
He has got that flash to work with when they go to defuse. Maybe a chance to isolate a fight, but he's going to try to catch them on the way across. That flash caught him a little bit.
No.
And Rose certainly caught him with a shot to the head. Big step up from the IGL as well.
ये तो निकलना था, BBL का निकलना था. Timeout के बाद 90% chances है कि वो निकलता है. Round निकलना ही.
Starts to maps, sometimes being a little quiet. Certainly not in person. I can hear him scream in most of these rounds, but then he has those games where he steps up, those 20 plus maps that I feel like are getting more and more frequent over time.
I was going to say, I think the map you're referencing was this one. He only got kills in the back. That was it. Every other kill that he tried to get.
It was like 5 and 16 or something, where all 5 kills were backstabs.
Exactly. He had a really poor performance. This round much bigger from him. And also you see the difference of having the operator in for Lovers Rock getting 2 kills. Now the problem was, and I'm a little bit surprised by it, they didn't hold that defuse for as long as they could have done. So Loiter was nowhere near retrieving that operator, so they don't have it for the next round.
Better safe than sorry.
ये यहाँ ऐसा क्यों होता? मुझे लगता है कि वो शायद
I think they're about 4 seconds quicker than
वेले की वजह से.
He's a nervous man. Doesn't want to be made a fool of, but Lovers Rock will be. The success here for Timotino has been ridiculous. Stun through, dash in, and
oh my God.
There's no defense of this C site. They put up the thorns, and he just flies right over them.
Yeah, the only way they've defended it is the operator, and you see Lovers Rock gets domed immediately in a rifle v rifle fight. But then the setup of the second player stood no chance. There was nowhere to stand, and a man facing it on them. This is what you like to see with a Waylay. a player that is perfectly set up to find a kill. That's a gap, though. And a Nightfall thrown in for Rose. 3 players connected. Paranoia sent through on the other side. It's a double for LaRock. The execution may have been sublime, but the hold is looking weak. Already down to just 1 man, and LaRock will take over.
Nice round, nice round,
You
nice
might
round.
have the perfect execution, but you might not have the counter.
अच्छा निकाल दिया बे, ये round भी अच्छा
Rose
निकाला.
is the trigger point there, right?
अच्छा खेले
He goes
retake
into
पे.
the site, finds a kill, and in that 3 versus 5, I was already thinking, this is such a shame for BBL because they had the ability to retake. They had the ultimates to do it. But now, after those 2 kills, you can't really afford to commit those ultimates. It's what's the point? But that moment, that kill, that's when they decide, let's send
not
it.
even close.
So the Nightfall and the Showstopper sent
वो
through.
दो जा रहे
Perfect
थे,
positioning
दो
from
जा रहे थे,
LaRock.
वो एक ही
Even
बचा.
crouches into the angle after showing his barrel afterwards, which is just nasty. You can see how off guard that player was caught. And yeah, like you said, a great execution from 100 Thieves, but they could not hold the land they took.
ओमन जाएगा.
Why we always talk about LaRock in such high regard. The 2 kills with the Showstopper, okay, maybe a little bit of luck, but the rest is just skill. The rest is just individual brilliance, and that one's got to be a little bit frustrating because it did feel like 100 Thieves did everything right. An operator is going to be back into play. As I said, that was the one way they were able to at least hold some ground, and the patience this time, well, the savior of the last is executed.
Cover going out.
He die a martyr.
Paranoia for Loida. It's going to be used any moment now. First sign of danger. Blinding. There we go, and he's going to kill for his troubles. Getting out of there. Seeming easy for him. And the wrap around now coming into play. Rose right behind them. They've left the wall for C, so they don't know about this walk-up. They thought they wouldn't dare to push B, but Rose now. He's
Hug
He's
दिया.
getting them there. Eventually 3.
Oh my
I thought it was
god.
going to be a whiff that would haunt him for weeks to come, but Cryo left alone. There's one hell of a task to recover this round. Nice shot.
अरे. Oh my.
They were warning
Those
shots.
first 5 shots really made me scared.
Warning shots. It's fine. Look how cool and collected he is. Didn't even sweat for a second.
Oh, he is me for real. Like, that's...
कैसे निकला बे? कैसे निकला?
I wouldn't recover that.
The second you missed the first, that's it.
But
It's
that's
like,
I saw him miss 3 bullets, and I was like, well, I know how this one goes. Let me tell you.
My gun's going into the air.
Yeah.
I'm going to shoot 15 bullets into the sky. No, he corrected in time, and that flank was perfect. Like, again, it was a great start to the round, the patience to catch out LaRock. Loiter then has to re-aggress. And what they were doing really well early on was soaking up a lot of that pressure, but it's just the fact that they're able to come in on that flank. And that's sort of the value that you can get from a player like Rose feeling confident. Like, the difference already in how he played last time out is night and day. 7 and 5 at the top of the board for his team. And although it's no doubt that Timotino has been frying, clearly feeling like maybe there needs to be a chat a little bit earlier on in this map. Of course, as mentioned, when you look at Lotus as a whole in the last few months, it's defeats to G2 and NRG. And don't get me wrong, those are very good opponents. In fact, if you're playing in Americas, those are the 2 you probably fear most, or at least in longevity. There's probably a 3rd team called Leviathan that people might feel a little bit more as of right now. But
Recency bias.
yeah, you know, I think if you win a Masters, you're allowed a little bit of recency bias.
Especially if you smash people on,
Yeah,
the last couple of days you're playing. Well, attempt to dodge the flash from Lover's Rock,
सही
goes
निकला.
back
अच्छा
out
निकला,
and
अच्छा
takes
निकला, अच्छा
Timotino. Not a bad start.
भाई मैंने बोला था.
Considering it's been 100 Thieves with that success in the early picks, right after the timeout, they're losing 1. And, well, see, I say and then
ये भी
but,
गया.
because BBL pushed
गया
up.
गया
It's a
गया.
big
ये
risk,
ओ
but it's
भाई.
also unexpected, and it works out in their favor. I wasn't sure about that one, seeing them set it up, but well, the execution was perfect.
Yeah, it's just Loiter things. Like, you look at that and you go, this is a risky play, but always seems to be successful in making it work. Bang is now trapped, and there's a second player here. Paranoid. Okay.
Oh, क्या support दिया?
Been able to help him out a little bit and managed to find a second. Lover's Rock has to be a little bit careful here, otherwise he might just give him a way back into the round. And that's exactly what he's done. A chance to plant. Opponents expected to be a little bit closer. Loiter goes alone. They're all going alone. Everybody believes they are the star of the show, and instead, Arsenal might just be the one to put them on their bums, leaving one man left, but that one man is in the right place at the right time.
Oh, yeah.
You are lucky boys, BBL, because you played right into Arsenal's hands.
बच गया.
Listen, the heist was perfect, but the getaway car wasn't
Almost
there.
निकल ही
That's
गया था ये round.
a real shame for Arsenal. What an attempt. But for BBL, yeah, a shame as well. 1 by 1 with advantages under their belt already, a 2v1. And we're just walking in. But again,
This is a 2v5.
You see why, like, in these situations, they're taking massive risks already. But there should come a point where, like, you hit 5v2 and you go, okay, we don't need to do that anymore. And sometimes that is the problem for BBL. Sometimes it is the solution. This time around, almost got punished. Right back to winning ways. Another opening pick up against Pistols. Should be a formality. We don't want to see too many risks taken in this round, that's for sure.
Rock facing out.
Whoa.
Moving as a unit. As Loiter alongside him, and okay. Opportunity there for us though. It's
Miss
like
हो गया
they
बे,
don't
थोड़ा
respect
miss हुआ.
just specifically him. They're like, oh, it's just him alive? Okay, let's take an orb. I'll look at the other direction. Nobody check anything. Ah, it's all right. We got him anyway.
Well, Rose was smiling coming out of that round, so
They're in the lead.
maybe it was relief with what just happened, or indeed, that was a crazy shot from the Rock as well. But relief that a bit more didn't end up going Asana's way, especially after the last round. For 100 Thieves, a 4-0 start, and now 5-4 up against them. A timeout used by both sides, and for 100 Thieves, no result. It's definitely slowed down over here. As BBL swelling into this late half, and the question now is, for the defensive side, how many rounds can they get up on the board? They're coming into this with 5 ultimates, so many safety nets to fall back on, and that was the difference maker in the last round that 100 Thieves were so close to winning.
They're doing this again. They're literally looking to put the pressure onto Cryo. There are a multitude of attackers here. Showstopper, well, that's not going to be taken away, and instead it's going to get rid of Arsenal as well. You're pushing their spawn at this point. This is the scary thing. BBL are always going to be aggressive, but if they start to smell weakness, there's that blood in the water. They will just start tearing you apart. While Laurent even has a little bit of extra time just to spam into the bodies.
He's hitting shots now that he shouldn't be, and that's
पूरा comeback ही कर दिया BBL ने तो. 4-0 से सीधा 6-4 पे.
I don't think he was quite on his form as he is right now. Now the shorty blast back is a sign of the confidence. He's got him for one. Found nothing, but Revora, 4 more players to find. Ulti's there. He's tagged up, and there is just no way. It's been an impressive return to form for BBL, and in those first 4 rounds, we didn't see them get aggressive early. We saw them sit back. We saw them get executed onto and not have anything to do in response. It looked like a completely deactivated BBL. I was getting worried. But as soon as we see them go, guys, remember who we are. Let's play our game. Let's get aggressive. Now they're right back to the BBL I know and love.
That's what Key did. I don't think anything he did in that pause was to do with strategy. I think he just went, guys, what the hell are you doing? What are you doing? Why are we sitting back? Why are we not like giving it to them? And they go, yeah, why are we doing that? And then 3 of them fight into their opponent's spawn in that round. And win every fight, by the way. They didn't lose anybody in that fight, which is mental.
It's been consistent. Like, since round 5, BBL have started to play aggressive. Since round 5, BBL have been winning. It works, and it works for them far more than it really should. Rose even gets out of there. Knife out, strafes across, and the mound protected him for now at least. You hear that outlaw ring out. Timotino and Asuna both quaking in their boots. One shot will be enough to drop them. Timotino's going to be quick. He'll have his recall. He'll fire himself through, and there's going to be a bunch of utility to help him out. Nightfall's the first. TP taken as well by Timotino. Pressure on the backside. Lover's Rock trying to survive on site, but they don't know about that flank. They didn't expect the double TP to take place. And now 100 Thieves. The ball is in their court.
ये निकाल लिया भाई. 100 Thieves ने निकाल लिया वाला.
All they have to do is
फंस गया.
get home.
Ooh.
Valid, completely valid.
He still got one.
Yeah, now Kreven's chance. Bear in mind, one of the players is desperately low on HP. Careful.
अरे लो हो गया था, लो हो गया था यार. अच्छा खेला बे, अच्छा खेला, अच्छा खेला.
And I will say one of their major strengths so far has been that C-site execution. If they can get there, it's looked very, very good. It's just, I think one of the major changes for me was actually the operator. Like once that came into play, they were losing a pick while trying to go towards C, and then you reroute the other way. You don't go in. This time they managed to bypass Lover's Rock. They get to the site, and again, their execution is very good.
Yeah, I think like one of the main things there for me is how audacious Bang was. I'm pretty sure he TP'd to site. Well, I know he did, and then I think he TP'd back site as well. So the double teleport, of course, they're hit by the Nightfall, so they can't hear. But he's been having a bit of a tough game, and that's when sometimes you got to pull out the haymakers. That one landed. 100 Thieves now in with a chance to equalize. They were 4-0 up, so it's definitely not a nice
अरे क्या हो गया ये?
ideal half, no matter how this pans out. Nightfall used, players spotted outside rubble, and as soon as they're filling in that C main control and crunching B as a response. They are giving 100 Thieves no room to breathe. They literally noticed Asuna was there 5 seconds ago, and there were 3 players there moments later.
ये गया.
Expected, and if he has the drop on you, it's probably lights out just as he's facing into that operator of Lover's Rock. I don't even know if he's had a kill yet that wasn't with a sniper. And
ओ भाई क्या हो रहा है ये? नेट को क्या हो रहा है?
It's not going to change anytime soon. In fact, the only way
अबे
he doesn't
यार.
hit the shot is if LaRock hits it first. From 4-0 down to a
भाई
7-5
BBL ने flawless
defensive
मारा.
that is a
क्या?
very good recovery from BBL.
Yeah, that is definitely not something
4-0
you can
से
turn your nose at.
7-5
100
BBL.
Thieves, the C-side executes have actually been pretty much all that works.
Nice
It's definitely
comeback.
been the shining light of this half. Whereas for BBL, it looked like they started to get a really good sense of where they can get aggressive. They were getting out when they were canceling the aggression. They were not being punished for it either. So you start to feel a little bit invulnerable in those early fights. And so we saw them go for them again and again. And sometimes, yeah, you know, LaRock would come around the corner with a shorty and a blast pack. But
क्या हो रहा है यार नेट को?
for the most part, they kept it clean after that kind of round 6 or so, where there were a few mistakes, a few opportunities given away. I like what I'm seeing from BBL, but I'm more than looking at 100 Thieves and how as soon as the aggression came out, they were caught off by almost every time. The lurks haven't been hitting there either. But I guess the question is, have they got enough rounds under their belt even with that?
But yeah, I think looking at their composition, like they had some very cool executions, which I think we saw from time to time. But like when I see a Vice, Viper, Omen Fade, I think defense-wise, that's where I'd sort of set them up. Even the Waylay has the ability to completely stall a push with the ultimate or with the stun, so and gives him an opportunity to go walkabouts with the operator, which I assume will be coming in once they have the finances. So I don't think they'll be too unhappy with how things went, other than the fact that it was from 4-0. I think that's what's a little bit more worrying for me, because when you get players like LaRock firing, you now have to shut him down. And I don't mean in one round. Like, we've seen him get shut down in a round or two just by doing something ridiculous. He's going to keep going until you completely shut him out of the match. And I don't know if that's going to happen now.
Well, that's the thing. Once there's that little bit of success, I genuinely don't think it's possible that he fails even 5 times in a row and doesn't go, I'll get him the 6th time, though. That was just a blip on the radar.
Wait, I'm still positive in KD?
Exactly.
Never mind then.
So I do think confidence is going to be a big deal, because with BBL, with them being a young team, that's always something that we talk about, and it's always something that we hear teams talk about. But then you add to that the team that they are. You know, if you know these guys from EMEA, if you know them from the first Masters this year, you know full well that once they get confident, once the ball is rolling, it can be very difficult to stop it. The task now for 100 Thieves with a decent half. Like you said, 7-5 on paper at the top of the board. Yeah, that's fine. That's a good half. That's recoverable. Pistol will put you neck and neck. You look at the bottom or bottom middle, and that's a different story. The 4-0 lead, you really want to get more from those foundations. Instead, we've only got stick walls. 7-5, a 2-round gap. And BBL on the attack now, as you said, for 100 Thieves. I am excited to see what this defense has. Even look at the C site right now. You've got a Viper and a Vice. If it's a full buy round, that's a lot of daunting utility. But it's 2 strong players nonetheless, and a lot of pistols invested into. Nothing but bandits, sheriffs, and ghosts on the side of 100 Thieves.
They're looking for headies.
ये निकालना
Game of
पड़ेगा,
the
ये
game.
पिस्टल राउंड निकालना पड़ेगा.
Bit of loiter
100
definitely makes
Tico.
things a little bit more awkward. You don't have the smoke, so you're going to have to play with those rotations a little
ओ
bit more.
यार नहीं बे,
Timatimo
फंस गया
spotted,
गया.
And he's getting stunned up.
गया,
Everybody's
नहीं
using
बच
utility
सकता
thrown
था
into him, but honestly,
यार.
there was nowhere left to go. The Rock closing him
ब्रॉलर
down,
की वजह से गया.
leaving a gap on the A side, but it feels like BBL are mostly playing a ruse here. They're trying to bait their opponents into rotations, giving an
Nice.
opportunity to Kreven, but he does not win that fight.
ये निकालना पड़ेगा.
Oh, the shots land
Oh,
for Vor.
oh.
The advantage extended. That was BBL's chance to have an easy push to sight, but now pressure from
नहीं.
both sides as they press forward. Behind closes in, and Rose finds himself against the world. 3 to take down. A Sheriff and 4 bullets, and no time for the reload. He's eaten that flash. He thought he was avoiding it. A pixel too close.
ये निकाल
And with
सकता है.
that smoke down,
ये निकल
spamming
सकता है
with
भाई, ये
4
निकल
shots
सकता है.
isn't exactly viable. He needs to be quick. He needs to be clean. And it looks damn near impossible.
Oi.
To be. A pistol for 100 Thieves. Well, that should close the gap.
I felt like fair play to him for
100
realizing
ने
they
दोनों
weren't initially
निकाले हैं.
defusing,
पिस्टल
but
राउंड दोनों निकाले उस
yeah, other
100
than
ने.
that, pretty much all went the way of 100 Thieves. That's the second pistol round now taken by the side that currently trails, but a good opportunity for them to build up into this round. Now, I expect to see maybe a pistol or 2 coming in for the side of BBL, or they could go for a full investment because of that plant, but I don't think it's really worth the risk. A chance to potentially do a little bit of damage, get some orbs farmed up, and with LaRock already with 3 under his belt, even if they can pick one up and he gets a kill and dies, he's going to be 2 away from a showstopper.
Yeah, that is without a doubt a problem. And the BBL side looking to immediately pick up the pace towards this C site. The smoke put just to allow them around that initial corner of reveal up top. Full main clearance. But pushing into the site's a different story. Those thorns are going to cause problems for direct to site plays. But the double TP taken by Loida. Matching the performance from Bang earlier, but it's only 1 found. And with a round like this, you need so much more pistols for BBL. The Spectre left on the floor. Nice shot by Kreven. The question of damage, I think, is where we're at.
अरे गया ये.
But a few more kills, and this could spiral out of control for 100 Thieves. Luckily, they seem to have a handle on it. But
Pretty good.
as far as the question of damage,
Nice
I would say
round.
that is a
Nice
success.
Yeah, no, 3 players going down with what was basically a direct C hit with barely anything to play with. Like you talked about.
For Vice utility as well.
Yeah, how devastating the utility is normally on that side of the map. They didn't make it look like it was, and even some of those fights being quite isolated because they got sectioned off by the wall. So, not a bad round at all. Of course, the main thing is getting that conversion, keeping things even in terms of that scoreline. But you can see how much of a weakness they've created for 100 Thieves. It is an Outlaw, it is a Spectre, and it is pistols. This looks more like if you lost the pistol and tried to go for a force buy in the second round.
ये तो बोनस है.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams will even invest more into this to give them a little bit of a chance. Just in terms of the 2.8K, the 2.4s on Asuna. Of course, Timatino can save up that cash for an operator. But with Bandits in the current state, remember, this was a weapon that was used in a very big way over in London. And now it's been buffed. So it's no surprise to see it have such a prevalent face here. The buff making it way easier to handle as well. So like it essentially functions more akin to a Guardian now, with the taps being more accurate in between, having a slower reset time. It handles much better for sure. But you got to get close to use it.
Oi.
And on the defense, it's easy if they push your site, but they've gone into the C site, which is going to have to be retaken, right? They're here quite early, but surely they're not just going for it. They've already found one. The utility's being thrown. They're through the smokes. Yes, they're going for it. 100 Thieves picking up the pace. I thought they'd play the retake. I thought they'd try to punish aggression.
1v4.
The first kill
1v3.
spurred them on. And now Cryo's left to find them all.
Got 1
Left
bullet
में, left में. अरे यार.
Smoke makes it very awkward. I was about to say a single bullet in that bandit would have been problematic, but he's waiting to see how aggressive are the opponents going to be in this case. Not aggressive enough.
Clean.
I like
whiff किया उसने,
Kreven
whiff
after
किया,
that
whiff
is
किया, whiff किया.
laughing like really hard after how much he whiffed. I don't think many people would be
भाई
doing
whiff
that.
किया.
But You know, these guys are having fun.
I mean, he's a good teammate. That's what you'll see from Sentinels a lot of the time. Obviously, he felt bad for Rose earlier on, the couple shots that were missed, and he said, look, I'll make him feel a bit better. I won't let a guy kill me, but I'll let him hit me and go, oh, look, see, it can happen to any of us. Any of us, bro. You, me, probably not LaRock, but,
He's
you
like,
know.
you, me, but you.
But mostly you.
Mostly you, but like
on this map.
me, look, me too, but
Especially on this map, you
for the
keep
rest of
doing
the
it.
game, probably you.
I actually think Rose is like a 50% hit rate on people looking the opposite way, only on this map. I don't know why.
Aggressive start out from the defensive side. This is their full
Oh,
investment.
nice.
Nice work from Timotino and Bang.
वो थर्ड भी जाता बच
That
गया.
aggression has been massively successful, beating BBL at their own game and aggressive positioning. They are not shying away from a fight, especially with that comeback. You start to worry a little bit that maybe they're going to fall back into passive positions, allow BBL that space, but that is not the case whatsoever. Arsenal is expected.
गया.
Oh, no, okay, that's
Oh
all. That's the spike, but
my
I don't think it's going
God.
to matter for long.
कैसे?
Everybody
भाई
falls and everybody
कैसे?
stands on the side of 100 Thieves.
ये कैसे
They
बच
have
गया?
leveled things up once again. Now we look towards BBL to see what they have on that attack side, and if this is now going to be an extension, just as we saw in the last half.
Well, considering, yeah, how things have gone, a streak of rounds doesn't really mean anything. For 100 Thieves, they build up this defensive side. They're 3 out of 4 so far. Likely
ये
to be
राउंड
another.
और अगर निकाल
Such
लिया
weaknesses
100
here.
है.
The BBL were slow to start, but they found their footing eventually. Here on the attack side, I don't think they have those same excuses, though. The start of this round,
Yeah.
much more direct towards C site.
They were trying
They
to bait
get
the
up,
wall, but
and
they're
they're
not there.
Immediately
Later.
halted as well. Deeper utility in play this time. They don't hear the Thorns as they step
Camouflage.
in. They're up top instead, but Asuna is going to be caught. Cryo does well, but that ultimate has traded it out. The showstopper bringing weapons into the hands of BBL now.
Going.
हाँ आँख पे उठ
Lovers
लगी.
Rock's on an adventure.
ठीक है वैसे आँख खुल जाएगी.
The spike has been left alone. And now there's a flank on the flank. He waits for the time.
ये गया. फेड गया. फेड गया.
The spawn. This is brilliant from Lovers Rock. He's looking to try and get both.
Oh,
and they never
boy.
expected him to be here. The run through immediately
Oh,
was so
boy.
aggressive from Lovers Rock. But that was perfection. Leaves Bang to try and clutch. With 2 now back together. Well, to an extent. The Rock falling further
यार
behind,
ये
which is
निकालना
look
था.
at the
100 को
time
निकालना
that's
था ये
already
वाला.
gone. He's having to clear every single angle methodically because of how aggressive his opponent was just moments ago. A nice
Oh
shot
1v1
though.
1v1.
I don't know if he has
Oh
the time.
my
to
God.
Doesn't. That's unfortunate. A nice attempt from Bang and a costly round for
अरे
BBL. But
यार,
honestly, I think
time
they'll
नहीं
take the
बचा.
round.
A win is a win, that's for sure. Yeah,
Nice,
BBL
Bay.
taking the lead with a thrifty buy. They came in here with stingers for the most part. Their objective to go towards that wall. I think possibly even split to B after. I'm not sure what the idea
भाई
was on
उसने
hitting,
मार दिया बे.
or if they were going to break through it as a unit. And then they realize it's not there. They realize the setup has changed, that there's a danger lurking there. The danger dealt with so quickly, but this cerebral play from Lovers Rock is what gives them that clean exit. Even though Bang's able to find those 2 kills, which fair play to him for that, but time was his biggest enemy and not one he stood a chance of defeating. A timeout now called by 100 Thieves. They will freeze the clock for a moment and have a chat, one last chat, unless BBL give them one. Their opponents now in a dangerous position.
It's quite fun being in this lobby because obviously you've got Americas versus EMEA. But when it comes to the coaching staff, it's EMEA versus EMEA. MBS, a previous champions winner, the first to ever do it. Of course, his assistant coach was a Masters Copenhagen winner. So they've got very good people behind the scenes on either side of things. Of course, he has been noted with the rise of this BBL roster through the Tier 2 to Ascension winners to making it to a Masters, making it here.
You know, the real shame, MBS, there's a lot of things he doesn't get as much credit for as he should, but
This going.
really and truly, no, from the heart, this is, don't worry, it's not a dig. It's his shirts, man. His shirt game needs a lot more credit. The guy, he did it, and he did it in style, and that's what I appreciate. We're back into the game in BBL. Looking again to take the pace up towards that C site, met by utility, met by a wall, and they don't want to go through it. Instead, they'll send it back in the other direction, a big risk at this stage. You can see the ping going down. They know A main could have been pushed up in. We have no control over B. Swinging the door, sure, will give you a glance, but they could be behind the boxes. They could already be up. The Prowler will at least give you a bit of security, that hasn't taken place. But then you think about A main. However, I think BBL want 100 Thieves to have pushed up. They know that if someone's here, they're probably on their own at this stage. And if they are, well, we can outnumber them. We can overwhelm them. Let's see if that is the case.
Seen this one before. That Prowler didn't land. Before there were stuns thrown into position, and while that's Loiter gone for it. There is a trade back, but
Face your fear.
a lot of HP damage. Rock's gone in with ult. That's an easy kill for Vora, but this is trying to split back in the other direction.
Oh boy.
A quick flick from either side.
भाई क्या
And that's
मारा
them
क्या
level
मारा
once
क्या मारा
again. And I will say I like the adaptation, because I think what we saw in this round was there was a C site hit where they dominated the first one, 100 Thieves.
Yep.
Then they go, okay, well, they're not going to do that again. And they did. So then after a pause, they go, they're going to do it again, aren't they? I have a feeling. Because a lot of teams would go, well, they're not just going to keep going
ये
C.
B पे
So
दो
they
गलत
stack
गए
up. There was 3 players on the C site early. They had all of the utility there. They have a paranoia. And BBL go, we have to go the other way. And that's where they
दोनों
have the
वाइज की
aggressive
अल्ट है
positioning
और
from
एक वाइपर अल्ट है
Timotino, the off angle from Vora, and then the rotations. That's just a good read coming out from
हाँ
Thieves.
C
And now,
side
Viper's Pit immediately put down on the C site. So if you want to come see another time, it's going to be even more difficult than before. BBL should be looking elsewhere. You go towards A, Timotino's there to be dealt with. And in this round, he is as deadly as can be. One shot to the body will be more than enough before it goes for 4. The Rock down and out right away. And in these rounds, like in these pistol rounds, okay, I'll give Lovers Rock on a Neon with a Judge. I'm terrified of him. But LaRock is really the shining light. If someone's going to come out of these with like 4 quick share of headshots, it's normally that guy. It's certainly not that guy now.
I got spike.
The worrying thing is you say most likely, but it's like I feel like there's only like a 1% less chance that Loiter or Kreven does exactly the same thing.
This is true.
Kreven with pistols, man. Like sometimes he does stuff where I'm just like, that makes no sense. But no, I think especially with the Viper's Pit in play, with a Vice Wall in position, it's going to be very difficult for anybody to get into this position. And they even have it covered with Asuna on the other side. It's a nice little hold. It's one that I think they desperately wanted to make sure this goes through. And while there's one of those pistol headshots, Loiter heard you, I think.
They're going to get a plant out of this. How in the world has this worked? This strategy started by Lovers Rock realizing there's a Viper in a pit and a Vice here. I'm going to run in through it. And somehow they're in a 3 versus 4. Still a lot of work to be done. They've not got the weaponry to make this work. Kreven does have a good position, and okay, at least a decent shot, but now they know one player off-site. So pick up the pace towards it. Bait out that fight. That man's already dealt with, and with a classic in hand, Rose didn't stand a chance. I think even getting a plant out of that, honestly, was a silver lining for BBL, but the lead for 100 Thieves in double digits secured.
Yeah, you can see after the pause, they've managed to find that little bit of extra semblance. I don't mind the ult being invested into this round as well. It's like you know that there's a good likelihood that they're going to do something hyper-aggressive, like, I don't know, slide through with the Judge. So you put the Viper's Pit in to make that player more vulnerable, and it almost baits them into thinking that maybe there isn't a second player there, even though the Vice Wall was there. And then
Thorns. They threw the Thorns like 3 seconds before that, so you knew at that, but they didn't, right? And then they said, let's go, okay, we're going to go in 5 seconds. Thorns came in, and most people go, actually, let's go anywhere else. And Lovers Rock was like, no, I've already been let off the leash. You let go of it, I'm gone.
He's like, yeah, he is literally like, when you're pet and you're like holding on and you go like, you wouldn't just run off if I let go
of this while I pick this thing up, turn around, he's gone.
Like,
he's just gone.
Into the woods. You never see him again.
Chasing a squirrel.
But no, if there's any player that has absolutely no fear, well, I was going to say in this tournament, but 11 does give him a run for his money. Between the two of them, though, a lot of aggression that can come through. And now the pause on the other side. Now, bear in mind, last time we saw a pause from BBL, they went from 4-0 down to winning the half 7-5, and I believe they won 5 rounds in a row. So we'll see what Key has on offer. Of course, it gives the same opportunity for MBS and Doombros have the conversation with their side. A close back and forth map, and honestly one where I feel like both teams are playing well. I feel like we've seen some closer games so far where I'm looking at a lot of the mistakes rather than just solid game plan. And well, speaking of game plan, immediate usage of that convergence path, denying them the A control, but it hasn't caught anyone.
Well, we've been going C at the start of every round, so this time let's go A at the start and then rush into C, and hopefully we won't be running into Vice and Viper again. Fortunately, they are running into Vice and Viper again, but those players won't have weapons if they stick around. Steel Garden going through, catching one at least. As soon as going to have to wait, but he has one of his own to pop right through, and I think it might be what they're closing back in the distance for. The Wall, the Thorns have bought time, and BBL canceled the play, looking elsewhere. And in fact, I think this is a learning from last round where they put a lot of pressure on the C site, even with the 2 Sentinels there, even with the, well, quasi-Sentinel Viper, even with the pit, they left the A site open. So this time they try to put that pressure on again, but look at 100 Thieves reacting. Vora's the second man, and there's a third coming. Bang. Oh, he might have went under the radar, but they spotted him. Still, he gets one and gets out.
Great work. 30 seconds left, but then they double back again. It's the A, the C, the A, the B. And now back to the A again. Bang is trying to retake on a site that might not even be hit. In fact, he's doubling back around, but Kreven is still waiting on the angle. Again, the start of these rounds looked incredibly good, but those 2 players finding kills in the B site puts the pressure onto Cryo to get anything done here. He was waiting for the plant to take a move. Instead, they get aggressive onto him. And although it's a hell of a lot of damage, 2 players onto 5 HP, the problem is Bang is also low. A bullet to him or either of the other 2. Daddy's going to try and bait them in. The first one comes easy. X2, though, might be slightly more difficult. Rose wrapping around from above. And he doesnn't even know that there's no one else around that corner anymore. 10-10, a strike back from BBL, and a back and forth all the way through the round.
That's one of those rounds you'd really like to still have one pause left to use on the side of 100 Thieves. I don't know how you're supposed to track what BBL are doing when they go A to C to A to B. The pacing there as well, like they're still putting pressure on the A site when that flank comes through. It's a small oversight in those rotations, but you can understand why they got their eye on the prize a little too much.
20 seconds left. Loiter is spamming a box. And while he's doing that, 2 teammates enter into the B site. Like, it's difficult to spot everything they're doing because it feels like there's a lot of game plans going on. That's a shot connected initially by Timotino, but a kill not garnered. And a pacey hit looking to come up on the other side, but as soon as done well, at least at the start.
Oh, that flash. It bought him time. It kept him in LaRock in position and allowed Vora to come through with the kill.
बहुत अच्छा निकाला round ये. 100 ने बहुत
अच्छा निकाला. Kind of. A plank could be secure, but Rose, he wants to battle deep. A 2v5, not worth it. A 2v4, still not good enough, but now Kreven's all alone. And he won't be going for this, not on 29 HP. 100 Thieves finding 11 rounds, and the danger here is that this isn't even close. 4 players left alive.
But a huge
boost to the economy for 100 Thieves, meaning that now BBL are basically just up against full buys for the rest of the half.
Crunch round, there's no doubt about it. There's not too many occasions where you'd be seeing Kreven on the opposite side of the map saving his gun, but when he's got 3,000 credits, when LaRock has enough to buy and the other teammates don't, you're going to have to basically put yourself in a position to make sure something can be purchased into the next round, because you do not want to allow 100 Thieves up to 12. So that may be a likely scenario. And again, I feel like Asuna has been playing incredibly well as those site anchors, be it covering on the C site to help out Cryo, or be it now on the other side of the map on A, basically finding that opener, having the flash to set up his teammate while he's being chased down. Because they knew on the BBL side, if they clear him, that A site is a lot more open, and Vora just there to cover. It's worked out wonderfully, but as we've seen so far in this, well, at least in the last few rounds, there hasn't been any consistency with winning the rounds. There's been a strike back almost every single time, And now we're going to have to look towards BBL. But as you said, there are no more check-ins with coaching staff unless we go to overtime.
Well, the timer's ticking down. You can see the true state of the BBL economy right now. 2 Sheriffs in a Classic. 1 away from the Nightfall. Farming that could be good, but Timotino, he's going aggressive. It's a risky play. And up against the Eco, I think he's going to regret that. The op now recovered. That's another rifle. Well. And indeed, with Lover's Rock having that in his hands.
Didn't give his teammate the Guardian before he went and got that. I will say,
oh, he's left at the door.
Yeah.
Oh, he has.
Arey, dekh liya. Maro.
Very rude. Rose has now been dropped as well. Still nobody able to get that.
Does anyone
gun.
want the Guardian?
But then again, it's Kreven and Loiter. They might even be better with the Sheriffs, with how they've been playing so far. Push up all the way through C. Luna has them locked in from behind, but it doesn't seem like there's any world in which they go back from this stage.
That smoke's going to fade soon for Cryo. He has to get a move on, a risk.
Nice.
Having to stand his ground against many men. Blinded up, he still lands LaRock. And the 3 versus 2 for 100 Thieves is their reward. Even with those recovered weapons, that op is going to be left.
Niकलेगा 3v2 निकलेगा. अरे ओमन गया.
With that door open, but Kreven's being caught, and now the TP is going to have to be used. Lloyd is going to back himself in this one. You certainly can't blame him for it. And he's heard the door. He knows that Asuna's here. There's a chance to isolate that fight if given. Gotta be careful. Lloyd might not have had the best of games so far, but this is a man that will win rounds like this if given the opportunity.
Thorns. Asuna put him in a position where he couldn't move forward for the moment, but then he does it a little bit later on. Paranoia utilized, and he's being wrapped on incredibly fast. I don't even think he knows, but it's a nice shot, at least on one.
Yeah,
Bora had to be lightning fast with that trade, but he is 12 to 10. Map point now for 100 Thieves.
Let's go. 100 T के पास गया ये तो.
That was
ये 100 T का है
them
ये round.
saving credits. That was them putting money away so they could buy on a rainy day. Well, BBL's rainy day is right now. They're going to be investing everything into this next round.
Well, Cryo's gotten away with murder on that. The blast pack jump out from LaRock after the Paranoia lands.
That was a nice shot if he wasn't blind.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I think he saw him blast pack.
Yeah,
yes,
we'll still have to predict where he's going.
Second
yeah.
less.
सही बोला.
But to hit that is nuts. 12 to 10. 100 Thieves. There were a few moments where it looked shaky. The 4-0 start to the 7-5 half, but they have recovered this nicely. Robbed rounds from BBL. But now a shot through the smoke takes down Bang. Do they know? Do they suspect a second player here? If Vora can beat the snake, okay, they do. Now. The Prowlers hit the snake and the grass is getting dealt with. They burned the grass with the Nightmare on anybody that's there.
Oh.
And hold on, Cryo. He's cutting off the rest of these players moving to the site. TP going to be taken by Lloyd at least, but all the while they're buying time. Kreven's wrapping up behind. A Paranoia seals the deal.
Whoa.
11 for BBL. One more round in regulation, and it's on 100 Thieves to close it.
You mentioned like Loiter is good at winning BS rounds. That was him getting 2 instant headshots through smoke. So I think you've kind of proven a point there, but
or so he has.
He didn't need to prove it. We already knew, but like, yeah, just ridiculous stuff coming through and putting them in a position to take this one to overtime. Of course, the last time they played this map, it also went to overtime. 16-18 defeat versus EDG. They're going to look to try and right the wrongs if they get there, but you can see they haven't got 2 rounds in a row in this second half. This would have to be the first.
Oh, very direct to be an experiment for BBL. We haven't seen much of this and already past the Nightfall.
Got clipped.
Deep play coming from LaRock, but yeah, he did. He got clipped by the very edge of it, and the Prowler reveals exactly where he's gone. Now they can split this A site, something that has been a trouble at times. Players around this stairs position, but now they're delayed on the rotate back through. They're looking for LaRock, but he's the one to find. Bang now down, and the A site under threat. The overtime on the horizon, and with weaknesses there for 100 Thieves, and the Viper's Pit already used on the other side of the map, and Asuna already down. It's starting to look like we're going there.
No such thing as an easy victory. 3v5.
नेट को दिक्कत हो रही है आज काफी, बार बार रुक रहा है.
Needed. Sniper honed in on the angle. And a connected shot already onto Vora, leaves him desperately low on HP. Kreven's flank also adds another to the body pile. Overtime seems inevitable, especially with the HP of one of those players. Cryo is currently fighting demons. He's fighting shadows in the spawn. He's not even able to leave to get towards the site. And he now has a 1v5 with 13 HP. If you believe in that, you're mad.
Oh,
12-12. OT once again on Lotus. BBL never make their map choice easy, but they are still in the map.
Listen, they came here to put on a show. You got to respect them for it. A game so good, we don't want it to end. And we're going to swing into overtime with a lot of learnings for both squads. Again, when we see BBL move back to that defensive side, the main thing I want to see, and I think it's a difficult balance between predictability and following the game plan that has worked, but I want to see that early aggression. It's up to them how they're going to taper that, because we've seen moments where it's like a 5v2.
They are not going to.
And then they keep going. And then they give opportunity after opportunity. Yeah. And 100 Thieves come close and even sometimes win those rounds. BBL,
look,
it's a delicate balance, and I'm not sure that they have it down.
The good news is you are going to get the aggression you want. The bad news is it's not going to be tempered. And there you go already. They're pushing C. They're pushing A. The only place they're not pushing is B. But early information. Look at the push-up already from Lovers Rock. Now, he hasn't gone into the operator, which should tell you all you need to know. He's not going to stop this push. Now, there is, of course, the Vice wall behind. You can already see Arsenal is watching it.
That Vice wall is not in the same spot that it was before. Often, and in almost all the rounds, 100 Thieves are putting it outside C. But BBL, remember, Rose walks up on B, catches them off towards the end of the first half.
Let's go.
Now they change it because they're committing. They're taking this A site no matter what. Remember, in regulation for the
A
attack,
aggressive
what
करेंगे
worked
अभी.
was
A
that C
aggressive.
site, but they expect an adaptation. The problem is with this
A
much
aggressive.
time gone, BBL have made the read. They've pushed C. They've taken all the space. The rotates are here. There's 4 players, now 3, standing by. Lloyd is a big pick, and with the rock gone, this is looking a whole lot better. Finding his moment to stand up, to stand tall as the hero. Rose needs to be so careful. Timotino's been making this play when they take the site almost every time if they have a man advantage, but Rose sneaks through, catches the planter, and has a chance for so much more. He's ready for that play from Timotino, but the shot doesn't land.
Coming through, so still plenty of time for the remainder, but a man advantage, and Timotino's gone nowhere, but he will now dropped back into a 2v2.
उसने देखा था उसे, उसने देखा था उसे.
Spotted as well, but Cryo might have gone unnoticed. They bypassed his position, and because of that, he has one for free. That's going to put them in an advantageous spot, and they will close. They hold the line. They get another chance at map point on their opponent's choice.
Yeah, time to finally crack that vault door for 100 Thieves coming into this. It started out in such a solid way. It looked like it could be a mismatch, but then BBL found their identity. This time they try to lean on that same defensive side aggression. They get that early flank, they get the information, they get the rotations through, and yet the round falls. That's a different vibe than what we've seen before. And now they've got to recover it on the attack. A direct play from both teams. It's clear 100 Thieves want to fight for A main. They want to scrap for it, but they're going to have to give up that control. And now Bang's kind of in no man's land. He's a little stuck, but the TP gets him to safety.
Right, the early damage.
अच्छे से होल्ड करना पड़ेगा. कर सकते हैं, मेरे हिसाब से तो हो सकता है. मुझे लग रहा है बी जाएंगे, बी रोटेट करेंगे, बी रोटेट करेंगे. बी जाएंगे.
All in on this A site once again. Paranoia sent through. C's also catching a player. They should have a decent idea. But still players roam across the other side of the map. The corner taken. Timotino from behind, no!
Whoa,
they might have just ended the map.
भाई टीमोटिनो ने निकाल दिया बे.
Has a play of equal value.
चलो चलो निकल गया. जीजी हो गया.
Up against the odds, surrounded, and I
पीछे
think
से आ गया, मार
that
दिया.
story ends 14-12. It was
Nice 100, nice.
100 Thieves managed to steal their opponent's map pick away.
अच्छा निकाला बे.
In epic fashion.
Best to hold on to the operator, secures the 2 out of 4, so we'll have one regardless of how the outcome of this pick comes through. Cheeky movements for nobody. Signed from up on high. A lot of angles to deal with here. So far, Jemkin passing the test, but that's a little bit too much for him. And nobody removing the operator from RRQ's hands. Gonna have to burn that ultimate into the next if you want access to one.
They're going to have to for more than that because you have to look at the economy being potentially broken here. It was a big buy-up coming through RRQ. And that first kill to Kankan was basically the only moment of success coming through for RRQ's entire retake scenario.
Timeout. RRQ, once again, it's the same story here, unfortunately. You get a back and forth opening couple of rounds, and then it really feels like the other team starts to pick up a lot of momentum and starts winning rounds more and more effortlessly. A lot of kind of easier rounds for EDG. Constantly choosing the right sides, constantly going into some of these retake situations for RRQ, and then doing a really good job disrupting them before they can actually complete those retakes. Great underarm flash in that last round from Gianni on side. He doubles up, then you have a Cove on the other side of things with the Storm Surge. Both the Harbor and the KO are making RRQ's life very, very difficult trying to complete this retake. You even had a Hunter Suri thrown in from nobody.
Yeah.
They're not just going to let you come back into the site and try to, you know, get on the spike. They're just stopping you before you're even able to make it past yellow or on the B side of the map towards the broken wall. Not easy stuff for RRQ at all.
Talk about the fact that there's also conditioning at play here as well. EDG have gone B so many times and RRQ overcommitted there. Constant 5v5 retakes. Will be the tour round for sure for Jemkin here. As everyone else strings together whatever they can buy. Kangkang's already just blazed some in. Okay, we're going to speed up really quickly here. Trademark's been popped. Kangkang is tucked in a corner. Oh, he's been spotted by the recon. That is unfortunate. Still lands a shot at Kangkang though. Pretty massive from Jemkin. Good recovery. 51 HP, but he's alive. See if we can leave the trips into this one. Scan up the Jenny. Shotgun kill is going to be good for Zan as well. Numbers starting to fall in favor for RRQ and EDG. Might just be falling to pieces a little bit here. Jenny walks into his depth as well. Can EDG get anything? They're not finding a single kill.
That's rough for EDG, I'm not going to lie. Very easy on the way on into the A site. And from there, it's really unable to disrupt RRQ despite what should have been a freebie onto Jemkin. He hits a nasty quick scope onto Kangkang, peeking out on towards the double box. I think you've seen Kangkang go down in that exact same position a couple of times now. And the follow-up is even better, despite the fact that the Harbor Roll comes through from side. I was thinking like, okay, we lost a Jet in an aggressive position. That happens. Now it's going to be Harbor Roll coming straight through and EDG is just going to mop them, right? Not the case at all. Great retake for RRQ, and that's exactly what they needed to get back into this game.
Thrifty win is exactly what the Doctor ordered here. Successful tour de force round. Bladestorm and Reckoning taken off the hands of EDG as the scoreline starts to even out again. Jemkin doesn't get scanned out. Gets flashed a little bit. Oh, no, that's not what you want to TP to, unfortunately. That's a big scan coming through, but EDG will still walk on in. Chichu, even on the other side of the map, is able to just get a kill, causing problems.
It's an awkward exchange, but it's one that EDG comes out in front of. Secure control of the site here. Zan and Xfero would burn the overdrive to come try to get back in on this retake as they've thrown a progression smoke for themselves. Still the paranoia here for Xfero at the ready. He's got another smoke that just came off cooldown, and there is the Cove and the shock to try to zone them away from the backside of site.
Okay.
Gotta go. Shock it.
Wanting to go in deep here. Oh, Zan. Xfero as well. Zan's still alive, not any longer.
It's perfection. Literally the Storm Surge and the KO knife dumped straight on the perfect position as they try to complete that retake. That is just one team dumping all their utility where nobody's standing and the other team responding perfectly. Had a lot of the right pieces of utility to complete that retake for RRQ. Paranoia and the relay ball clears out all of the left side of site, but it's just a perfect Storm Surge from side there.
Yep.
यार मुझे तो लगा था RRQ जीत जाएगी यार इस मैच को. ये तो EDG लेगा इसको.
Back for RRQ, then it's straight back in the dumps again as EDG control it. Viper's pit for this round as well for the post plants. You know, slow one now. We've had a couple of quick rounds. This one will be a bit slow from EDG. Just to wait this one to see if RRQ want to make some early moves.
Jemkin going to be first up to bat here. Needs to deliver on this A side of the map. Has a rendezvous up on top of the double boxes. Drone going to be the first contact for EDG that does spot out the chamber.
He's going to get Hunter's Fury out of here as well.
It's a defensive
Actually,
one.
never mind. You're right. It's defensive Hunter's Fury to try and slow things down. That EDG won't just be able to walk on in. Jemkin would still like to find that opening, but the high tide cuts across the entire map. We've heard the shots come through from the operator now. And there's the Viper's fit to cover the plant itself. Full 5v5 here. You also have nobody covering the big flank, and a couple of members from RRQ might want to look in that direction.
Yeah, you can see Kushi starting to activate in that part of the map. There is the attacker side, Hunter's Fury, once again, looking to disrupt this retake. Chichu striking first outside of the pit, pressure on nobody on the flank. Good, really. Wide swing does get punished by Kushi. Kankan going forward, but the pit is still up.
How do you navigate this pit now? 3 players in deep, nice and quick. Chichu's just making it work inside the pit. The Viper strikes. And now it's a Viper versus Viper with a little bit of help from Harbor as well. Kushi won his trade outside, in towards spawn, on the big flank. But all he's trying to do now is stay alive, and Chichu's looking for him. He'll just manage to find him for the ace as well. Kushi, goodbye. Chichu will not be denied, and neither will EDG.
I think Kushi wanted to have him down the ace as well. He whiffed a good 10 bullets on someone not even looking at him. Oh.
Bro deserves it. Take it, my man.
No, honestly. That is what Chichu does best, though. It looks like RRQ are making serious inroads into completing this retake, and then they run into Chichu inside the pit, and the rest of the story was history, honestly. Side makes it out with an operator as well to hand over to Kankang. And RRQ, money's not looking great. Overdrive there for Zan. You do have a bunch of rifles to work with as well.
Well, here we go. You talk about the overdrive. Not going to waste any time. Zan's going to be working his way through the map. Oh, some good damage to come on through.
Oh, my God.
Sign eventually falls. Sign was looking for that kill as well. Would have been a good one. So, we do have players on lower HP than they would like. But, however, it's EDG with less HP and less members. Nobody struggling to stay alive there. Zan doubles up.
It's sloppy, but RRQ making it work for themselves. 2-man advantage. Kankang looking to take matters into his own hands, but with the spike in hand, Nest is honestly a little bit outrageous. At the same time, though, when you're down 3 on 5, someone's got to make a play somewhere.
Probably not with a spike, ideally.
Oh.
He's dropped into no man's land, which is going to make Jenny and Chichu's life a little bit harder here. Let's see them work their way around, back over. Xfero up. I mean, there's money here for EDG, so I expect them to do something. They're not going to just walk away from this one, but...
They're just trying to get some damage done, I think, honestly, at this point.
Well, they're not looking at the right places. Looking left and right, Xfero was in front of you. There was one correct answer out of 3 possible options there, and they both picked the wrong one, but it is what it is.
That was a round of all time, honestly. I'm watching RRQ whiffing multiple times, but still getting 2 opening picks. Then Kankang.
That kills.
I mean, look, I don't even... You can't question Kankang, all right? He is the protagonist. You even said it yourself.
Protagonists lose sometimes. Act 2s usually end up pretty bad for them.
Yeah, that was a character building moment for Kankang.
It is, yeah. He's coming... Return of the Jedi next, don't worry.
There you go, null command and the drone to kick this one off. Straight in towards the B site. Xfero and Zan are hanging around in this neck of the woods. There's the dash on in. Kankang takes a little bit of damage, but once again, another 5v5 retake.
Yeah, it's just going to be a slow one coming through RRQ. See what they can round up here. Plant's going to be easy. No real ultimate to speak of here as well. It's going to be super relevant. Here we go, fast lane, following through the drone as well. Opportunity now, Zan leading the way. The same peak he's done before. This peak ended up winning them the pistol, and Jemkin says, let's do that one more time. Repeat that level of success, 3 versus 2. Sign will even up the numbers a little bit more, but Jemkin's on a bit of a roll now. Just nobody off site. Double shock's available, but he's gonna get the kill.
Oh, nice.
So close, Jemkin will quadruple up and shut down nobody's opportunity to clutch it.
That's about as close as it gets. 11 HP on Jemkin. A very committed one-and-done angle there for nobody. You got to respect it in the 1-on-2. Could definitely be jiggling and doing all kinds of shock bolt lineups, but at the end of the day, RRQ able to scrape their way through that one. Jemkin right in the middle of the pack on the retakes, exactly where you want him to be. And a much, much closer game here. RRQ now actually starting to show why they have a little bit of chops on Breeze. The record is abysmal. I cannot argue with that, but I'm telling you guys, they are better than that. And I think they're starting to show it.
Well, RRQ are certainly having a better run of this map than they did against 100 Thieves, and Jemkin's making sure that's going to be the case. You wanted him to be a hero. He's going to be that hero. First shot. Oh, it's going to be a whiff.
Oh, miss kiya.
Hong Kong's happy to have his life available. Zan sliding through the wall. Easy one around. Jemkin as well to side.
Very nice.
Perfect.
This attack has fallen apart
Ekor
nice
flawless.
and quick.
Ekor
Spike's
flawless.
gone, and nobody will at least try to do something here. Chichu saw as an opportunity, but that opportunity is starting to fade quickly. He's only got a Guardian.
Yeah, freebie onto Pushy. But now RRQ well aware of where he's heading in from. Dark cover thrown out there. They're zoning him away. They know exactly where the spike is dropped. Straight up into the dark cover here. Chichu looking to throw hands as best he can, figuratively and literally. Poison orb going down. He's at all of the close angles. Can't count him out, let's be honest. Chichu is a big game player, but that's a great angle for Jemkin.
Nice
to
round,
end
RRQ.
Pretty good half for RRQ, has to be said. Another good game. 14-6 on the chamber here for Jemkin, and this is now doable for RRQ. This might be the first map they're able to win here at EWC, but they've got to have a good attacking side to back it.
6-3 was what we had at one point in favor of EDG, so that one certainly could have still run away from RRQ, but a nice little 3 in a row at the end. The last 3 rounds possible, RRQ got all of them. And that final one from EDG, unfortunately, was really lackluster, completely blown out, with no opportunity for Chichu to really even get any chance of a clutch. Of course, you had that 1v2 as well, where I could see that one going EDG potentially, with a couple of more sharp shots to land on Jemkin, but Jemkin's 4K on that round would not be denied.
Yeah, you had a few plays going the way of EDG as well, though. Chichu inside of that pit. That was definitely looking RRQ favored, so a little bit of give, a little bit of take. The main thing that I'm focusing on the side of RRQ, though, is that Zan has had moments, Kushi has had moments. You're getting the well-rounded performance that you need here. You're getting significant role swaps, and some of the players stepping into the roles where they need to have some impact. Zan on this Neon, going to be critically important. Playing solo duelist now on the attacking side. He needs to have impact. He needs to make space for the boys.
He's got the weight of his team and also the region on his shoulders here. He's one of the Pacific teams finding themselves in the lower bracket, currently fighting for their lives, and they're certainly fighting. This is a close map, no matter which way you cut it, which is compared to what we saw on Ascent. You have a repeat of that one, and, well, RRQ just go home with the tail between their legs.
Prepping in this second half. RRQ back onto that attacking side. This is where you're going to need to have a good game plan. This is the third map of Breeze in the last 3 where they've played a different comp. They were on the KO Harbor before, coming into EWC against 100 Thieves. Tried that double duelist, that did not work. Now we're here with a bunch of role swaps. Jemkin back on the chamber that we saw him piloting at the start of the year in Pacific Kickoff, and looking very, very dangerous. But he's going to have to be self-sufficiently able to find some success on this attacking side. Yes.
Attack-minded, mostly defense-minded. We'll see what happens here. It is BBL and 100 Thieves. 1-0 to 100 Thieves. They win. They're in. Let's see how it all shakes up in this map number 2 as we send it back on over to Tom and Mitch.
They win, they're in. I wonder how long he's been sitting on that one. It's time to see who takes the cake, or if we're going all the way to a map number 3 for BBL, they'll certainly be hoping so. It was a tight one in that first map. But now 100 Thieves, they've got that
BBL ko support karne wale?
They chose to have this battle. They started slow, though. You think about BBL, if they don't lose those first 4 rounds, if they don't deactivate the way that they did the pistol is whatever, but the 3rd round, there were mistakes there. It could have been a different game. Could have, should have, maybe would have, but
कौन थे BBL को support करने वाले? नहीं मिल रहे.
Kraven on the Vice can do a lot when it comes to split. I do like Vice, but the Sage right now just seems so flexible.
Yep, Legend bro. क्या हाल है भाई? क्या हाल है?
On both sides.
भाई कलम लेके आएंगे आलू को. EWC watch party मनाएंगे आलू को.
That res is going to be
मजा आएगा. बहुत मजा आने वाला है.
He's one of the original players that was almost in the conversation for Battle Sage, so he's probably going to be quite happy that agent has come back into fashion. But I actually just think that what's most interesting going into this map is that it feels like, at least in their recent form, both teams are starting out on their stronger side. BBL
इसमें देखना नियॉन तुम
stunk.
कैसे नियॉन खेलते?
They have had games where they're able to get 7, 8
या कोई
rounds
दूसरा
on the
एक
defense
ऐसा
and
एजेंट
then
देखो
manage
तुम्हें
just
इसमें
to-
समझ में आएगा. कि हाँ ये एजेंट हमें खेलना चाहिए विद मलाई कल आएगा आलू EWC 2026 में विद मलाई
versus Loud. So they have an opportunity to maybe even end this map in the first half. And for BBL, it feels like this first half is integral.
Yeah, although we have seen them bounce back, it's not that I doubt their ability to, it's more I doubt that 100 Thieves will allow it. A fake towards the B sides. How we're going to kick this one off. Presence shown, and they've dragged 4 players to that side of the map. Lloyd is the only one towards A, and now he's on 13 HP. The damage trades early favor 100 Thieves, and they have got 2 of the latest flanks I've ever seen. I will say that if BBL up the pace here, they can find themselves in a very good spot, but they're being understandably cautious, and that delay from the Sage wall is buying so much time.
Sage ने क्या मस्त बॉल कर रखी है?
If he's even needed.
Sage ने क्या मस्त बॉल कर रखी है? इनको कुछ होश ही नहीं है.
Seemingly a closed out round and leaves just Loiter on 13 HP to face
Oh bhai, oh
You guessed
bhai,
it.
oh bhai,
He's
oh
not
bhai.
going to be able to. It's another pistol round under the belt.
ऐसे खेलते हैं Sage
And
इसमें.
as said, if they have a stellar first half here, I do not believe in the bounce back in the second for BBL.
This is really nice work, and I think we're going to see a lot of this as the game goes on, where Kreven is going to have to be a super slow rotation, an anchor that stays even in moments where it's clear that they're going the other way. Because 100 Thieves have that Sage, and with less utility there than what we're normally going to see. So when push comes to shove for that defensive side, they want to break back out. There's the wall, there's the slows, there's the utility from the rest of the squad, and we're going to see players like Timatino, probably players like Cryo especially,
Oh
with a
bhai,
super late roll.
इसने wall में ही मार दिया.
Around mid and around that B site. Now, for this round, Cryo only has a pistol, of
Oh,
course.
खुद blind हो
Everybody
गया.
else has invested. They've now lost
वो blind
one
हुआ था.
Spectre, I believe, unless there was a stinger I missed. And anything from here on out in BBL's camp will be damage worth doing.
On their part, they are able to heal up
Neon गया, Neon गया.
facets with both the Sky
गया.
and the Sage, and while with the last player being spotted, it's all too easy
Oh,
in the end. It will be
एक
2
player
to
तो
0.
लड़की
It
करता
will
रहा.
be 4 players standing. And I now want to see what they're going to do with these Spectres. Are they expecting some lower shields?
Ivory,
on the
अरे
board? I imagine
भाई,
after
अरे
seeing
भाई,
the amount of Spectres that were on the other
ओ,
side, that's probably
OG
not
है
gonna
वो
be
तो
the case.
OG.
But BBL, as I said, I want this to be an immediate breakback. I think that this is a map where the attack side really has been a mass struggle for them. And don't get me wrong, sure, they have the individuals that maybe on the day if they show up, they'll be able to do a lot of damage. But I think versus this composition, it actually looks even worse for them going into that second half. So I'm looking at maybe even 8+ rounds on this defense if I'm going to be a believer.
2-0 already. I mean, this is a poor start by that metric, but this is really where you have to see BBL take the dub. They're up against mostly SMGs. There's a bandit in
गया.
Off guard, that paranoia was perfect, and Timatino! He did this on the waylay, Seaside Lotus. He dove in and took the whole site by storm. The same face being
Neon
worn
गया,
into
फिर गया
this
Neon,
beginning of
Neon
split.
गया.
A third under his belt already. We are taking strides
Neon को नहीं देखा
towards the
उसने.
showstopper being online. And now we are taking steps away from this site on the defense. A save has to be called. This was a devastating blow from 100 Thieves.
But yeah, they only had a singular rifle, and it was sent in immediately
On his own.
off rip. And he's able to get a double entry. As you said, it was what he was able to do on the waylay, but it is more damning on this map.
Easy retake है यार,
What
easy
is
retake.
looking like a potential flawless third round, a flawless bonus. And I almost then questioned, do BBL now take the pause around earlier? Because I bumped into MBS backstage. He goes, first 4 rounds of the last map, they weren't shooting. They take a pause, demons. Well, they need the demons now.
Next
they need
तो
the
देखो
demons
easy
earlier.
retake है
They
उनका.
weren't shooting, but look at the fights that they had. The first chance they got to shoot was like 5v3 because of the exec from this man, from Timatino, going into sites, having paranoias just like there
Timatino.
from Bang, having the flash from the sky as well that's covering all of this space. And so, yeah, how are you supposed to shoot when you can't see the guy? And he's moving pretty damn quickly as well. So for 100 Thieves, like the start of the rounds, when BBL sit back, it's so easy for them. The executes are destroying BBL's defense, so they have to step forward. They have to play their game. We saw it on Lotus and it worked. Now, they're going to try it.
इसके पास कौन सी VCT है? पर्पल कलर. इनके पास तो इनकी टीम की होगी. इनके पास इनकी टीम की है वो.
Some space. And this is kind of what we talked about earlier, and it's much more relevant on this map, the tempered aggression. If you were to just go, well, we haven't seen the mid, let's keep going mid.
BBL के पास BBL की, 100T के पास 100T की.
Especially when there's no contact. It's a different map for that kind of shenanigans, and this dog is going to get a lot of info if it was put through.
But यार, Fnatic इसको qualify नहीं कर. Oh, बच गए.
Lucky to get out with his life.
Nice shot from Kreven.
एक और गया, एक और गया.
Dangerous with these pistols, and to get an opener. Not a bad way to start. Do they expect the second player?
Nice.
No, they don't. Good work from Rose. Weapon retrieved. Second one not going to be available, but they won't mind too much. It leaves them on level. Just about makes it around the corner. And actually, that's a problem. Now 2 players dinked up. Of course, on their side, no ability for heals to come through. But they are going to play this round wounded.
Low है.
Comes the dog.
Raze और Neon तो बहुत low है उनके.
The Thorns have made sure of that. Still the wall in play, but 100 Thieves have managed to slip through.
3v4 ही मान लो इसको तो.
And Kreven gets another with the pistol down below. 12 seconds left, and they have got to up the pace. It's time to get that spike down on the site. Instead, it's down up top. This round's done. There is no way for Vora to win this unless they literally throw it around into his hands.
यार बहुत low था वो.
BBL
बहुत low
with their
था.
first, and it comes off the back of an unsuspecting round, let's say.
Well, when you watch this team play, it almost starts to beg the question, what is unsuspecting
बहुत low हो गया
anymore?
था
They
वो.
do this so often with low buys, with pistols.
इसके पास कौन सी अच्छा सही लग रही है.
On the sheriff, and he showed up.
Yeah, there he is. And he definitely had a quieter first map than I think what we're used to. Of course, they have so much talent on their roster that somebody has to be towards the bottom end of the board. But we had moments from LaRock. I think Rose had a pretty decent game. Lovers Rock when he had the operator. But of course, with 100 Thieves keeping those first few rounds incredibly clean, they actually have enough to buy into this round and the next one. And maybe even the one after that, depending on plants and depending if they save any weaponry. So no respite for the side of BBL. It's looking like a little bit more direct. Now, they got caught by the crossfire over on this A site. So this time, they take the space together.
Now, Sage Wall's going to be broken. And with the Vice one standing in their way, 100 Thieves are slowed. That change of positioning from the utility has found them success here. But now 100 Thieves realize, well, there's no wall down below, I guess. Let's run through. First Thorns activated. HP paid for Timotino, but it's a trade he's more than willing to make. On the site now, we've got Kreven. He's a teammate close by in Lover's Rock, but he has to stand on his own 2 feet and stands tall. Does Kreven. Cryo, the last man standing, and he's dealt with by the wraparound.
ये क्या हो गया 3 राउंड के बाद?
Yeah, solid.
पिछली बार भी यही हुआ था. पिछली बार भी यही था.
Information they had while there was that pressure in.
3 राउंड के बाद उन्होंने निकालने चालू कर दिए थे.
At the same time, 2 players push mid on BBL and make it through the sewers behind. So it made it so that you see the last kill coming in from LaRock. He's actually wrapping through at this moment. They know they can't go back. So they can gamble the rest of the players over to that side of the map. Quick rotation from Lover's Rock. But it still took Kreven having a big round. 2 on the board. It's not done damage just yet to the economy of 100 Thieves. They were so clean in those first 3 rounds. Showstopper available for Timotino. And he's been getting entries without it.
To be honest, I almost don't want to see him use it for the entry because he's been so clean. Every time it's 1 at a minimum, and even 1 feels disappointing. They'll close the distance on mid, and this is it. This is going to be showstopper straight up and in. Flash catches him, delays a bit, buys some time for them to flee, but stuck down below still is LaRock. He is in danger. Showstopper about to run out. Has to pick a target, but he doesn't fire it, and then Rose walks through. A man who could have been dead to rights. A gamble not taken. You can't win if you don't play for 100 Thieves. A man down, it looks like another under pressure.
Omen gaya.
And they will take
him down.
5v3 now. Okay, not a bad pick. The res is online.
4v4.
Deny it. It is shaky. How is Rose not dead? Finally, he goes down. And then Lover's Rocks on the other side. With the res utilized, they still sit a man down. But they look to run back in the other direction. Steps are going to be heard by Kreven, though. He's looking to try and take their weaponry away as they go towards this side of the map. Snakebite not going to connect, and he's now waiting for the drop down. He knows these players don't have weapons. Instead, they go at him with a shorty, and he'll just about get the remaining double. A solid round from BBL. They survive versus a res. Sure, they use an ult.
ये कहीं वही वाला मैच तो नहीं.
Frankly, Rose.
नहीं यार वो नहीं होना चाहिए, वो नहीं होना चाहिए. 100T जीतेगी.
From the Divine.
Plot armor.
There was a showstopper staring at the wall right beside him. And they just decided not to click. Then he walks up, kills that player. Then the next fight, he sprayed his entire magazine, took out a shorty while Timatino stared him in the face, and managed to kill him and get away with damage done to Asuna when he fell. A very good round from Rose.
Nice ult. हाँ बे.
BBL, and I'll say as well, seeing Kreven.
ये round तो 100T का था यार, उन्होंने निकाल लिया ये तो.
The agent select a little bit when we were coming into the map. Like, I like Kreven. I like what he can do on this map, but so far at this event, he hasn't
हमारे
been
पास time out नहीं होता लेकिन है ना.
So that's where kind of my eye
जब
goes
हम हार रहे
elsewhere,
होते हैं.
and I look more towards 100
हमारा
the
VCT
success that
post
they've
जो
had.
है वो offend हो जाता है.
He stepped
जल्दी.
up. The sheriff was ringing out, singing true. Here he finds two as well, securing a much-needed round. For BBL, all hope is not lost, evidently.
Yeah, it's a pause taken this time by 100 Thieves. I think a bit of a messier round in tow. Bear in mind that we see in the early stages of the round, it's like, oh yeah, he gets caught by a flash. Don't think Kreven was there, so I don't think anybody else could have done it.
I can tell you it was a sky flash.
Yes.
ये hold करेंगे क्या?
Didn't buy a sky flash that round.
No, that's true. I think we would be
high low hold करेंगे, high low hold कर रहे हैं, high low hold कर रहे हैं.
But yeah, one of the few disjointed rounds we've seen throughout this game. I've loved the executions, and well, here's another one. Of course, it's Timatino in first. Trade out of ultimates is going to put them in a decent position.
Oh boy.
The setup for LaRoque, but he did most of the work himself. The Nightfall forced them back, and well, it was night in the end. 3 players gone in one foul. And again, they're locked in. Now they can go down the vents. That's the one position on the map that's actually open, but the second they do, if they make any level of sound, there'll be a switch up of position from Lover's Rock. The spot out onto Kreven is a nice one. They dealt with one of the danger men, and actually wherever they go, they should have an isolated fight.
Cover going out. Smoke down, but it looked like they wanted to push towards Loida. And indeed they will in the end, but it won't matter. Loida grabs them both. The slam of the smoke was a good start and a great finish. Now the lead is there for BBL. As you said, last map, it was 4-0 when they decided to start shooting, decided to start playing their game. Now they've gotten online a little bit earlier. It's good signs, but it's what we needed to see. Again, you set the expectation, Tom, that for this squad, we really want to see about 8 rounds on that defense. And 100 Thieves.
भाई BBL लेके जा रही है. पिछली बार भी यही हुआ था. पिछला जो इनका मैच था उसमें भी यही सेम सीन हुआ था. 3 मैचेस 100 टीने जीते. उसके बाद ये मैच गया था 5-3 तक. उसके बाद फिर एक टाइम आउट आया था. उसके बाद वो 100 टीने निकाला.
So that's the sort of level I'm giving to you. Like maybe they have been able to take the time. They've had a lot of time to get ready for this event, and they fixed that attack side. But if we're going off what has happened regionally. Even versus Pacific, they struggled.
Oh bhai.
Timatino heard the outlaw. It was fired at him, and yet he's decided to push into vents, to continue pressing forward, to search for that player. All the while, siphoning him into Cryo, who's waiting in A main. You almost have a split coming through now. In fact, the side strike from Timatino almost sealed the round, but Cryo's left alone with that fight up top, and BBL handle what could have been a very dangerous situation towards A nicely. Even a couple picks would have been huge. It would have left B lighter defended.
ये गया पता था भाई क्या निकाला. देखा मैंने बोला क्या था. 5-3 तक जाएगा.
It really does
5-3 तक जाएगा.
Like go from round 3 to this round and you flipped a coin and got the 2 polar opposites. A squeaky clean round earlier on in the bonus that came out from 100 Thieves, and now incredibly clean defensive side rounds
अब जाएगा 100 के पास.
for BBL.
ये वाला
Building
round
up that
100 का
economy,
है.
making sure that if they want an operator going forward, they can definitely afford it. Making sure that there will be no weaknesses in terms of shields.
ये
in terms of
round है 100T
investment
का.
into
100T
rifles.
के पास हैं 2
And it's going to
अल्ट.
take some time for 100 Thieves to break
जाएंगे
that down.
अंदर वो प्लांट करेंगे अंदर.
With
ओए अरे
crazy
गया गया
actions,
गया.
What did he even do? That's 5
कैसे?
seconds into the round and you've lost 2 players.
They even put the slow in to stop that exact play from happening. Sweet blast packs up top on the box. So aggressive.
ओ
If
भाई.
anything, that slow tells you they know you're doing this, or they are looking here. They are waiting for this kind of play. And do you think he gave a damn? In for 2, out for 2, and BBL on the 5v3, sitting
VCD
pretty,
coach
no need to
बोलते.
overextend anymore. And like this is where they do just sit back. Let
हमें
them
चाहिए
execute in.
EWC coach.
But if 100 teams get on site, they have got a Viper's Pit to work with.
Lovers Rock, though, that Viper's Pit might not be dead for long. Okay, Crows won that fight. Looked like he was dead to rights.
हक दिया अनियोन ने.
Regress back towards LaRock, though. Seems like
भाई
a
ये
risky
मार
game,
रहा है
but he's
फिर.
back in that same sort of form we saw in the last map. 13-5 right now. Every fight he takes seems to go his way, and he's repositioned back towards where they're moving once again. 2 more kills for the ace, but again, Crows managed to shut him down. The one player to do damage for 100 Thieves in this round, but can they convert that into a victory?
25
2v3
seconds
है.
left.
2v3
It's been a great
winnable
round
है.
for Cryo so far. Some banging
Winnable.
shots hit. But as we hit 15, they've wrapped back around to B main. There is a decent chance that Loida will swing this wide to look for information without even going for the jump peek, and they might be able to catch him. But now they seem to have the information. Crossover.
अरे.
Asuna at least able to find one. This plant won't get him the res, but the kill would. Rose walking out, knows the time's on his side. Even if he fell, the round would be theirs. He knew it. And so the lead extends for BBL. Great try, though, in the 2v5. And considering what LaRock's been able to do at the start of this.
Well, this is the fun thing with him is he's blast packing before the slow. So he knows it's coming. That's him predicting how they're going to play this. But there's more than one way. A lot of the time you see a slow and a flash, or a slow and a smoke, or a flash and a smoke. If he would be likely in front of the flash because of how far forward he is up on the box. So no matter what they've thrown at him there, he gets a 1v1 fight. Now, I don't think he's going to be able to do that again because they'll be pre-firing him. And in fact, he won't be able to do it again because they've decided, you know what, I'm not about that life. I'm going to the other side of the map.
And at least on the other side of the map, you've only got Lover's Rock to worry about. You've only got all that utility from Kreven to deal with. Already, they're going to lose a man. Dimatino, the one who's broken open every site they've made
Omen
towards.
Omen गया.
These back lines, even on those low buy rounds. Now another hero.
Timing गड़बड़ हो गई थोड़ी.
Numbers are their
गया.
advantage.
ओ भाई. गलत बोल रहा हूँ बे. जो बोल रहा हूँ वही हो रहा है.
Listen. 5v3.
गए दोनों गए. वो दोनों गए.
Bold maneuver. That's also a bold
भाई वो
maneuver.
दोनों
They're
गए.
pushing one by one. Oh, Kreven, don't break my heart. He waits and he misses. Oh, God. It was a 5v3 moments ago. And 100 Thieves did nothing to pull this back into their favor except sit and wait for their opponents to make mistakes. Loida, give up. Run for the hills. They've rezzed. It's a man advantage ×2 for 100 Thieves. And Lover's Rock's got to be the one to bring this back into their favor. He's given them a chance. But with the pit in play, they're probably going to commit it.
Oh, at this stage, you might as well. Like, it's been a struggle to get through these rounds. As said, for 100 Thieves, 4 might even be enough. And instead for Loiter, he's got one hell of a challenge on his hands. Both players walking up towards it. First goes his way. And that's the pit down. Now he has an even fight versus Arsena. A round that looked like it was thrown away, but they might just still be able to take it waiting on the other side. And Loiter will bring it home anyway. It doesn't matter that they seem to throw it away. BBL have players with such depth of talent that they can take it anyway.
Oh, they've just wiped the fingerprints. There's no evidence of what happened there. That should have been one of the easier closeouts for this squad. They were set up for success right away, and one by one, they pushed, they peaked, they missed, they whiffed. This fell apart. But luckily, they had the players in Lover's Rock and in Loida to close this one out. keep that lead going, because this was 100 Thieves' chance to make this a legitimate half, to at least have 4 on the board. But for BBL, that
ओ भाई जाता दिख रहा है,
milestone
जाता
of
दिख रहा है, तो
8
जाता दिख रहा है,
is
जाता
within
दिख रहा है.
reach. In fact, it can get so much better.
Yeah, they're pretty good at the defensive side, although the way they're winning some of these rounds, I enjoy watching the moment they clutch. Everything they do before that,
Yeah.
a little bit annoying. Exhibit A of walking into a smoke with a shorty versus a low buy round. Cool. You know, no respect is given. It has to be earned. BBL will teach that to anybody they play against.
Player already through the wall. But the majority of that was just to clear out the utility, and now it's worked wonderfully as a bait. The showstopper gets burned up by LaRock, thinking that they were ready to execute into that B site. With 3 players on A, they were worried. Hold on, look at the position of Vora. He's sneaking his way up through the vents, and Rose just walked back from main to cover it. In the nick of time, he's realized where the snake in the grass was, and they've got one of their own. Lloyd has walked up. He's in vents. He is behind them in the sewers. They're in vents walking out, and he spotted it. This is going to be the quickest flank that they could dream of, and we might have seen whiffs today, but this man's not one to let these opportunities slip. 2 under his belt. They might get a rifle
क्या
out of
कर
that.
दिया बे?
With 20 seconds on the clock, 3 players on B in a 2v4. This one should be a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way in hell they get this plant down. LaRock's still going to swing, and he's going to get both headshots anyway. There's the marker of 8. I'll be honest, at 3-0 down, I had very little faith that they would be able to get to 8 rounds. Maybe 8 was the best, because I didn't expect them to win round 4 with pistols.
ये तो बहुत बड़ी
But
गड़बड़
ever
हो रही
since
है.
that moment, we have seen the step up of the individuals. We've seen Loiter popping off. We've seen that space taken, similarly to what we got on Lotus, where they are just disrespecting the amount of map control that their opponents can hold. And for 100 Thieves, they at least want to get 1 towards the end of the half. Nobody wants to win, or sorry, lose 9 rounds in a row.
Oh, showstopper, Timotino! He had the wall to help him close the distance quicker, but Lover's Rock closes out the kills. 2 under his belt. As 100 Thieves try desperately to recover, they push into LaRock, who's hitting again and again. A flawless from BBL. This is 100 Thieves map pick,
क्या कर रहे हैं
but
ये?
this battleground belongs to BBL, at least in the first half.
Yeah, I think I'd be scratching my head as well. Like, it's crazy that you go. They are one of the few teams that I think we can watch that they go into a map that's their map choice, lose it close in OT, and I don't have to sit there and go, do you think they're going to be mentally boomed? Like, they've gone 3-0 down after losing their own map choice, and then they've gone, right, should we just win 9 rounds in a row? Like, all it takes, it seems, is a small spark of like, hey, maybe we shouldn't have won that. And everybody's back. Everybody's getting aggressive, pushing angles that they shouldn't. And on this map, a map that has been so good for 100 Thieves over the last few months, they're getting boomed by a team that ultimately has taken way more map control than they should ever be able to get.
I think you can tell from the very get-go. So first of all, Timotino, on the last map, the C-side takes from him. Timotino was taking back sight.
इसे zoom out करना.
He was diving in scot-free 9 times out of 10 with huge amounts of success. But the other takeaway was LaRock on that first map. Some of the shots he was hitting, you saw the confidence build round on round. You saw him start to connect. It genuinely looked like he got new mouse drivers or something. I don't know how he was able to snap so quickly. And when you see him having a day like that, you know that's not going to disappear map to map. That's going to be a problem that you have to deal with. And 100 Thieves, they just can't match what he's putting down right now. As well as, I will say, some moments like that from Rose where, like, they get hella lucky. Kraven's left on 3 HP. That would have been a 2v2 with a rifle recovered. And instead, they narrowly miss out. That first burst of the shorty decided the round. And for 100 Thieves, any one of those moments going their way, and this is a much tighter scoreline. This is a much more difficult second half for BBL. But now 9-3, it kind of feels like a formality, especially if BBL take the pistol.
9-3 कर सकेगा.
Yeah, for sure. I would say that a pistol round for 100 Thieves, in a normal case, I wouldn't be too worried that they could still do this on the defensive side. I think they've proven that this is an incredibly strong map for them. But it's just that momentum. Like, that's the thing that is always most terrifying with BBL, with Turkish rosters in general. When you've got LaRock Lovers Rock, and hey, let's just say at this point, every single member of their team having highlight moments time and time again. I'm now looking at you to find that same sort of resilience, find that same breakback that they have shown. Well, a pistol round, a chance to bring it back to 9-5. And as said, like, from what we've seen over the last 3 times BBL played this map, they have managed maximum 2 attack side rounds. So a pistol round would genuinely get them halfway there.
On the walkout from Rose, he's being spotted. Those spams coming very close. He's 35 HP as he fades away from middle, making it out. But Lovers Rock is not so lucky. 1 man down already, lots of damage done. And yes, that's the same for Vora, of course. With the Sage close by. And he'll come online later. In fact, no, it won't. Vora's being put to bed. Timotino also falling. The nade. They have to be desperately careful with Bang being on 9 HP.
Way back to group up with Rose. They just wait. Like the answer might just be to wait. So with how far he's got, yeah, they're going to go all the way back around the spawn. The only thing will be if Rose overplays his hand, but I think he's playing it perfectly. Into that spawn position. Cryo definitely got some doubts, but do you check to your right? That could be the defining factor of this round. He gets the kill onto Rose, and maybe it turns, but no, why would he? And Rose isn't just going to go for one. He's making sure there's nobody else. The remaining players towards the heavens, though, make things interesting. A nice shot that drops the spike. LaRock has to go back and get that, and if he could deny it, maybe that'll be enough to win the round instead. Does he know the second player is there? He does, and while falling gets the kill. A 1v3, left all on to Bang, but it's LaRock again. This man does not want to lose today.
Oh yeah, look, when it comes to that late round scrapping, I don't think there's a chance that LaRock's dropping the ball. You have got to be quick on the trigger, or he is taking you out. And it was, I think it was 1 hit to the Sheriff on the rounding of the corner as well. A lot of damage done in that initial fight. And for BBL, that round win, it's fairly damning. 100 Thieves should have next to no chance of coming back into this one. Like, winning the pistol, it's a long road ahead of you. But now double digits for BBL, a team that thrives off of momentum, and they've now won 10 rounds in a row. This is going to be one hell of a task, even just to slow these youngsters down.
I think everything.
भाई कितना aggressive खेल रहे हैं? बहुत aggressive है, बहुत aggressive है, बहुत aggressive है.
They've got the players on the right side of the map, but it's completely irrelevant. A long-range shotgun being utilized.
Plan for LaRock, 1 away from Showstopper.
Gonna get it one way or another, it seems, and it's gonna plant towards the end of the round. Squeaky clean, only one player lost. The Marshal immediately retrieved, and as I said, it's a good map for 100 Thieves, but unless they've got one hell of a streak, this one is looking like we're going to a third.
And again, you saw at the end, as you said, Tom, that late round plank coming through. So we're 1 away from a showstopper coming into the next round. Now that is going to be devastating considering how on the ball LaRock has already been. You think about him having the ability to, well, look, a showstopper last half was pretty impactful, you could say. Well, I imagine it's something 100 Thieves will be fearful of. Yeah, and often you talk about it as sort of the ability to bridge the gap of the lighter buy. Well, BBL don't have a lighter buy. There's 1 stinger, and other than that, everyone's got everything that they need.
You know, light by kiya? Oh, फंस गया.
Seeing, and of course, a man who literally isn't missing right now is LaRock.
Oh
he managed to
my
end the round
God.
already. 100 Thieves have to make a decision, and that decision is made for them. They're being pushed, but they brought it back at least a little bit. Heal will be there.
Gaya. Achha.
And honestly, although this is a plant and a man down at this scoreline, you got to go for it.
There is no saving, yeah. Maybe we can win 9 in a row. Not often going to work.
गए भाई, दोनों गए.
He's securing the round. He's making sure even if they do cancel this retake, there will be no opportunity to carry those weapons through the next round. And the time surely already too far gone. Certainly with 2 players having access to heaven, with the plant being that open.
2v2.
Just stick it. No, they need to stick it. Surely there. Finally,
1v1.
the stick's coming through, but it should be too little, too late. The time
Oh
already
my
too far
God.
gone for Asuna.
They
They let go of it.
He had to.
Indeed. Forced into it, and now
Oh,
BBL in an
yaar.
opportunity to close this out in extremely
उसने अच्छा निकाला था.
dominant fashion.
Yeah, well, it turns out if you get a lot of rounds in the first half, you then win the pistol and second round, and then you win the bonus. By the way, in the last 3 times they played, this will be the most attack rounds they've actually managed to achieve, and they've only played 3 of them. So yeah, I think a squad that has hit their stride at the perfect moment, 100 Thieves on their own map choice, have gone completely missing. But you know what, Mitch? A fantastic time to take a pause.
You always say
nine rounds down.
You always say that. You know, let the opponent hit 12,
Look,
call your pause.
I learned my lesson.
Love it.
All gamers have proved to me that even if you're facing against map point, you need to win, what was it, 7 rounds in a row. Sometimes you take a pause and you win 6. Or maybe in this time, they'll take a pause and they'll win 9.
I can see that. You started to believe in your own BS. I love that.
Yeah.
I love when that happens. It was a stun from Lovers Rock that really got them into that site. The relay bolt that hit, Vora was completely caught by it. And the beautiful thing is, Lovers Rock doesn't even care. He ran past him and said, LaRock, didn't you need an orb, bro? Grab it. Showstopper activated, up into heaven. Like, it looked so clean. That looked like SEAL Team 6 action from BBL. And this is a team that has looked very disjointed at times because they play aggressive. They love to play aggressive. And like we said, sometimes that's their downfall. But in this situation, not so much. 12-3, a 9-round gap to recover for 100 Thieves. And what we said in the last one, they stole the map. This would be highway robbery if they were to get anywhere close.
Ooh.
If LaRock gets 1 kill
अच्छा
before
पड़ा
Lovers
उस
Rock, he
पे
has double the kills of the second highest player in the server. That's all you really need to know about how this game is going. We saw this yesterday, that LaRock just hit a different gear to everybody else. There was a reason why, even when they were the Ascension champions, that teams came looking to see if they could steal this youngster away. He has the potential to be one of the best players in the world. And right now, you are witnessing exactly that. Even still,
इसे मारना पड़ेगा,
Rose
इसलिए
going walkabouts
nice.
will be lost. I think for 100 Thieves, even just not losing 13 rounds in a row would probably help out the mental a little bit. They've taken that pause. They've got some inspiring, or I hope inspiring, words.
I don't think they get the music, Tom. So,
you know,
it will have to be, the speech will have to be a little bit better.
मारना पड़ेगा 2 को मारना पड़ेगा 2 को मारना पड़ेगा 2 को नहीं
I said it, bro. I feel like we need to check his drivers. Something's being installed. He is playing in a way I've not seen in a long time. Word.exe's got the whole PowerPoint loaded in.
भाई रेस का गेम है
At least Timotino's here. He's holding the cross. Will he deal
Oh,
with
नहीं.
Of course he won't. This guy is on a tear all day long. We saw it 5 rounds into the last map. He was hitting shots that we don't see all too often. And a good game turns to a great one. As
1v1
rely on LaRock. I thought the game was over, and of course it is! 4 for LaRock, 13-3, and decimation on map number 2. BBL battled and brawled on the first map, but the second was a straight execution.
भाई
Yeah, you have to wonder
क्या
now,
कर
would
दिया
this have been a
बे क्या
13-0
कर
if they
दिया
won the pistol round? That is 13 rounds in a row for BBL. A squad
तो
that,
हमने जो
again,
इसमें
lost their
assume
own
किया
map
था
choice
इसका
in OT for the second time, come into the second map as if absolutely nothing happened. By the way, that was picked by 100 Thieves. You lost 13 rounds in a row on your own map choice. I don't know what I've just witnessed. And LaRock is making statement plays
100
after
Thieves
statement plays. Maybe the best player in the tournament right now. We'll have to see, because there is going to be a third map, honestly. I think the break is going to be taken by 100 Thieves just to try and completely reset, because that was just bullying.
Absolutely.
RRQ के साथ बुरा हुआ यार 0-2 एडवर्ड गेमिंग ले गई.
Any attention from you, Mitch, is always great. Great call so far in the 1-1 as BBL come storming back in emphatic fashion. There is not a single doubt that they belong, and whoever wins this qualifier match into the playoffs is a force to be reckoned with. Welcome back here, Digon, alongside Bea, and of course, big time. I'm sorry, I went with Bea instead of.
You can call me Bea. It is indeed my name, Daniel.
Oh, that's true. That's also my name, and that's Morgan.
This is Morgan.
Team of professional
You might
guys.
know
My
him as
goodness.
Tyler as well.
He also gonna be Tyler.
Depends on the day.
Yeah, true.
BBL came and did not care whose name was on the other side. LaRock popped off here.
I mean, they got LaRocked. It's
बहुत
that
बड़ा।
simple. That was an insane performance from him. Absolutely unbelievable. He ends 29-8 in a 13-3. That's phenomenal. You don't see numbers like that. For them to do it on 100 Thieves map choice as well. Coming into this, we said, this is going to be tough for them. Wow, it's going to be a difficult mountain to climb. 100 Thieves been so good. BBL been so bad here. But it doesn't even matter when they play like this.
They didn't stand a chance, did they?
Oh,
I
it
think
wasn't
that first half, how easy things were being for Lovers Rock with the operator,
Yeah.
how seamless it was for LaRock, for Loita, for Rose, for all of them to push and eat that terrain. And I was sitting next to you being like, I knew that the defense was not going to be a problem. I didn't expect the 9 rounds in a row. And then when we swapped onto the other, the fact that BBL was able to carry that performance onto the second half and close it with those 13 rounds in a row. Do not get me wrong. Like, you forget that pistol, this was a 13-0.
Yeah.
In my eyes, this is a 13-0.
Exactly. It just can't get more dominant than this. Realistically, I love how they approach this defender side. It is so aggressive. They're always shutting the map down for 100 Thieves. They're pushing, they're flanking, they're making things difficult. 100 Thieves tried to have that slower, more of a controlled style to their comps, but it couldn't work here on Split.
And there's something also that is very important. Do you remember that on map 1, we were speaking about the Viper and walking around the Viper wall and what that gives you? You can really tell that EMEA will still run a lot of the Viper here on Split, because in many of those occasions, you could see BBL using 100 Thieves Viper wall against them and taking advantage of what it was bringing out for them. And, brilliant performance. I wonder, though, how the mental state is for 100 Thieves going on to Haven, because as Tom was saying, this was their map pick. They decided to go to Split. They thought that this is where they could have an easier time against BBL.
And we're absolutely blown out. No question about it here.
What is that?
The aggression
What
was
is that?
not
LaRock is hitting every shot, and you just open the wall. One by one. He stopped shooting now.
This team is just so fun to watch when they play like this. It's spectacular looking Valorant. LaRock just lit up this server, and it's so hard when there's an absolute Goliath on the other side. It just feels like you can't play. You feel so restricted. Even when they're in these good situations, these advantages, BBL always found a way to swing it in their favor.
It is almost insulting. Like, at that point, it's like LaRock had plot armor, had triple plot armor in so many of those situations. The margin is so tiny, so it's like the spike going off. They know there's only one. Like, turning around the man disadvantage is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, 21 plus 21 in the 29-8 there for LaRock.
That's more than years he has.
Kind of
years old he is.
Yeah, again, right? It just shows how good that performance was. And 100 Thieves on the opposite side, they've got to go ahead and bounce back. I think it's just tough when you have a performance like that. Asuna and the boys got to figure it out here, because they were the ones that did not opt for that double duelist that BBL did. And you're thinking, okay, we should be fine with it. Okay, we lose some rounds. We got 3 at the start. Maybe once we're on defense, never got it going. Those 13 in a row will be a nice feather in the cap for BBL as they head on over to map number 3. Haven coming up next. Winner qualifies the playoffs here for EWC 2026. Don't go anywhere. We'll have that final map after this short break.
Hello everybody and welcome. We have got Rose and Loita here for a little game. We are going to let them choose from a bunch of 10 sprays in their hands to respond to a bunch of prompts. If they both choose the same spray, they get a point and their synergy goes up. All right, boys, are you ready?
Yes. Yep.
Fantastic. Let's get the first one done. How would you react if I told you you've got to be up tomorrow at 5 a.m.?
Okay, wait. Let me think.
And now look at each other's.
I was thinking maybe I should choose this one.
These are the two perfect answers for it.
Yeah.
You get to the venue. You're ready to start scrims. Okay. But hold on. One of the other players is missing. They overslept. They're still in bed.
Oh, okay. Okay, mine is ready.
Okay.
Mine is ready too.
Yours is ready too. All right,
Yes.
boys, please show the camera what you've chosen. And now let's take a look at each other's. There's a
Hey,
first point on the board.
Our first point.
Yeah. How would you feel if you got here? You arrived to Paris, you're waiting at the luggage belt, and your bag never arrives.
Just think basic, Loita.
Oh, it's a very similar vibe. Take a look. It's a similar vibe.
Like,
You're on-
guys, I don't wanna like use bag for this game. I don't wanna choose this one every time, you know?
Yeah,
like the
yeah, yeah.
Brimstone. Loita, stop it.
Okay.
How did you feel when you first found out that Neon was going to be nerfed?
I found it.
Yeah, me too.
Show the camera how you felt. And now take a look at each other's. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, finally, Rion, finally. Oh,
How would you react if you asked somebody to drop you in a buy round? You want a Vandal, but they give you a Sheriff. Oh, take a look.
NT.
Sage comes in and revives you, but you're in the sight lines of two enemies. Lock it in, boys. Show the camera what you've chosen. And now show each other. Another on the board.
Brimstone is like me. This thing.
Yeah. If you make it to a grand final of an international event and you see your opponent is PRX.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Oh no!
Oh!
Rose just had that! He
Oh,
just put
really?
it back!
No way!
All right, you're about to go into an official match. And then Riot drops a patch, a big patch, the night before your official game.
I think this one is obvious again. Of course, it's that.
Ooh, take a look.
No way,
Rose.
bro. Come on,
I knew
no
Rose
way.
wasn't gonna like that. All right, boys, for the next one, you're in scrims.
Yes.
There's a quiet moment. Just outside your headset, you hear that one of your teammates just farted. How do you react?
You should know that, man.
Loita's picking the crying one again. And now show each other.
Yes,
Let's
finally,
go.
finally,
You were
finally.
doubting yourself.
Yes.
You're on the finish line. You're going to turn back, bro.
Oh.
How do you feel when you find out that next up, you've got a content piece with Janiro?
I'm ready.
Okay?
I'm ready too.
Boys, please show the camera
This one.
and show each other. Well done.
Yes, half an hour, as I said.
Welcome back to EWC 2026. Here in our first qualifier match of Group A, we're going the distance all the way to Haven between BBL and 100 Thieves. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And first one, a little tight, went to overtime. Second one, stomped by BBL 13 rounds in a row after dropping the first 3. I feel like it's so hard to try and predict what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I mean, I think for BBL, they'll be feeling so good. Obviously, when you come off a huge momentum win like that, it feels amazing. It's also because it's so reminiscent of their previous series against EDG, of they lose that Lotus, then they steal their opponent's map pick, and we saw them win that map 3. They know that they've been there, done that, so I think they'll be on Cloud9 right now.
I still want to see what is it that BBL is going to do with Haven, because back in EMEA, we had the situation, right?
Yeah.
We kind of like all agreed the breach was not going to be played. All of us, but BBL, right? And then LaRock was playing the breach there on that map. It worked for a couple of times just because LaRock is just so incredibly good, and also because it allowed Lovers Rock to just play Jet the way that he wanted to. But they know, I think, and they've gotten to the conclusion that things need to change, they need to evolve, they need to move forward, most importantly. So really looking forward to see what is in this Haven. Again,
अब
the
decider
preparation for
match
what
Heaven
is
में.
remaining of the year is the most important thing for all of
देख
them.
कौन
Look,
जीतता है,
for
कौन
me,
जीतता
if I see LaRock after that performance go pick breach, I will unplug his PC myself. That's unacceptable for this. I want to see him on the duelist. I want to see him be aggressive. I want to see him use his momentum, not stand there holding a stun. That's no good for anybody.
And also, what is happening on the other side? I know that they're in the qualifier, they were using a different composition. I saw that Cryo was playing with the chamber. I'd be very down for that.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be having some very good chambers.
As you brought up earlier, this is their first loss across EWC qualifiers
Literally.
and now here at the main event. So kind of wonder, are you glass cannon where you do great when things are going great? How do you deal with adversity? How do you deal when you drop a game? Because this is a team that is full of potential, hasn't fully realized it to the level that you'd expect.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But I will say, yes, they've been on a very good run throughout EWC, but 100 Thieves are not unfamiliar with the concept of losing. They've been known to lose in the past, and they've been able to bounce back. So it's not the end of the road for them by any means.
I don't know if that was Pacific U or EMEA U, but that was definitely not America's U. They're big time.
That doesn't exist.
No.
That does not exist.
Not at all.
Where's the, I want to see China big time, but we'll get there eventually. Maybe on another series. For the side of 100 Thieves, I still think that it is way better to lose 13-3, as in, like, listen, they destroyed us. To we were battling for an hour. We tried everything. Swing rounds went one way or another. No, listen, okay, the map just happened. We only need to focus on Haven. Think about that, Lotus. Think about the way that you were controlling the map. 3 sites just on this map as well. You need to treat it the same way. But the question is, are the tools going to be the same? What are you going to be facing up against?
Yeah, I mean, for me, for 100 Thieves, I really want to see Cryo run this chamber, man. He's been so good at this agent for a long time. A real signature for him, and bringing it out on Haven is a real nice fit.
And something that worked very, very well against RRQ, who, by the way, is already on their way home.
Yep.
Let's cheer for 100
Thieves. He should be playing, you know, if they keep going with that composition that they were playing throughout the qualifiers. Asuna would also be on that Phoenix. Still, to me, the bigger question stands. Are BBL just going to run what they were running in the qualifier that was Jet Phoenix with LaRock playing the Phoenix and just run it like that?
Yeah, there we go.
It looks like it is.
Got it coming in. This is much better. I'm happy to see LaRock on a Phoenix and not a breach. I would have punched the monitor. But over on the side of 100 Thieves, still waiting for the final picks to come in
No,
here.
Cryo, come on. But I understand that you kind of think of this team and you think of a stopping power, seriously, any stopping power, maybe a way to gather that information. 3 out of 3 maps. BBL starting on the defense, and it's been looking so good for them. Definitely the favorite side for them so far in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand if they want to swap Cryo to this Cypher, it makes sense. It's good against that Neon and the Phoenix. No verticality there, and it's also good for helping to contain and get information on those defender side pushes that BBL are so known for. But it does mean you're losing out on that firepower. His chamber is electric, and I can't help but feel like 100 Thieves need a hero to get that momentum for them after a disappointing map 2.
I mean, all that I'm looking for here is the middle brawls. That's what I want to see round after round to see who comes out on top.
Mirror match in terms of composition. Asuna moving away, played that Sage on the last map, specific to split. Now back onto the Phoenix. He and the rest of 100 Thieves try to continue their successful ways against BBL, who have been on fire. So easy on the eyes to watch with their gameplay. Let's see how they do it with 3 different sites to attacks on Haven. For the call on our final map here, let's send it back on over to Tom and Mitch.
Easy on the eyes, Tom. Funny, that's how I describe Dagon, but it's time to get into this matchup. Map number 3, after a dominant bounce back from BBL with the backbreaker on split, now there's an opportunity for this to be the saving grace of this series after a shaky start on their first map where BBL, they were 4-0 down, they bounced back, and it was resurgence after resurgence only for it to end in 100 Thieves' hands in overtime. But after a dominant map win, the question now that you said you never ask of BBL, like that? We now ask of 100 Thieves. That was their choice, and they lost 13 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I think most of what we will have seen in the break is not going to be about strategy coming into this map or like the plan that you have overall or what you could do to beat BBL. It's mostly going to be about making sure that the team are reset and ready and raring to go, because to go 3-0 up and lose 13-3, that's not an easy way to bounce back. A lot of damage done early, but the first pick is the way of 100 Thieves. But look at the HP. It's going to be easy. Arsenal are able to heal himself up a little bit, but they're walking into an aggressive position from Feel like he needs maybe slightly more than one, but he's played it so well. He's walked past. He looks the player a little bit deeper. The next one should be for free, though. Now the smokes are gone. Players already in position. And this pistol round looking a little risky. Risky. Rose has just jumped out the window. It can only be one.
That I couldn't believe when I saw him stood on the edge of the ledge. I thought there's no way.
I thought he was going to wait for his teammate, not just jump.
The thing was, the timing could not have been better. The second that he dropped, his opponent turned away. Look, Asuna, the literal second that player emerges from the smoke, Asuna has just turned to look at the spawn, and so Rose gets a double for free. 3 in the pistol for the IGL, and well, we had our conversations about slow starts from Rose. Anything but that. Lights out in the pistol, and that's 14 rounds in a row for BBL now. When you think about that last map. 100 Thieves.
देखा नहीं उसने?
Where they have that road to recovery well paved. They are coming in with just pistols, a very light buy, and even two kills is now getting. Oh, this is getting spooky.
They've made it interesting, that's for sure. Lovers Rock's position has been gone completely under the radar. And, well, eventually, he is going to be dealt with. An incredibly costly round, but now it even gets to a point of an opportunity. Never mind. Craven there to save the day, make sure that that one doesn't get too far out of control. And although it's incredibly costly and a good round, it's still a round for BBL. And I kind of want to give you a little bit of information. That you know what's good about being in the venue, being around the players? Sometimes you bump into them, maybe on your way to the bathroom. And one of them, who was running, as he does in-game as well, was Lovers Rock.
No scope
As he ran past me, he went, how was that, watching the best player in the world? Talking about his teammate LaRock, obviously.
Yes, yes.
And my response was, are you sure he's not cheating? Because that performance, I think he ended up on like 470-something ACS, 29 kills. I don't think he's had to do anything yet. That was the hero op.
That's the op in this buy. I just don't know what I'm watching sometimes.
He's not the best player in the world in this team, was
They go from being such a well-oiled machine, 13 rounds in a row with, yes, some shakier performances, but a lot of aggression that was tempered on Split. We talked about how different Split and Lotus aggression is because there's less space, there's less avenues, and this time he shift walks through a smoke with an op. Yeah, listen, Rose is pissed right now. Decent damage, all things considered. Wow, it's like, what is this guy? Lloyd has LaRock got his hand on his mouse. A wrap around now, 30 HP, a chance to make this
nice.
close. That's 3 kills already. A
He didn't
third
see him.
found, but a fourth might evade him. Bang!
Oh,
Flying under the radar around the backside. It works out, but that is way closer than it should have been. The good thing is, finally, the streak of 15 has come to an end.
Oh, yeah, that's the silver lining. I'm pretty sure they inted the beginning of the round and then just basically were like, okay, now give Loiter a chance to try and clutch that one out because, yeah, they just got wrecked in the initial phase. And then this guy, it's like he toggled, just starts wall-banging players with a Sheriff, like the individual aim. But, yeah, I genuinely, it does feel like it's important. If they had lost that round, I would have basically just called this series done. Instead, there's some vulnerabilities on the other side, but they actually don't need the operator in this round because of the fact that so many players died. There's now light shields on 4 of the 5.
Yeah, we've seen things slipping at times for 100 Thieves. Now BBL are the ones slipping behind enemy lines with 3 players. A very fast rotation into that back lines, but the run it back, it's unavoidable at this stage.
Nice.
The first man past the trap, good kill. Cryo falling means the trap now gone. Backup coming his way, 2 already found.
मारना पड़ेगा उसको.
He was about to take that fight on short, but realizes he has to group with his team, but they have no safe haven to fight from. Down below in hell, they've got trouble for Timotino. He's able to at least get one. But still the backside surrounded. How he's still getting out with more. That's a huge round from Timotino, right when they needed him most.
Nice.
Fights back on every front.
Yeah, he's celebrating as well. He's getting loud.
He should be for that round.
I think they need to. That's one of those ones where it felt like it was slipping away from them. The fact that again, Loiter,
ये जो picks गए थे ना 2-3, ये तो बहुत गलत गए थे.
And it looked like that round was about to crumble away up until Timotino clutches it out, brings it home, and levels them up 2-2. No crazy streak of rounds for BBL in this scenario. But you always have to be careful versus those pistols. We saw it. The way they started that streak was with the pistols.
ये जाना चाहिए.
Shying away from
Oh my.
As much as We often write home about these rounds for BBL, about players like Krevin. I like the attempt to spam the drone going through. Considering they're spreading out like this, playing the default, it's not somewhere I'm anticipating a lot of impact. Interestingly though, the cage...
ओए होए 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 क्या मारा है क्या मारा है
They're never going to see that coming, but it doesn't get the reveal off in time, so no punish, and now the reveal in the corner leaves Krevin isolated and dealt with. Loida dove on the backside.
भाई टीमोटिनो मार रहा है
As we said, not a whole lot to work with when it comes to this round. In general, you see how quickly they crumble in the heads-up duels.
देख लिया उसने देखा उसने देखा देखा देखा
Oh, I was going to say that one should be even easier, but 5 HP. Lovers Rock gets a chance to make this a little more costly on the exits if he wants. I do think, though, as this round goes on, 100 Thieves are just going to leave if it comes down to it. They're not going to be baited into going down to the spike or anything like that. So in terms of actually getting damage, it will be difficult. That's a good start. No one else one-shot, though. Unless it's a headshot, of course.
Now waiting to try and die to the spike, but you know that 100 Thieves want those orbs. Arsenal in particular didn't find.
Nice.
It's a little bit close for comfort, but he is going to get that extra orb towards the Phoenix ult. An important one at that. Looking like already they're back. 3 rounds in a row. Seeming a lot more comfortable on Haven. And again, another map where we have seen some struggles for the side of BBL. I would say that going into this map, it is intriguing that both Split and Haven were in there.
बचा
in one avenue that Split, clearly they put some work in. And also if The Rock, I think, hits the highest ACS of the tournament so far, which is actually pretty close, because I think Starzo had 450, but that only lasted a day.
Oh, nice early aggression from the defensive side. This is what we were waiting to see in previous maps. It took them a while to pull it out, and now a full-on blitz.
भाई उन्होंने push कर दिया इतना aggress किया.
Thieves scratching their heads. They looked a little bit overwhelmed by what just came their way. And you'd think after 2 maps of facing BBL, you'd get used to it.
It's crazy that you can win 3 rounds in a row and then lose a round in 10 seconds. That is what it's like playing against BBL. They use a Hunter's Fury and then they just run at them. And even though they lose the opening pick, I don't even think there was a split second in any of the players' minds like, should I fall back? No, it's like we have committed to whatever the play is. I think it makes Rose's job as an IGL easier in circumstances like that. Not easier overall, because sometimes his players just decide to swing everyone, but in a round where you plan to push, everybody is on the same page. Yep. Early fake being sold by the attack inside. But with the trips not being hit, that ruse, well, it is going to give them Rose. Rose goes looking, and there was a rotation coming back. In fact, the question will be, will Lovers Rock be there in time? No, the Molotov will deny.
All crucial time and in a post plant with a Hunter's Fury online, and a Sova sitting towards long with his back protected as well. This becomes a very difficult round for BBL. Dealing with the first players on site will be one thing. As long as Vora isn't peak, because he is peaking right now. He's giving a chance, and Lovers Rock does not need too many chances to walk away with the kills. Now the trap down already. Flank will be a concern, but everyone's coming straight from the spawn. A heads-up duel with LaRock now on the flank around. Timotino had no idea there was a player behind him. They've managed to section this down to just 1. The Hunter's Fury practically useless at this point. Caught in the corner. He's brought into a 1v1, but that flash saved the day. With LaRock having just enough time here to take this one across the line. It will be 4 in favor of BBL. The lead just about maintained.
Yeah, real nice try from Vor in that late round scenario, right? Using the Hunter's Fury there would have almost definitely been his demise, being stuck in the corner, and he would have basically needed to kill both of them with it within a second, but especially considering how this started. Like the swing back in gave them that additional little bit of space. I think Lovers Rock does well in this round, but again, it's the response. Found by BBL, lead extended, the 3-round gap, or blip. Look at what's left in the hands of the attacking side. And the thing is, Lovers Rock knows it. His sniper is in hand for that exact reason, although he has missed one of the players, but there is a drone. Is the drone...
Ooh!
That could be a problem.
Looks like they're going to commit to that fight. Molly from LaRock cancels drone out. Other
nice.
side. Rose is the one to take Timotino down.
Nahi.
the man who has been so reliable in those fights, but for 100 Thieves, a good chance in garage, but the setup immediately activated. Well, the flash catching Krevin, but that's neither here nor there. This has pretty much sealed the deal of the round. It connected a W already, and another flash should guarantee it. Look at Bang, he couldn't see a damn thing.
अच्छा मारा.
The thing is as well, I was looking at that from Lover's Rock perspective. He missed both of his shots. I was like, he's going to run it in with a shorty. What I didn't realize was LaRock was going to do exactly the same thing out of the door. So I left him with nowhere to go. From a 3-round fight back to some more rounds going the other way. It's time
बोला
for
था
100
टाइम आउट
Thieves to take a
जाएगा
timeout.
अब उसके
I
बाद
think
100
they've
ही
already
निकालेंगे
how quickly the game can get out of control.
At least
it really does feel that sometimes
6-6.
you want to have those pauses called.
At least 6-6 जाएगा 6-6 जाएगा.
They start
Volume
getting
ज़्यादा आ रही है क्या?
confident, taking space away from you.
Hello.
They definitely shouldn't
ठीक
be
है?
able to get
अब
consistently.
ठीक है? ठीक है.
But then I also feel that there's the other side of the coin, that the second you take the pause, BBL go, we got him. We are in their heads at this stage. We know that they are feeling the pressure. And if anything, I almost feel like the next round's going to be even more aggressive.
Well, it has worked. It has worked every time, on every map. The aggressive plays, sometimes it's a little bit too much for BBL, but it is feast or famine for these guys, and often the table is plentifully filled. At this point, there's no reason to change it up. And look at the minimap. 4 players towards the C site at the start of the round. Now, you will not see this very often. This will be an immediate push down. And what we can see is that 100 Thieves have 2 players outside the C site, one of which has the spike. If BBL are pacey on this, they could already set themselves up for success in the round. In fact, they're waiting. They're waiting for a signal to send utility through. That's the player's gone and the spike down, but the trap from Bang is sprung. The TP was stuck into the back side and no one was paying attention. He's flown under the radar. He's emerged from the shadows and become a nightmare for BBL as he's found 3 already. That means that Lloyd is completely isolated, trapped on long. Yes, he has the spike, but he's got some hungry mouths looking to take a bite out of him. Lloyd down. This round has crumbled. It looked like they had the right read, the right play. But in the end, their own trap sprung on them. Unless Krevin can make this work, he needs to get out of here alive. And okay, a 1v2.
Managed to deny the plant for the moment. But it will go down for Bang. This has been his round. That TP stuck was a gamble, but it was a gamble that saved them from certain demise. And now for Krevin. Ability. All on the other side of the map. Nothing to play with, and they will peek him together to make sure that that didn't go any further. A nice attempt. But it is 100 Thieves, and more importantly, Bang that takes them home around.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of the pacing of 100 Thieves. A lot of the time, the utility from Bang has been absolutely perfect. But this was something else entirely. Just so pigeonholed in on that one position. They go towards C long, C players there. They've got utility ready and lined up, and they're throwing in hot hands. But all 4 of these players are only worried about the front, and it is that one small, tiny little detail of the Omen TP that takes them a second too long to piece together. But still big from Bang to hit those shots as well. Hunter's Fury searching for Loida. Run it back used by Asuna. Krevin might be tagged a little bit, trading out the run. But they will indeed keep Asuna away from the big punish, and Krevin still hasn't been detected in the corner. The snake in the grass striking. This time the Venom sinks deep, but they respond. They respond convincingly.
Yeah,
अच्छा निकाला ये राउंड भी अच्छा निकाला
है. Enough to get his teammate while he's hiding in that corner. And then the
भाई वो कॉर्नर उसने जो होल्ड कर रखा था 2 ले गया था वो पूरा राउंड जाने वाला था.
Looking like a much tighter map than what we saw in the last. The back and forth. Leaving us level once again, and the trade outs of those run it backs mean that there's not going to be a massive amount to play with going into the next round. I was very worried that for 100 Thieves this might just be the mental break, but instead, after that back and forth continues,
at least 6-6. At least 6-6.
Going to be a pause now taken for BBL. Of course, both teams desperate to go into that second half with the advantage, not wanting the pistol to potentially be a defining factor in this map. And for BBL, after having a good streak of rounds, you can understand why, after a couple of blips, their coach wants to get involved.
Well, yeah, I think especially that one. Like I said, it's one of those moments where your attention is elsewhere. Your full focus is on those two players swinging. He was on the spike that just fell to the floor. And, you know, at that point, you probably imagine there's 2 or 3 more guys about to come swinging around that corner, getting ready for it, pushing down to take the space, and you miss a small detail. In moments like this, that can cost you a map, and it can cost you a series. And a game as close as this,
This should do.
very well might. Maybe I'll take that timeout with 2 rounds left to play for in this half. For 100 Thieves, certainly coming in better armed. But in terms of ultimates, miles away from the important ones. I think there's a good chance we don't even get to see Asuna's run it back online by the time the half ends. But the same can be said for LaRock. Them both burning those up in the last round has taken them out of the equation. And a crucial swing part of the map. I do think, though, if I remove the ultimates and we still see that aggression from BBL, I think they'll go back to winning ways. Because the disruption from 100 Thieves in that round, the only thing that saved them was that from the shadows. If Bang even just gets 1 there, the round's over.
Yeah, no, that's true. Although the next round, a little bit more chaotic. And I think the thing that I liked from the last round was there was a lot of chaos. There was players missed in corners. There was bits that you could look at as mistakes, but then you go, okay, 100 Thieves come out of it alive. And I think that was where you look back to the last map where the second chaos ensued. That was where it seemed like BBL just ran away with it. So the fact they're able to weather the storm a little bit more in this map at least fills me with some confidence. I think that TP is a great example of it. That is Bang adapting to the chaos that has been this BBL side. And that is why we've maybe seen BBL put on the back foot a little bit here. That, okay, we're not just going to allow you to go in swinging and decimate us. And also, LaRock, for his standards, is now having a quieter map. The last one, he was untouchable, unstoppable. And now I think he's being matched.
Well, indeed, for 100 Thieves. That previous map, it was definitely a blow. 13 rounds in a row. And going 2-0 down in this one. I did start to wonder, is this team crumbling? With it being their map pick previously as well, it's rare to see the blowout like that.
Oh, nice
Aw,
pick.
look at
Cute.
that.
Cute, cute,
Feel
cute.
prepared. Still their half back home. Well, it's been an interesting series so far. I think the one thing, though, for me, looking at BBL, is the aggression, is how it gets tempered over time. Because this is a young roster. And you can get away with this. We've seen it in the old days with like your G2 roster back in 2021 where they used to play an insanely aggressive style. They played loose with much less structure than we have nowadays. But nobody punished them. For like a year, they got away with it. They would take fights they shouldn't. They would push when they had advantages. And every time they'd find success. But we always said one day people will figure this out. One day teams will just have the fundamentals, the structure there to then make the adaptations to punish every mistake you're making. And when that day comes, you'll fade into irrelevance. Most of those players don't play anymore. So it kind of shows you where we're at in that world. And I view it as a similarity with BBL right now. In that you can play like this, that all-out aggression. But Turkey themselves had to adapt. They used to be that. They used to be your, not even G2 clone. They were a more aggressive version of that old G2 roster. They played so aggressive in every single fight. It was a 5v1. They'll push you 1 by 1 because every single player on that roster believes that not only can he beat you, that he will beat you 9 out of 10 times. If not, I think they believe 10 out of 10 times. And then they go, oh, I guess it was lag, latency, something like that. The mouse let me down. So for BBL, yeah, it works for now. But if 100 Thieves can crack that code here today, and it's going to be one day, someone's going to figure it out. Someone's going to have that response, and we'll need to see that extra layer to it. Oh, that one doesn't want to play.
I like that. I like the fact that LaRock is trying to play with anybody that he can. He's clearly not feeling the pressure whatsoever. Oh, he's now playing with Mitch. Oh.
He got me.
He got you.
He got me.
You've taken...
Damn it!
Taken a massive L.
Over in London, I was doing well. I was slaying people with it. I did my scissors rock method. It always works.
Against the best in the
I shouldn't
world.
say that. Now people know my
against
method.
the best in the world.
No, not against the best. And that's it. He's proven it there in the States.
You need to train.
He's got the dub already.
He can beat you in aim. He could beat you in the rock, paper, scissors as well, but ultimately, there's a slightly bigger game at hand. And I am looking forward to the conclusion, because of course it is the talk of the town of who's going to be making into that playoff stage first. Of course, we know, I believe now at this point, we know that it's going to be a EDG on that bounce back after defeating RRQ in the elimination game earlier on over on the B stream. So ultimately, this team, one of them goes through, gets to go straight into the playoffs. The other has to go back and play EDG, which, yeah, I don't know if that's something anybody would really want.
For 100 Thieves, you come up against EDG there. You know, I believe they've got a chance, for sure. Could be definitely be a fun game to watch. But facing EDG in the lower bracket, that's not somewhere I want to be. And then for BBL facing EDG in the lower bracket in a rematch,
yeah,
that's definitely not putting a nice taste in my mouth. I don't think anyone wants to be down there, and I think for most people, maybe with full roster, EDG should be running through that upper bracket run. So for 100 Thieves, for BBL, this matchup, yeah, we've got a second chance, but that second chance is a chance to outswim a shark. It looks like we're getting fist bumps down on the stage, folks. We might be ready to roll pretty soon. And indeed, we are already underway. 1:35 on the clock, and aggression from Lovers Rock. He's been caught this time, but he's got backup. Rose, the second layer to it. But they're suspecting it. The Molly's caught him. He's dead to rights. He's taken full health bar from the hot hands. Oh, that's a devastating way to.
ये क्या कर दिया इन्होंने चालू होते ही?
Yeah, a little bit of karma, baby. You've given the game away.
Kraven निकालना
You're going to be
पड़ेगा.
your opponents
Kraven और
are
निकालना
starting
है.
to just throw utility into smokes.
I have the spike.
But either way, looking like they might continue in towards the remaining setup. Kraven and Loiter. This would have to be an impressive hold. The drone already going through. Likely to give the game away, and already Kraven.
Oh, nice. अरे क्या हो गया ये? क्या हो गया इसको?
Distracted, leaves Loiter alone. They could just leave and go back the other way, but they want to send this man into the dirt.
क्या हो रहा है नेट को यार?
And he's having none of it. Running out of the site, the round all but concluded, and 100 Thieves will take back the lead.
भाई next we 100 Thieves का है. 100 Thieves का है next.
I believe in the Loiter 1v5 Ninja Defuse.
I do not.
He was just getting the weapon for the Ninja Defuse. Now he thought it was planted on C. It's a little mistake. He'll figure it out. But obviously saving this weapon through to the next with the state of the economy is very important. But hold on, player very close. Now he's whiffed on him. This should be it. Lloyd is going to run for the hills. He has no chance of escape. Asuna right
Nice, 100 Thieves. Nice.
Flawless round in 100 Thieves camp. That's got to feel good. What a bounce back.
Yeah, and it has been a constant back and forth throughout this map so far. Of course, the pistol taken home by the IGL. But this is the fact that you could see that throughout this game, 100 Thieves have had to be more prepared for the opponents just taking these risks through the smoke and shutting down both Lovers Rock and Rose within the first few seconds of the round. Felt like a domino effect. The buy that's coming up here is maybe not the greatest, but it is still going to be rifles across the board. And again, 100 Thieves are in the right place at the right time.
Window देखा नहीं, window नहीं देखा, miss कर दिया.
Shut down, but LaRock has quickly found a kill back. He's denied the ultimate and is still going. Finally, they managed to deal with him, but it is just back and forths all over the shop.
2v2.
The TP taken to the A side, steps close as Rose is already at the gates. He's closing the distance. He's right on the site. He slipped past. They have no idea. The paranoia does nothing. And now out goes the drone to see the last, to mark him. Marked for death.
Oh, bhai, kaise?
Single-handedly solving the problem that was
that 2v2.
and putting us neck and neck at the halftime.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, that is him winning the first round and the last round of the half.
3K in the first, yeah.
And then doing not a lot in between. He finished 7-7, so that's 5 kills.
Oh, there's a 3K
in
and a 2K.
rounds, and then for the rest of the entirety of the half. But hey, if you could win your team 2 rounds as an IGL, I don't think that's too bad.
कैसे
And of
निकाला
course, we'll
भाई?
leave us
कैसे
level.
निकाला ये round?
I think ultimately you're going to look at this and go, you win the pistol and it ends up 6-6. It's not the greatest of halves for BBL. I think a good recovery from 100 Thieves, especially when you see that 3-round streak
100 Thieves
coming
ने
in.
अच्छे निकाले
You might
भाई
start to
rounds.
get a
अच्छे
little
निकाले.
bit nervous, but I think they've done well where they utilize
चलो
their
defense में तो
pauses.
easy. Defense में easily निकालेंगे.
Both sides keeping this one close. And of course, you go back to map number 1 and OT defeat on their own map choice for BBL. Very easily could have taken this one in 2, and I unfortunately won't be saying the same for 100 Thieves, who really struggled on their own map choice. But I'm glad to see that that hasn't boomed them. That they are back in this map and back in this matchup, and as said, the victory will take them through to the playoffs, which when you think back to last year, BBL with a completely different squad did make it. 100 Thieves in the group of death failed. It would be new heights for them at EWC.
Yeah, I think the main one in BBL's camp, just the fact that this is a roster that after those changes come out to the Yoru, we see them fade a little bit, right? They have to take time to adapt, but they don't have time going from an international to a regional event. The meta shifts multiple times, and playing keep up, playing catch up is more so the issue. They can prove that they're still a team that can make those deep international runs with just one map here. It'd already be solidifying themselves amongst the upper echelon for what wouldn't be the first time this year. That's when you call it proof as opposed to circumstance. We certainly know they're capable, but after that second map, gotta be honest, I thought it was a definite. I thought they were a shoo-in to take this across the line, but 100 Thieves have dug deep. Timotino's been very impressive as well today. I think especially on Lotus, like his raise there was fantastic, or sorry, the Waylay was fantastic there. Raise on the previous, and now here on the Neon, finding that impact again. But Kraven last 2 maps for BBL has stepped up. He's been such an important sentinel in terms of staying alive, but now putting up that impact as well. As Sheriff is starting to sing. Although here, he has got the bandit for the pistol.
Slower. Patient start from the side of BBL. Maybe expecting some aggression on the other side as well. Of course, you do have that double duelist in tow, but it's Timotino who's gone walking out. But that's more of the bait. There's a second player up close, but he's been caught by the cam. Good spot. But they're not done fighting this just yet. Continuing that brawl towards the A site. Maybe trying to force them back into the utility.
Yeah, this is all just a ruse towards that A site, right? Sending the drone out towards long. The cam's been checking the entire time. They want to take any early information, any silent alarms that could start ringing out of the hands of 100 Thieves. So they don't know that there's no one on A long. They don't know there's no one close on A short. And as a result, they don't rotate to the other side of the map. Which means that all alone is going to be Cryo. Although, actually, support coming through. Bangs on the quick rotation. Run through the smoke so quickly, and Bangs found 2. A shock dart kills come in, and all of a sudden, Lloyd is the last man standing. It looked like BBL had managed to strike with a surprise, but 100 Thieves, and especially Bang, looked more than ready for that play.
Oh, for Loiter. It then becomes an impossible clutch. Not enough time to do anything, and another high impact round from Bang.
Nice
A
round.
triple
Nice round
kill
by 100 Thieves.
over on that C site, and honestly, it's looking like his site at the moment after the TP play we saw earlier, and now holding on that side of the map. But even just the way he danced around his own utility, had that additional support as well, and an important victory to grant them the lead.
And I think for Bang, what's important to highlight is like this guy's been in a position where he's had a lot of impact so far, down from the utility, from the survivability and keeping the smokes online, but mainly those paranoias have been on fire. They got 100 Thieves. I think 2 of the 3 rounds that they found on Split were because of entries that came off the back of that paranoia, perfectly timed, perfectly positioned. But now he's starting to have big individual rounds as well. Top of the scoreboard for 100 Thieves at the moment. And that's a dangerous prospect. From the shadows, success, no doubt. Giving him a little bit more confidence. Peppering those players from behind. It looks like we might have another small break in the action. Hopefully nothing to keep you too long. We'll see if I can get a rematch. I'm confident this time, to be honest. I think the strategy is to start with paper. He started scissors last time, so he'll change. Always.
Right.
Very embarrassing if I'm wrong, but hey, no time for that.
It was already embarrassing.
We'll get the game in off camera, off stage, so I can say I won no matter what.
But you could have done that anyway, but you know.
That's true, actually. They didn't
Just
see
no
it,
one would
did
have
they?
believed
एक तो
you.
सीलोंग पे एक
He was
तो
asking
सीलोंग पे
me
जाना
what I
चाहिए
picked
सीलोंग
as
पे
well, so
जाना
I could have just
चाहिए
lied. Like, they'd be like, oh yeah, I picked scissors, mate. Unlucky.
Yeah, but that would have kept you up at night.
It would have. Yeah, I need to win fair and square, and I will one day. I'll figure him out. Well, let's see if 100 Thieves can figure them out. As right now the lead is already found and a chance to extend it even further up against the Pistols. But this is where BBL do some of their finest, and by that I mean stress-inducing work. With the Pistols, it's only 2 bandits to work with. Majority classics.
अरे
And
नहीं
Loida has ripped Asina's head off. I believe he was blind also.
Oh. Giving them an opener.
And a weapon.
A few spam shots going through. 3 players will be on this A side of the map, but it seems like BBL want absolutely nothing to do with it. And a lot of this is just being covered off by utility.
Go, go, go.
Already spamming a couple of bullets towards the dart, trying to hold players to that side of the map, and it has done exactly that. But now they need to get running. They need to get moving. As Cryo's here completely alone. Bear in mind that Spectre has been put into the Neon's hand. A good trip will get one, but it's an immediate trade back. Solid work from LaRock. The plant being baited to try and get somebody to try and swing if they were close. Instead, though, the shock dart will come through. Do quite a lot of damage, in fact, to LaRock, but he still stands.
Plan found for LaRock as well, 2 away from a run it back, and this is an all-out aggression from the attacking side. They're going straight into the spawn, but the stun back in return has at least bought a moment of reprieve for this squad. It doesn't last long. Lover's Rock. Some of the kill feed says Bang killed him after he died, which is, it must have been instantaneous. But what a play from BBL to come into that round having as little as they did, 2 bandits, find the opening. And again, I'm pretty sure LaRock was flashed when he found that opening. Or was it Loida? Loida, yeah, I'm pretty sure he was blind. That's crazy. Eats the flash and just pops the headshot. Anyways, fair enough.
And that Spectre's what ends up closing the round as well. So that is a bitter defeat for 100 Thieves. They get the start they were looking for, but it really does feel like nothing is separating these 2 teams. Well, now you get that massive injection of cash. You look at the investment into rifles for the side of BBL. Of course, the only freebie is Lover's Rock. There's going to have the Outlaw, which, to be honest, would have been his weapon of choice. I like this push-up, though, from Matino, but
Timotino का round है.
No sneaky play to be had. Hoping maybe there was a way under it, but he's definitely too tall for that.
Another for Loida. That walk out of the smoke almost got a lot for Asuna. Damage, but nothing to convert into kills. The problem with having the pistols, of course, and the rest of the squad now just going to sit back and wait. Let the spike explode and avoid giving any orbs away. When you look at the orb play for BBL already, the ultimate economy, the main man who would want those already has them. LaRock would run it back for the next round, the full buy of 100 Thieves. And especially on the attack side, like, well, obviously on the defense, in terms of playing the retake, it's going to have a lot of value. So for Asuna coming into the next round, if they can find an orb, if he finds a pick, that's going to be huge. But LaRock can get them in. And the problem is, LaRock could probably just run it aside anyways, and I'll give him a pretty good chance of taking it. If he's has the opportunity to go at it twice, it's a different story altogether.
Well, that's what he was doing on the last map, on the Rays. He was just dropping down off high angles and then while landing, having enough time to correct and insta-headshot people. Like, his performance in the last map was phenomenal. And yeah, he's been a little bit quieter in this one, but with Loiter stepping up, Kreven up there as well, they are now in the lead. Now, the investment into the Odin is a new piece for them to deal with. But it seems like they found their gap. They found the place where they want to put the pressure on, and that is the C side.
दोनों
Responsible
उनकी
100
ult
Thieves
है.
is mid-control. The Odin spam is just to break that window wall and maybe do a little bit of damage, but nobody's there. BBL are playing a very direct game straight into this C site, but already the rotates are there. 100 Thieves have to read, and that Hot Hands hasn't reached fully into backside. Run it back now, online. LaRock already tagged down to 46. The flash, though, might get him an opening. Never mind. Bang and Vora. With Rose and Lovers Rock down, they might think about leaving this site, running for the hills, and that's exactly the port of call. Problem is, the cam saw them, and Loida gets spammed to death, leaving LaRock to do it all. A 1v5. Hey, listen, I said second lease of life. This guy would be dangerous,
Oh,
but
bhai, flawless
not
block.
against these
Nice.
odds.
Yeah, fantastic hold. The initial delay, the catch of the flank immediately,
Nice
and
round.
then just the pace at which we saw that rotation come in from 100 Thieves. Even though they left one man alone on that site, they felt incredibly ready to make that move back in. Like, look at the time they actually pushed the backside. There's already about 4 players ready and waiting for BBL to try and make that move. Even still, it's another investment, but really does feel like this is going to go all the way. Neither team really able to find a steady footing just yet.
There they are.
Oh, Timotino has taken a lot of space and hearing a lot of steps. The rotations are already coming towards this A site from 100 Thieves. It's Timotino. They shouldn't expect him this early to be tucked in that corner, but they've seen him. Rose
Nice.
spotted the edge of him, but unfortunately couldn't land the shot. And so BBL now, having lost all that space in mid, you can't really just commit to the A site. You know the rotates have probably happened. You have to kind of re-clear that mid space so they don't have an immediate flank on you. And with no information towards the C side either, BBL are playing this round blind because of how this round started.
ये निकालना पड़ेगा और.
Still, now they've been spotted.
अरे नहीं बे, एंट्री मिल जाएगी. सी साइड पे एंट्री मिल जाएगी. सी साइड पे एंट्री मिल जाएगी.
Around that
सी
middle
साइड
area, but
ओपन है.
it does seem like 100 Thieves are playing into the retake this time. You have the run it back available to you. Maybe hoping for a kill off the back of the trip. Instead, he goes walking out. I'm surprised by that. It looked like a retake setup instead. Damage being done onto the ult, but even still, they've got to be careful.
No.
And advantage still held. Timotino, the first to make a move. Kreven's shot not connected.
Nice,
babe.
Nice, nice.
Timotino,
nice.
An impossible scenario. An easy cleanup for 100
bhai.
Thieves. And maybe a gamble or two taken by Cryo. I was surprised by that swing, but even still, disrupting the take of BBL and now taking the lead back for themselves.
I was looking at the minimap when he opened cam. Did you see if he saw them on site? Because I'm guessing he just...
I think so.
Oh, well, yeah, that's
I
unhinged.
thought he saw them in the cam.
That's
Maybe I'm wrong.
unhinged then. Is if he missed them, if they were behind the box, then that makes sense. You know, you just think, oh, I can get out on the site a little quicker before they get in. But I guess he did look like he was ready to take the fight. Swung out with intentions and, well, can't knock him for trying. A round win found nonetheless in 100 Thieves with the lead.
Let's go 100 Thieves.
9-8.
Let's go.
Thing is, for BBL, they're still able to buy into this one, and the credits could shape up okay depending on how this goes. Even if they do lose, grab a plant out of this situation, it won't be the end of the world. Few ultimates that are close by as well. But the reality is 100 Thieves, they have plenty of credits. They
दो
can
गए.
rebuy.
दो
They
जाएंगे.
also
दो
have
जाएंगे.
ultimates
दो
that are
जाएंगे.
coming online.
For sure दो जाएंगे.
Fury, especially for Vora. The lead under their belt. A little bit more momentum, and they'll be across this line.
So well placed, but it's just whether or not he moves at the wrong time. Drone needs to be denied. Instead, they're going to try and catch him. Maybe not the best position anymore. Never mind. The Odin is cleared. Pinged up is going to make it awkward, but instead, Asta again. This is looking like a complete shutdown, and now they're almost tempted to get aggressive to clear out those remaining couple. Rifle retrieved for Loiter. It's the deadly duo that were desired by many. But turning this round seems impossible. They are boxed in.
Nice.
And now they know it. Timotino striking from behind with the operator. Puts it down to just LaRock with 4 players on their way.
चलो भाई घेर लो.
And a very good idea of exactly where he can be. If he doesn't even get spammed behind that box, I'll be surprised. And now he certainly will. Asuna takes him down for double digits on 100 Thieves. And they do it in flawless fashion. If you thought their money was a problem
Nice.
before, it most definitely will be now. And for BBL, after a close, incredibly close first map, going to OT, and then a dominant second in their favor, seems like they might be running out of steam at the very last moment.
It's been a back and forth series. Even the way that first map started, it looked like there was an opportunity for 100 Thieves to run away with it. Then the same for BBL.
Time out
Then map
BBL
number
का.
2, after 100 Thieves took the victory, I was going in saying, oh, they need to have a dominant half. Well, they had a dominant 13 rounds in a row. And now, this map has been anything but dominance. It's been back and forth all the way through. 3 rounds in a row is the most that any team has managed to garner in a streak. And well, after a few in a row, that's the moment that a pause comes through. I believe from the BBL coaching staff, a chance potentially for them to get some wise words from Key, but it's a scenario where, yeah, you fought tooth and nail. You've shown that maybe there's more depth to your map pool than you might have expected with Split, and obviously
ये एक राउंड और चाहिए 100 को एक राउंड और चाहिए.
But if this is the first time
फिर
we
तो
see
भाई
4 rounds in a
13-8
row
है,
in this
13-8.
map, I wonder if it might be the trigger towards the end.
Aggress कर रहे हैं, aggress कर रहे हैं, aggress कर रहे हैं.
Well, this is the last stand of BBL. 100 Thieves are about to hit 11. It will have to be a gargantuan effort to get back into the game if they lose this one. And the full buy comes into play. No credits for the next spam from Asuna. He's put under pressure.
अरे नहीं, क्या हो जाता है aim को?
At least for now, not picking a favorite, trading
Nice.
back and forth. Kreven's done his work, but there is much more to be done.
3v3.
Calling the freeze for now, or perhaps the full-on retreat, leaving the A site, making their way. If it's towards those pings, I fear they may go C. Okay, into the window. I think they were saying be careful of the C push, and that's a good thing because now look at where Timotino is. The operator's waiting on C, watching for Garage, watching for C long. But the B site, the easier fight. Still bang to deal with. He's actually stepped away.
Antishuri could deny them. Look at the position of Vora. You don't play this spot for no reason. He's trying to get
Oh,
them, and he's
nice.
caught Loiter, his 3rd kill of the round already. Rose will get his own ultimate online from this plant, but it's finding a position where he's able to use it. That's going to be far more of a problem. In fact, I think he's just going to have to commit to playing the site alongside his teammate, Larocque at the back. That's bang spotted, but the other two are still unknown. There could be a player flanking through middle that they have to be aware of. The spam shot's not bad, but not quite the kill.
Nice.
Leaves it now just to Rose. A nice first shot, but he's so desperate.
Oh!
But he gets them all! 5
अबे ये क्या कर दिया?
Rose! But once again, he shows those thorns.
भाई क्या
It seemed
मारा
like it was
क्या?
BBL's darkest
मारा?
day, and Rose decides to bloom.
अबे
A
6 HP पे मारा उसने
fantastic
3 को.
clutch from a man on 5 HP against players held in much higher regard than him. That is something
भाई
else.
कितना easy
It
था.
was an even trade situation to start this out, but it looked like the work was done. The game was over, and just like that,
I didn't believe for a second.
Oh
Not 1 second.
my
Especially
God.
when I see Timotino jump across to bait for his teammate. It looked like the freest kill of all time, but somehow Rose has managed to land the shots. 3 rounds in a row. We mentioned it. Nobody has broken that trend throughout this map so far, and still nobody has broken that trend. It took a 1 versus 3. And,
ओए
oh,
बचा.
lucky to be alive is Vora.
Go, go, go!
joke's over. Oh, the run it back from Asuna right away. They heard players in mid, and he just wants to full pressure them. Still plenty of room left on that for him to find a battle, but not one that he wins. Rose dealing with that ultimate.
Take flight.
And BBL have plenty of their own in response to Hunter's Fury that had a lot of impact for 100 Thieves in the previous round. Now online for Rose thanks to his big clutch. The finger guns there. If Lover's Rock wants to up the pace and play pace even without that operator, might be the way to entry into Garage. And indeed it will be. Activated, fired in, and now with the stun, this becomes very dangerous, but that Molly has bought Asuna a lot of time. He's able to slip out, he's made it to long. He should have been dead to rights.
That paranoia also helped him. Bang, slow them down. Walking on the other side, but LaRock's won the fight. Spike now going back towards A. An aggressive push coming in, but
Nice.
Kreven has been dealt
Nice pick, nice pick.
with. Leaves things back into a 3v3
3v3.
scenario. Now they know exactly where their opponents are sitting. The aggressive heaven spot was made. Rose is being dealt with immediately. Puts them back. A 2v3, another clutch scenario needed for BBL.
It was a big round for LaRock, and now Lloyd is joining him. 2 versus 2. Bang and Cryo to find. And they're split as well. They're coming from different sides. Time is against them now, ticking. Ever quicker is the spike. The timing for Bang perfect as he catches Lloyd, and now just LaRock left to deal with. Caught in the corner and taken out
round.
with
Nice
plenty
round.
of time left. 100 Thieves. They managed to make it all the way to 11.
It definitely got a little bit spicy in the middle.
गोल में 50-50 हो गया 100T और BBL का.
Towards the end of the round. The breakback's also going to cause massive issues for the economy of that BBL
100T,
side. Bear in mind
surely.
that only a singular player survived in the last
100T
round.
surely win.
They were having to utilize Guardians, etc. And with advantages found in this round, they weren't able to capitalize. Even the shots connected, it was just timing of that push through the smoke. And you can see what they've had. It's LaRock with a run it back and a rifle. Everybody else will be down to the pistols. They're going to need him to have a lights out round.
This, if ever, is his moment. All eyes on LaRock. The Phoenix with the ult online. And in fact, this push towards the C side. Oh, it started well. They've actually managed to send Timatino backwards on 40 HP.
Nice.
Kreven falls, unfortunately, but that rifle of LaRock is all we're worried about. How much can it get done? It's being caught by a trap. More time delayed, more time wasted. The op now fires, but it catches him as he's fading into... Missed. Oh my goodness, the shorty came out for Timatino. Cryo rushed in for a big side swipe. And what looked to be a scary round with that run it back leading the charge with the op shots missed with the damage onto Timatino, and so it was flawless.
They are set up and ready to close out this map. The third and final in the series. They've had to fight tooth and nail to claw their way through their maps, with split in the middle being a different story. However, if they make it into that playoff stage, I don't think they're going to give a damn how they got there. The main thing is making it there, having that extra preparation time for what will be coming up next week. And for BBL, they are a round away from having to try and fight versus EDG again. It's a faster pace, but Cryo again living for the moment. Caught the push up.
Omen gaya.
Be an interesting one, and he's found another victim. Leaves another disadvantage TP to the other side of the map with the spike, in fact, from Loiter. Mates are nowhere to be seen. They're waiting for the rotations to be pulled. I'd be able to get a plant that, I don't know, I feel like it would leave me confused, and I can see everything that's going on.
It's too risky as well. He has no idea if there's a player close to him in heaven. You plant, he kills you, nobody can stop the defuse. Have to wait for the rest of the team, but the problem is the longer that takes, and they don't know if short or long are clear, they have to take their time. But now 100 Thieves start to realize they're going to push. They're going to go through mid, through garage, see that nobody's there. Eventually, you're going to have Asuna check C long. No one's there. And all the pieces start to add up and starts to make sense. 30 seconds on the clock, and as soon as they're spotted here, there's going to be a player on their back immediately. BBL should expect that. No noise across the map. Somebody must be contacting somewhere. But can they expect him to be this close? Bang! Drawing their eyes to start with, still has a paranoia, and that's going to be set up any moment now. They're waiting for it. In fact, there's the paranoia. Now the swing comes through.
Oh, Nikese!
It's a whiff from Timatino. A lifeline for a BBL. Moments ago, 3 players all from the same angle. A spray down could solve this. Could give BBL another.
Gaya.
Rose showed him it was possible, but not this time. 100 Thieves, 13-9, with a bounce back from the desolation of
मजा आ गया देख रहे हैं 100 ने क्या निकाला बे, क्या निकाला है.
Last year at EWC, they were placed into the group of death Of course, a lot has changed since then. New
Maja aa
players,
gaya,
new
maja.
blood. I think
GG.
Timotino has definitely been one of the most exciting
500
to
GG.
add into
Well
this
played,
roster.
well played, bhai.
But
Well
the
played.
changes of coaching staff as well have brought them to a place they've not made it to before. The playoff stage is theirs. And for BBL, this means another fight needs to be had if they are going to make it into that playoffs bracket later in the tournament.
Nice.
It is a big step up from 100 Thieves and a victory well earned.
And I think you see exactly what I was talking about during that game as well. The shirt game from MBS, almost as beautiful as a 100 Thieves game on the server. It's great to see them living their best life down there on the stage. And I say down there, right behind us on the stage. There's a lot of energy from these boys, and I think it was so important looking back at some of the moments where they were trailing, where they were down, even on split, they find a round, a flash in the pan, they're on their feet, they're getting excited. They didn't allow all of the death blows that they were dealt to take them out of this game, and in the end, they come through with a splendid final round to close out this series. For playoffs, this is definitely going to be a team to keep your eye on, and with a little bit of time to prepare now.
Yeah, that's the main thing. They get that.
Probably just back on out. This is an expensive gun you don't want to give away.
Yeah, they can still buy next round. If they keep this operator online, they get to keep it without having to force 5 rifles instead. So really good save, but also that round by Vitality. I mean, 2v3, Brock struggling. NRG was so split up. They were so scared of that vice wall on
team
Cat
VIT
popping
Vitality.
and giving away the positioning of Kiko, but it didn't matter. Nice re-clear by Chronicle. Really big round turner here, and all of a sudden NRG, they've just taken that time out as well, that last round. They're going to be struggling to find answers here. Coming down to that 2v3. 2 ults online though. Sayonara with the run it back. He's on that Cat. Might try to do something a little bit aggressive, and Durka back on this B main.
I mean, one more round and NRG's going to be full broke here. Kiko at least will shut down the runner back quick and easy as the rest of the players start to find their way on towards B. 3 members from Vitality here to receive, and Durka all the way in boat. Speaking of that, Chronicle will be the first up. Durka doubles for Ethan. It's only Kiko that will get something against Yampi here to keep things so competitive. So 4 alive though as the Steel Garden comes on through. But at this point in time, NRG got to peel away from B, at least for the time being.
4v3, shutting down that retake, but it just wasn't enough because 2 of these players on site just doing such a good job here for Vitality, holding, playing passive, not overextending, not over peeking, just getting theirs and delaying long enough for Yampi and Sayonara to be able to be on that B site. But Profek, he's alone on A here. Needs to play it a little bit safe. I think he's in hell. Kiko trying to find one, trying to find a rotation pick at least so that they can equalize numbers.
There's a shot. Kiko on the Durka.
30 seconds
Will
left.
at least bring numbers back a little bit, but have to start thinking about the speed up now as Kiko will move through mid, join his teammates, potentially mid to A here. Smoke to slow things down. 1 smoke available on Scuba as well. That's all the util they really have. Still have time to play through this one, and now the jig is up. Vitality knows what is happening here. Playing around the generator. Profit needs to find something. Sayonara coming down. Thought the flash was going to be good, but it's not good enough. Profit
निकाल सकता है. निकाल लिया. 1v1.
What a kill through the smoke.
1v1.
And a
Whoa!
clutch from Vitality to send them through another round, evening us up.
What a crazy clutch. They needed that. The round fell apart, even though it looked so good for Vitality. That was absolutely stunning. Here, Chronicle, Durka doing their jobs really well. Kiko with that pick. But oh my god, Profit. That was insane. And he got the final shot too. That's disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, through the smoke as well. And that's not even a typical plant. You might often see the plant like behind the gen, looking over towards tree. Well, that's spam wouldn't have really connected with anything. But he'll get it done now.
Gaya.
Tucked away.
Oh, nice.
Kiko can't TP away. It's another 5v4. Vitality happy with that start.
Pushing all the way through to Tiles. Gets Mata with his back turn, but it doesn't matter. The pick comes in. Mata now still set up towards mid. The spike going towards that A. All these players, though, on NRG are split up.
Mata's trying to break his way into sight here. Durka finally gets punished through. Just as Mata sees Yampi, running back is expended. Just want to end that trade 4 versus 3. With limited numbers here from Vitality, they've completely left B open. I mean, there's still a bunch of Vice util on A, but they're just going to have to play for retake on B now.
4v3. The retake potential is there. They do have that paranoia online. They have the dart ready. But 4 players for NRG, it's going to be really hard because they have all this extra util as well. The paranoia on Scuba. Spike's going to go down, using a lot of util to clear onto site. Going to figure out that no one's there.
Yep. Notably, though, drone saved, paranoia saved by Scuba there as well. This is the round that will put us into map point. Now, you talked about the utility available from Vitality. Paranoias will be traded shortly here, you'd imagine. Importantly, the recon is gone as well. The smoke start to fade here. Paranoia.
चल हाँ blind बहुत बढ़िया blind है. Back.
Should be looking to send it through. Yumpy in. First kill should be easy. Imagine with the relay bolt calls and Province Prophet again wanted to be the hero. Now Chronicle has to be for his team, and it won't be enough. Doesn't quite see Scuba. 2 is left. You'd imagine, even if he did, the trade would have been there anyway. NRG found the open site, got the free plant, forced the full retake to come on through, and it was not successful for Vitality.
12-11. NRG 1 round away from winning Vitality's map pick. The map that they haven't had that much success on. But of course, Vitality able to bring it to an overtime here. They have the means to do so. Operator online for Durka once again. He's holding that towards mid. But NRG, 5 players outside of A.
Rocker's ult for this one as well. Excellent for a post-plant opportunity. Okay, this is going to be util just thrown on in. Ethan and Marta not wasting any time here. Yampi on Tomato. Wow, this attack is starting to fall apart just like that. A couple players already gone. Hunter's Fury now coming through from main to cause some problems. Sayonara has been taken down. Profect
nice
finds that's over, and we'll get a little bit more Yampi as well. OT, here we come.
Again, these retakes have been so good from Vitality when they have the means to do so, when they're doing that flood retake every time that NRG seems to be grouped, executing as 5, it seems to always get shut down. Profect, beautiful shot, and Yampi, of course, running out through tree. Again, Profect staying alive for so long on site, just being annoying, throwing down that dark cover in the middle of site, playing hell, using the paranoia as well on the timing that his teammates are coming to retake. Just such a well-played round here from Vitality. And all of a sudden, we're in overtime. From 7-0, we're in overtime.
Never tell me the odds, says Vitality. It's always good for a comeback. A win behind their sails. First round of the OT here. Oh, smoke comes down just in time. That's actually from Vitality. Prevents them from finding that opening kill. Drone sees 2. That's pretty massive information.
They know that trap setup is set up towards mid now. Breaking that drone, not getting the information right away. But they're walking to another trap setup on Cat.
Big flash. Ethan, though, gets a big stun in response. And Sonar has no exit. Paranoia will flood on through. Kiko now back on the line. Those are the jet of Durka is there, who now needs the paranoia from the opposite side through, so still a little bit of difficulty pushing into tree as we slow down.
Deep A main smoke here, preventing the easy retake of the A main here. Profect, he's gonna see over it though. He knows no one's in there. But the players of Vitality, they're going towards this B. They're setting up where Chronicle is. The Vice wall still.
No information here from NRG at all.
30 seconds
Rock's got
left.
1 recon, no drone. Marta's already prepping his hot hands, understanding that if he gets executed on, he's only got a small amount of window to do anything about this. Ethan is somewhat close by, but not really close enough immediately, and now the calls come on through. All the Phoenix utility you can manage to try and slow this one down. Ethan, where are you going? He just completely walks into Chronicle, doesn't realize that he's there.
यार किसी को नहीं पता ये गया
The boat location is so important. Nice. You can't cover both the angles, which means both your duelists are gone now. 3 versus 4, and an operator for the retake here as well. At least you have Scuba coming through from
ये तो
main.
VIT के पास जाना ये VIT.
Shot available potentially. I don't think Profic's gonna really peek into that one though. We're running out of utility here as well. The setup from Profic and Dirk is going to cause some real issues for players walking downstairs. But you start to make some real moves here on the top. Dirk wasn't expecting it, but Giga wasn't expecting Profic either! Who just completely stabs them in the dark. And a big, big celebration for Vitality as they take the lead for the first time in the map.
What a wild round. This looks so back and forth. Ethan just running into sight. Not realizing that players were already up, or at least not seeing them, and Profic with a beautiful 3K to end that. The players, they're so excited. You can hear the yelling on stage. You can hear Yampy hyping up his teammates. And now 13-12, NRG back to the same aim. Back to doing something together, a little bit on the quick side with the spam towards mid just to apply some sort of pressure, but it's not really gonna pull any rotates. Vitality, 2 setups towards mid, trying to fight for that cat in mid. They got the information, they execute, and now are they gonna be able to flood?
It's another fast Exy coming through from NRG. They've done this one plenty of times. Fast lane gets Ethan all the way into hell for a fast plant. Doesn't even matter now that Dirk have found his way in towards the mid. Even if he looks for the long rotate, we'll be pushing into some trademarks, some util being left behind. See what we can get out of this Vitality full 5-on-5 retake. NRG looking to push us into another 2 rounds of OT. Paranoia prepped. Not deep enough. Brock, really important now. He's the one that needs to do a lot of work to stop these 2 players. He's already been mullied out. Sayonara diffuses his location. Dirk onto Ethan here as well. It's looking good for Vitality until NRG strike back. Kick a low HP, but it's just Sayonara available. He's flashed out. And Martin makes sure that there's not going to be a finish just yet.
Playing on side in that post plant, making sure that they're having that crossfire. Really well done. They knew not to overextend the second that they got all that information. But NRG using this time to pull out a timeout to talk about this next round. They've struggled on their defense side. They've struggled also on their attack side, but that was the first one they won in a while. It seems like for Vitality, they're going to use this time as well to just discuss how to prep for this. The adaptations for both these teams are coming through. It feels like every single round, each team is adapting and they're always one step ahead of each other. But of course, for Vitality, they need to win this map, in my opinion. I feel like this is the map in this map videos so far that plays towards what they want for NRG. Again, the first time we've seen this comp, first time we've seen them play this successfully in a while. And so I'm really looking at Vitality to lock it down here if they want any chance at making this a 2 or 3 map series.
Haven't seen too many OT so far in this tournament. EDG had one on the first day. 100 Thieves had one against BBL. And that winners bracket game as well. We haven't caught up with the scoreline so far. 100 Thieves will be our first team qualified through into playoffs. So there's already one North American / America's team already in for the EWC playoffs. NRG looking to be the second, unless they get spoiled here by Vitality on the comeback run through. Once again, defensive side. This time it's NRG able to walk down.
4 players, make it 5 on the side of Vitality, setting up for a B hit. But it seems like NRG, they have the right read. They've all rotated over towards this B side because of Mata being pushed all the way up through A main. And this might be the adaptive thing that NRG has done in order to be ahead.
Smokes up. Scuba knows something is coming on in. You already have Durka finding his way onto side,
nice.
But Kiko had an easy shot that doesn't quite land, and a scan in towards logs as well. Could cost the life of Yampies out of that position, and Brock makes sure that Durka doesn't get away with anything further than he already has in towards the site itself, though. Scuba goes for 1-to-1. Martin to Profit here as well. Just Chronicle left alive now. We're post timeout here for NRG, and it seems like they found success on the back of that one. And triple face. from NRG will secure that round in OT.
Really nice gamble to get
NRG ले
proactive,
गई
to
ये
push
वाला
that A main there.
ये match
from
NRG का
Mata, and it worked out in their favor because not a single soul was there. Not even a Vice wall. They had zero passive information on the side of that map. And now Vitality, they're gonna sit and talk about it. They have that timeout. They've just used it because they need to figure out what went wrong. I think NRG just made a really good gamble. But now this next round, this attack side, it's going to be so important.
You had that big walk down from Mata super early, down cat in the round,
Yep.
some good information gained, and then noticing the lack of presence from Vitality, they're saying, okay, let's start pushing our way over towards the correct side of the map. And over there, on B, waiting for Vitality to strike. Turka got away with a little bit of sneakiness there, but ultimately, Rock and the rest of the fellas, NRG, put the numbers in their advantage in a 3v1 that happy to take those odds in their favor.
Looking at the scoreboard too, Mata going absolutely insane, and it feels like every player on Vitality is putting in the work as well. But it's just coming down to those small little gambles and whoever wins out. NRG finally winning a defensive round in this overtime. But for Vitality, they really need to figure out what's going wrong. 3 players again towards the side of B main, trying to get some sort of aggression.
So, Mata already dropping a 30 bomb, by the way. He's on 31 now. He's showing his value here as a player that in the PRX game had quite a slow start on to Fracture here. It's all been lights out. Plenty of players on the Vitality side have already made their way into B main, but no info currently in mid. Market's dirty, and Turka finally finds out.
So much mid info. They know they've turtled up onto sites here, using that A main smoke too from B just to put a little bit more pressure, but they're ending towards where all the Vice util is. Chronicle, he's been really good when they have ended on his site to delay for as long as possible, just be annoying, and the cat split is up.
Okay, here we go. The Recon's already tagged the player. Mata just walks on in, no fear. Yampi deleted, and a big shot from Kika as well. Patience being rewarded, Durka being taken care of. And is this the beginning of the end here? NRG, they've been sniffing for this map victory for so long now. Double OT, but it might just all end. Vitality can't find a solution. This Mata just walks on in, double up, players into hell, and all the spam in the world is not enough for Vitality to get rid of those players. From NRG, 5 versus 2. And you're just running out of players, running out of time. The plant hasn't come on. For Sayonara, he has to do something. They're trying to run him down. Profig is good for 2 here. The flash has been good, but Scuba's unspotted. Sayonara's on very low HP. He needs a couple of good kills. A clutch would be required here. And in comes Kiko, but it's not enough. 1 versus 1! Sayonara! An unbelievable clutch!
I can't believe this. NRG, they have full sight. They have numbers. 3 players in hell. They just didn't put the spike down. That spike was stuck. And all of a sudden, the one flash ruining the momentum of NRG. Getting 2 players caught off guard. They didn't even clear Scuba. They didn't know that he was in here. And he still managed to not win this round for them. Sayonara with a beautiful 3K. That was insane.
Just 10 minutes.
How amazing that win was to keep them into this map for another round of OT.
Oh my goodness, what a clutch, bro.
My God, Sayonara. What a save to keep Vitality in this game. And now Mata and the rest of NRG looking once again for that cat control, but it's all Vitality in main.
I think they heard all that pressure towards Cat. Vitality still a little bit scared, not fully going even after hearing that flash, but they heard the steps. Now, Shock Dart coming in, breaks that chamber trip. They have a free sight here. Using that drone, it's going to get all that information. Chronicle, he has the full flank as well, but the Vice wall's all the way towards that B main. He has to hold it. And a free sight for Vitality. They just need to not overextend here to make sure they get that post plant.
It's a similar round to what we saw before, but unfortunately this time NRG goes the wrong way. It's now the 5v5 retake, but it's NRG on the defensive side of this one. NRG will be kicking themselves if they don't start winning these rounds, because that last one, they felt like should have been theirs many times over. Prophet in Hell, flash up in towards heaven. Keeping things interesting here. Chronicle's positioning should be pretty safe for the time being as well. No pressure onto him for the time being as Ethan into Hell. 1-for-1 trade so far, and now Durka as well. Looking for a double up, but Kiko will get him down. 3 versus 3. Still need to get these Hell players out of the mix, so Chronicle finally activates all the way from A-Main. And Sayonara once again is just so damn sharp.
Oh my
Vitality
God.
once again in the lead.
Another 3K from Sayonara to
Vitality.
save them from sadness on these overtime rounds. NRG, they're going to be so unsure of what to do after those last 2 rounds now, especially that last round.
Last player
It's going to be hard for them to recover. They've done almost everything right other than just knowing that these players are all out on A. They took that wrong side. They took all the pressure towards mid. They took that pressure towards B. The retake, though, it just wasn't there. And now Vitality 15-14, 1 round away from winning this map all of a sudden.
So Battle of the Phoenixes, Mardo on 33, Sayonara on 29. You best believe he's about to hit that 30 as well. Little cutesy tapsies on the orb there in main. Vitality, a rare opportunity once again in the lead. 30th round, by the way. This one has gone deep.
Yep, they're just setting up onto site again. Profek, alone on this A side, knows that he can delay for as long as possible, though, because Durka on this cat side with that operator might be able to catch one off guard. That Yampi drone is going to get some information, and Durka, he's about to have contact on cat.
Oh, this is a big one. Oh, and he doesn't land the shot. Ethan, a little bit quicker here. Frustrating situation from Durka. You thought he would have had that for sure. Now the stun coming on through. Sayonara, his position might just be caught out here. The hot hands will slow things down a little bit. Profit once again from the off angle. Drops that spike on the floor. A flash will force a TP away, and Profit will double up. And Sayonara and Chronicle now for more Martyr. The lonesome player from NRG has to do so much. He's going to go for the plant on to B.
1v3, it's so hard. No util online either for Mata. He's going to have to do this raw.
Spike planted.
Planted for stairs. It's a bit of a weird plant. Don't know if Vitality have seen this too many times. Amada has to get all of them. He'll get none. And finally, 30 rounds deep from a 0-7 deficit. Never say never. Vitality get map 1.
What an insane matchup. That was everything that we thought it would be and more. Close rounds, clutches, overtime. This makes so much sense because when you're looking at both of these teams, they are both championship-worthy teams. The players have won championships. The players have won masters. These players are decorated. They have so much in line and pocket. What do you think of that game that just happened?
I am quite impressed. After seeing a 7-0 start, I thought this was NRG about to steamroll it. Then it's getting closer and closer. After Mata turned in round 27 and picked off the opposing Phoenix,
oh yeah,
I was like, NRG's running away with this. That is a full confidence move. Mata charges the spawn on defense, and then Avril, the game falls apart. NRG, what was that, a 2v5, 2v4?
It was a 2v5.
Unraveled. This hurts. This hurts to watch if you're an American
NRG
fan.
was in the lead for so long. That would have been the round for them to close it out. But Vitality, they have the perseverance. They got the endurance to go 30 rounds coming back from an 0-7 deficit.
Yes.
Many teams, most teams, almost all teams will not be able to handle that.
Yeah, you know how insane it is to come back from a 7-0? You know the mentality that you have to have as a player in order to bring it back? It's insane.
I was loving the little mental game, the warfare we saw from Yampi, trying to chirp back after being down. He's like, all right, we need something to get us excited. But then when it's in the overtime rounds, he's getting super hyped up. And then the next round, he instantly gets silenced. It's not until Sayonara pops a second 3K that he's able to celebrate, put his hands in the air, and walk away as victors of map number 1. But we could still go 2 more maps in this series. Avril, great little sampler to open up what could be the best match on the day. This one will decide who moves into our playoff bracket. And now after Vitality strikes on Ascent, they are 1 map away from securing a spot in our top 8.
We are eating good in Paris today, and I'm not just talking about the Parisian food. This match is already delivering. If we don't get 3 maps out of these 2 teams, something is going wrong.
Yeah, and I think Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was
Okay,
going to
that
say, taking a
gonna-
look at the best shots of this game. Athena, who has the hottest hand in the lobby right now?
Oh my God.
Sayonara
it
had it
has
at
to
the
be
end.
Sayonara. No, he had it the whole time. Like, he had it the whole time. I think Mata, he kind of ran away with it the beginning of this game, but it didn't matter because at the end of the day, it felt like perfect. Sayonara, they were constantly clutching those two players, getting those 3Ks online in order to turn the rounds around so often. This was disgusting right here. Really gross round, and of course that one retake round of being one of the main reasons why they're still in it. Kind of insane here.
Credit to NRG though. I mean, they're playing a comp that they don't normally play.
Yeah.
Ethan on a role that he does
True.
not normally play as well.
He did
Putting
good, too.
themselves so far ahead, an incredible amount of rounds where Ethan had some insane shots on that Sheriff as well. 2 insane shots on that particular round. I can't remember which one it was now. Very early on. Look, we had 30 rounds in there. It was somewhere in the middle, I'm sure.
It was somewhere in the first half. If you guys missed it, reminder, we are on YouTube. You can scroll back and watch any of the games while we're in our breaks. We will have a second game loading up. Athena, if they missed the bans in the protects earlier as we were taking a look at our map pool, what is left for NRG? Because I thought you had to win this first ascent if you wanted to win a game 3 in this series. Map 2 is not going to be your best, is it?
Yeah, no, Lotus here for NRG is going to be looking a lot better, at least for them, because I think I was talking about their ascent. It wasn't the best. They haven't won it that much recently. And of course, they had a new comp. You could tell that they were workshopping it. But Lotus coming up, I think we've seen NRG be absolutely phenomenal on this map. For me, this team, when I'm looking at their defensive side, it's been amazing. It's been so good. And a lot of those rotations, we saw them happening on Ascent. They just struggled to close it out.
We got a lot to talk about. In the meantime, head on over to X, share your favorite clips from today's games, and of course, tag Avril. His jaw dropped on half of them. We'll be right back with more from EWC.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
KC fight this David and Goliath story. PRX are huge names, but KC, they have that hometown advantage here.
Yeah, and Aves said it earlier when he played for KCX over at the venue against MCOY.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
It was absolutely crazy, 30,000 people there, but there is none of that here. Right now, it's just pure Valorant. The crowd, the commodity, the shouting, and all of that support has to come by earning it here, and you have to earn it against probably the toughest team in the tournament.
In EWC, everything is earned. That is our motto here. And of course, the crowd is also a big part of that. For this Sunset, what do we expect in the compositions? Is there any angle that you would like to see KC going towards? Like, do we want to see that double duelist? Oh, we're just
we're straight into
it.
Well, let's find out. It looks like we saw a glimpse of it. Let's go. So
Forsaken's playing Harbor. I know there's not going to be a stage. Something in Jing, something on the Whaley, Jing on the race. And Narrate apparently is going to get the chamber. We're getting it and not getting it at the same time.
Yeah, I'd like to see Narate go on that chamber. I think that's a fun little angle here, especially into a double duelist. It's going to want to contact a lot of space before they burst. Lun on that Neon and DOS9 on that Omen. Man, I love this kid on the smoke show. I think he's fantastic at it. And the Omen has such an important job on Sunset, especially. Gonna have to fight the whole weight of PRX bearing down on him.
We know that obviously PRX are the favorites to win this match, but if I look at the highlights from the last match from KC, Levin was having a very good performance. To me, it is important that he reaches EMEA back in a very, very good form. The player that I actually have been missing for quite some time now, it's Suigetsu. I need him to go back into that Pharaoh mode, and I think that, you know, against PRX, it would be a brilliant time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, he's an excellent player, so storied throughout his career, but is he falling off? Can he reverse that narrative here against one of the toughest teams?
Well, a cheeky map pick here by KC, using the Sunset against PRX, who haven't practiced, come straight off of London. Let's see if they can steal a map away, or will the dominance continue by PRX despite a little bit of a stop down in the lower bracket. Let's send it on over to Achilleos and Paper Thin to get into our elimination match of Group B.
Thank you very much. In we go. Sunset. Forsaken leaning into the harbor. Something back over on to the Waylay. The Sage nowhere to be seen.
Sag. I'm very sad. I was really hoping for a little bit more creativity with the Sage walls from Divide, but PRX wants to go in a very different direction in a lot of ways compared to what we're used to seeing from them on this map. You know, the Waylay in there, Forsaken on the harbor, something, you know, you and I were talking a lot about different ideas, different possibilities on Sunset for this PRX squad coming into this new meta, this new year, this new team. Well, slightly new team, one different player, but the harbor is something that I thought on this map could be good. I didn't think PRX were going to be the ones to debut it out.
Like, yeah, maybe Valorant, something like that.
Exactly.
You know, players, it was very known for playing that harbor, but it's going to be Forsaken. Obviously, has played it in the past. Only a couple agents that he hasn't touched quite just yet. Mixing that Reyna. Well, Reyna actually in the mix there, but Envy's going to be able to find two off the rip. Levin and Narate both going to be taken out, but Sugetsu. Desk was talking about it. Kakuka in particular wanting to see Sugetsu hit his stride again, and he is. A second kill found as Forsaken will fall, and suddenly it's a player advantage into the hands of Karmine Corp.
That's a pause for PRX. A little bit of an exploration by Envy, though. He is getting rather deep into enemy lines. Just going to be a timing here.
Tucking back, but Sugetsu watching for this. Can he find the kill? No, he cannot. It's going to be Envy staying alive. But down to 22 health, something as well previously tagged. There at 75. Practice used, but it's not really going to be seeing much of anything here, so we'll have to continue just scaling forward. Saturate to the corner. Nothing to be found. Both players of KC playing here in main. Ready for the swing, the paranoia to fly. Does not connect, but it's going to be DOS9 with the Sheriff to take down Envy. Now everything on something, and the time is just going to be gone. Finds the headshot. They know he doesn't have it. Held up to half. He'll get some decent ult charge, but cannot get the round win. KC take the opening pistol on Sunset.
This is incredible work. I mean, a good read early from PRX that there was going to want to be some kind of mid-exploration from the side of KC. They've got the stacked numbers there, but Sugetsu one of the players who devastated PRX on that FPX team at Masters Copenhagen, and everybody's going to remember that breeze where he absolutely went crazy. He starts things off with a bang once again for Karmine Corp. Old rivals facing off. Karmine Corp grab a couple rifles here, a lot of rifles in fact. Narrate, the only one who doesn't have one, he's got a Marshall.
The Prowler out, it's just a hell of a lot of gunfire. No bodies on the floor quite yet. While triple push from PRX, wanting to try to take this space. Wall's going to get raised. Tuck back through that one here. Sugetsu will look to try to take them down, but avoids getting overwhelmed. Doesn't end up suffering any damage. They're already taken on PRX's side. They just go their separate ways.
I mean, PRX is being very aggressive on the map, but again, something he's read, and he is. He's dealt with by Sugetsu. Forsaken, under pressure, down and dusted.
Yeah, unable to get that nearsighted out onto 11 fast enough. Will end up falling to the wayside now. Just these 3 remaining players to try to put a dent in. Need at least 2 kills to really start getting any significant damage to the economy of KC. Push in, look at the try. Let's just take down this Neon, but he's able to hold his own. The Paranoia as well, going for the assist. And DOS9 able to find Device, so it's a flawless anti-eco for KC to start things off 2-0.
Yeah, this is huge for KC. They invested a ton into that round. I mean, there was a Bulldog, there was a Phantom, there was a Guardian, and there was another rifle in the mix. Can't remember exactly which one. It might have been another Guardian or a Bulldog, but regardless, you carry that all over, and PRX did grab a few pistol buy-ups into that, so now the Marshall won't be a one-tap, but still scary, man.
Ton of weaponry there.
PRX didn't find any value. Usually, if they're grabbing those sheriffs, they're going to find at least a kill or two. Will do any damage. Getsu wary of some kind of push out. PRX, a little bit of contact, re-clears it, sees if maybe catch him trying to lurk around, but that's not going to be the case. KC now just laying out their plans for this B execute, which is relatively wide open. Forsaken tries to delay a bit with a wall and does take one down.
11 dead on the entry. Ducks back, sees it to be avoided. Smoke's now going to be set up. Seems like it's just going to be a matter of time, and there you go. Before he tries to go for a timing spray. Will be avoided. Sova drone may be able to spot out a little bit here as Jing going to be the one under some pressure. Blast pack attempted, but cannot pull the trigger on that one fast enough. Sugetsu, however, will get out traded. Something he's able to find that kill in the Vi. Takes down DOS9 as well. Just there at the bottom of mid. With the rate falling, that leaves just Aves still with an opportunity to find some more damage. Something is at 10 HP. Quick jump peek into the refract. Forsaken here, but will be able to steady the spray. Finds that elimination, and overall, it's a very clean anti-bonus from PRX.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. They're giving up a really clean anti-eco to KC. You can see some of the early ideas for PRX. Stack up, be aggressive early. They're always pushing the map somewhere so far. There's always somebody either going up mid or going through A quickly. I like the backup plans they have in that previous round. 3 push out A, have the harbor at B, over watching mid, and then can use that wall to stall things out a bit. Helps when Forsaken gets that big first kill, but Narrate going to be upgrading to the operator. Onto that chamber, looking for that first kill, and he gets a tag.
Gets a tag, but does get taken down. Rather just Sugetsu. Definitely just a rendezvous out to safety 4 in a raid. The regen armor, so back up to 25 on that front. Otherwise, HP is quite low. And Levin nearly with an opportunity to be able to split the difference there. Get the collat, but he cannot.
Oh, Narrate does a good job there, making sure that Jing can't scale forward off of A. So PRX only going to be able to push forward through B, but the trip is there from Narrate. Keep something in check, but that does create an extra angle here. Even if they're able to get through market, seems like they might. Depends on what Devi wants to do.
Heard that Prowler. Now the tap of the door. He shifts his sights back over, but will go re-peeking towards his top mid position. The operator going to be put away there for a brief moment. The shot ends up going wide, but right with that headhunter is able to take him down. These 2 players still very low. It's a very real opportunity for KC to still make a go of this in a 2v3. The holding close. Just the one shock dart as far as the kit is concerned. Looks like he wants to maybe just try to swing out of this one on a timing. Face it patiently, tries to go for it, gets a spot out. DOS9 now going to be taken down, and Narrate completely isolated at backside. No way in hell. Trying to get his way out of here. Maybe can get some more damage in, get towards an ultimate, and he shall as Envy will fall. Something, however, is out for blood once that convergent path's online a little bit faster, and he'll get the extra charge turret. So now tied up 2-2.
Yeah, it's really good map awareness from PRX in this round. It could have gone very differently if they don't read that, you know, with that push up through mid, top, which direction it ends up going, because after they kill Devi, it's pretty wide open back there, but they send the 2 towards A. They read that nicely. I think because, you know, they feel like, okay, we've got something on the other side. Let's stick with our 2 setup. Rely on him. He's still got full health. You know, Envy and Forsaken already a little bit beat up. Guess correctly, and that's going to be the operator into something's paws. Here's some noise.
Push out, all right, immediately going to be dispatched. Paranoia now going to be sent, double dash over to the side, and Forsaken scaling forward at Ali is able to intercept Sugetsu, so now the Viper gone. This is why they slam the door in the faces of KC. DOS9, however, little headshot, cheeky little scale forward, but something just leaps around the back, quickly gets the scope through. As the spike straight over towards the defender's side. Levin not too far away from being able to recover that. Forsaken eyes on the angle, but not on his rear. Aves, if he swings out, would have a very easy kill, but instead we'll send the Prowler. That's the alert here that PRX needed.
That's kind of unfortunate for Aves. Be kicking himself in the VOD review on that one.
No way to know. They're in the moment. Spike is going to be recovered. Aves pushing his way forward onto the site. Headshot to the back of the skull onto something, but now Devi as well, striking. Arriving on the scene, the Haunt going to be sent out. Aves, quick on the draw, is able to find the one. Lob it on that snake bite, and that's all to draw the attention away while Jing swoops in from the flank. 2 players surviving, the op going to be carried over. PRX now find themselves in the lead.
So much of these rounds coming down to just who's going to kind of outguess who on where they've maneuvered to on the map. It's getting very chaotic. Everybody's just trying to kind of find that extra space, find that extra angle. I mean, first it's DOS9, he gets shut down, then it's Aves, who eventually finds one. A re-wrap from elbow, and it's a little bit all over the place right now, it feels like. A ton of ults as PRX. Same for KC.
Showstopper going to be sent off the rip, looking for that stun. The lob in, but now the rendezvous will take him out to safety, even though it's a short hop. The Hunter's Fury, however, looking to hound him down, has him low. It's going to be Forsaken having the kill. That's 2 invested off the rip. PRX get themselves into a decent enough position, but it's just the one player committing the ult in to try to have that operator online. Everybody else still going to be having armor as well as Vandals, so a 4v5 still possible for KC, but something scouted out by that Prowler. Quick little exit, double dashes out towards safety. While Jing pushing forward, and he's not going to press the issue. Rare signs of restraint, but then we'll just get taken down through the wall. DOS9 able to find him there. Aves not quite going to be able to get the catch on Devi through that market door as it does get slammed shut.
Yeah, that's why they're going to slide something up to top mid to watch that. Case got a pretty good read now how this round is going to look. A lot of their base is covered.
Forsaken. A little bit of a delayed reaction there. Unable to find that kill, but Envy very much slotted forward just outside of main. Able to find a kill. Now they hear the sprint coming their way. The Neon, the slide in, breaks the aim of something. Weapon's going to be grabbed as well. Levin wants to try to utilize this as well. I've got an overdrive behind it, so I might as well go for it. They go pushing into his angle, which given they're sprinting, he's going to be able to have the read here. Slow things down. Levin should absolutely be favored. Just holding on this corner. No way to try to break that aim. And it will be Devi taken down. Envy now to try to clutch it, but as he swoops in, Levin with the recovered op will have his number, a 3K, to tie things up.
Well, this is just a great late round call from KC. They realize that the B site is a little bit overstacked, and that Neon gives something fit. It's a good early set piece from PRX, using that showstopper to reveal the position of the chamber. They know where that rendezvous is going to be set up, so then they follow up immediately with that Hunter's Fury. But KC better just when it mattered most at the end of the round. What looked like a good start for PRX and maybe themselves pretty far ahead.
Oh
my God.
Straight into this, and Envy lucky. Be able to skirt back away from that one. Had he committed in with a drone, almost certainly would have died, but he also did have something there for the covering fire, so manages to find the punish. Get the early start here for PRX in the round, and Divide will expound upon that as Levin gets taken down outside of market. AC still quickly trying to scale forward into the B site. They can still situated, just jiggling back, watching that main angle.
Yeah, KC knows that if they just play really patiently, you might catch somebody from PRX making a mistake. Forsaken, though, does get the reconfirmed. They're still in market.
Now the door to be shut. The swing to come through, and something to have the shot off is going to be taken down. DOS9 is the one that was previously spotted, so something knows there's a second player, but still just can't quite get on the angle, but Divide absolutely does. Spike now down on the floor. Narrate would be able to buy another operator into the next round, but in all likelihood, we'll have to just try to save this one so he can pass another weapon over to his teammates.
Yep. This should just be round over. But some good little adjustments here from PRX. An extra layer to help out Envy over there on A. That first kill, that could have been a real problem. But again, we're starting to get a feel for the tempo and the pace of PRX. I like that they match the pause. You know, they don't try to get over aggressive. They're not trying to push a bunch of space. You know, when KC has kind of claimed just a little bit of real estate of their own, they just hold the line and a little bit of jump peeking. You know, something takes a little bit of a better angle, I think, from top mid there to make sure that if it is, well, it could be a Neon or whatever, but he's going to be able to get that kill a little bit easier from that position.
Back in to a lead by one. Obviously, the key weaponry that you really want to be having going to be carried over. That operator still in the hands here of Narrate, but as mentioned, has to go for a drop. Pass a weapon over to one of his teammates. Levin does have that overdrive to back up the Stinger as well, so could be seeing a bit of a pacier hit here for KC. For now, won't reveal onto one, but look at the triple scale forward coming in. Look at the Dritz try to set up with that convergent path. Jing now bounding forward. Levin completely slowed up inside of the snake bite, and PRX have an absolutely gorgeous spot-on read.
That is incredible. Using that toxic screen so nicely, and the timing, the coordination there, brilliant. DOS9, nothing he can do at the end of this one. Something had him held out of Boba. My goodness.
And after a round like that, I think that if you're KC, you probably wanted to call a timeout here. PRX are starting to have a very strong understanding of how you want to pilot your attacker's side. May just be time. Just go ahead, pump the brakes a little bit, and try to get some extra thoughts here for the players to try to make use of.
It's really nice for PRX to get Jing going here. He really struggled in their first match against NRG. You know, something that we haven't seen too much from him since stage one, since London. I mean, he was incredible. You talk about how good his Raze is, best Raze in the world. They lost both Raze maps, you know, against NRG, and that's tough when you put so many of your chips into that basket. You know, like, he's so good at times. So if they get him fired up as well, something already very much clicking on the Waylay, get that other duelist rolling, this should be pretty easy sledding for PRX.
Yeah, and while it's not something that we see too often from something, obviously he's got plenty of experience playing the Waylay as well at this point.
Yeah.
Was his main duelist selection when Corrode was in the map pool. Let's see plenty of that. Goes back over to it here on Sunset. And I was curious what PRX were kind of going to, look to slot in with these specific roles, because well, okay, not going to be leaning back into the Yoru. You're still not likely to find the same value, even if it is something. Map is just a little bit bigger compared to something like Ascent where he does play it. Meanwhile, though, that trade out will just quickly make an exit. Jing as well, trying to once again scale aggressively down into mid. Does have to back away, but all of this has established a very deep pit completely containing B main.
PRX is expecting this to be an attempt to clear Devi's pit, so they've reinforced it with an extra player.
They might have to give that a reconsideration. A leg shot, though. Out on Avaz, not able to find that elimination. Puts him down to 5 HP, and that's going to have all of KC now starting to get clustered up on the A side of the map.
Alright, is going to dodge that drone, but should be an awareness in the back of Envy's mind that that's possible. Thing going to hold the elbow
Still watching
angle.
for it.
Yeah.
Great, reading the angles correctly, and will be able to find that headshot, clearing him out. Forsaken now trying to assess which direction the flood's going to be coming through, but he sends out that Reckoning, trying to slow up this approach. Dalsan going to be contained, just tucked away here in the back. Forsaken, however, fiercely just goes pushing forward, because of course he does. He's able to find the enemy Omen after all.
Welcome to my world.
With something finishing the job that he had started, is able to find that elimination, but Levin gets rid of Forsaken at the same time. Their own pit now placed, fanning out towards the back of site, as well as absorbing some of Alley. KC get this into a 3v3, and now decently favored to close out the round.
And you don't have a ton. You have a couple mollies.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Do they realize? Paint shell gonna be sent, but no swing wide enough to actually get the spot out there. Just a bound around the corner, out towards safety. Divine out, arriving. The rendezvous placed, the leg, spotted, narrate. Just showing a bit too much, but Levin re-arrives over on the street side, cleans up Jing, gets it back into a 2v2, and the time is starting to bleed away. Divine's able to find Sugetsu. They have to stay on this defuse, the slide in, the turnaround, and Levin
Try that again.
gets the clutch, gets the 4K, and gets a 4th round win for KC.
Love this little bit of delayed aggression from KC here. Narrate, able to get a big win against Envy at top mid. That starts making it really difficult for PRX to have info on what's going on around the map. So then, you know, Forsaken and something left to their own devices to try to lock this out. The pit almost doesn't work for KC, but Levin has another brilliant round. Just like we saw earlier, 10 kills for the Neon.
Looking for the stun on the array, but it's going to be something taken down. Dialed in on the angle. It's a big early punish. Is Envy as well. Now will fall. Forsaken having to backpedal away. Eats a little bit of damage to jump forward, though, right through the poison orb. And Narrate will be able to find him with a headhunter. And the wheels are starting to come off. PRX, they were cruising. They were looking steady. These last 2 rounds. Now, they look shaken. Operator not to be recovered. Jing just to play back, maybe try to find some kind of exits, but KC can just fan out over towards that defender's side and keep all 5 players alive.
At this time, I wonder if maybe that push from something was ahead of the dart, or the dart landed just a little late. Feels like a little bit of a timing thing there. Gave KC an opportunity to get that win and get out before the rest of PRX could do anything about it. Regardless, good awareness from Narrate to be leading the charge with that operator like that. Not an easy task.
I'll find you.
He's able to shut down something who's been having a really solid map so far. Devi?
I think it's time for a timeout on the PRX camp.
He's done it again.
Yeah, that's... I mean, just misjudging where they had planted the spike, where it was going to be safe, but obviously there was no one near him. Yeah. Okay, no timeout.
Why not?
We'll just leave it, but this is going to be pushing them lower and lower as far as the cash is concerned. Bank can be broken after this round if they're not able to find the win.
And I like KC's adjustment here in the macro, saying we've had a couple rounds that A has been successful for us. Let's try something a little bit different. PRX initially just trying to make sure that 3 in a row won't be what they get just from that A side initially. Oh, something gets identified crossing there by Narrate onto the Devi. He sees a lot.
That it does. Relay bolt going to be sent out. Space now getting taken. Paranoid does not connect on to Devi, but he's going to go swinging out, takes the fight, and does manage to win it for 1. Something now up and over into market, but Jing is also going to be struck down, so player advantage and something spammed to 5 HP.
Oh.
Narrate dialed in, something dispatched, looks for a little bit more, does Narrate, and he finds it. His Envy will also fall, and now it's just Forsaken. A world away, and the shot's not connecting. They're trying to hold on to this weapon, but and KC, it's one more round to be played. They have so much money. They can absolutely try to hound him down. Taken, planting himself here in mid, finds the first, looks for the second, won't be able to get it done. Aves will find the elimination, putting him one away from a Nightfall as KC now get up to 6.
And again, it's using some of that conditioning from the last couple rounds. This is a great read by Aves to say we've gone A twice, it's been successful. They're probably going to overstack that side. Let's go the other way. Divide, only good for one. The trade's nice, and then Narrate really sharp again with the operator. So just able to get into those post plants comfortably, hold those angles. PRX never getting much done. Sugetsu's lurk as well, really impactful there.
Able to just go ahead and force back Narrate far enough to get the showstopper online.
Taken, trying to use that one way to get himself positioned. That showstopper going to be in the back of KC's minds. That's why they have retreated for now, and look at this stack.
Massive push out into mid yet again from PRX. This is kind of where they've been finding the most success. Will that continue or not? Sugetsu doing damn well to be able to come away with one. Critically for PRX though. It is Envy that is dead. Not a showstopper, but okay. Narrate a little bit whippy at the start. He's able to slow it down, finds that kill. The showstopper comes away with absolutely nothing. Jing planting his feet, however, still going to be able to find DOS 9. Divine got Aves moments before. A 2v2 the spike, still there in main. Narrate swooping forward, grabbing it, rendezvousing back. The peek in, see if they go on this push. He will just make his exit. Jing now, ooh, puts away the gun right as the peek comes in, but Levin will decide to just back away. Jing quickly swooping forward, trying to find that elimination, but the damage is just not going to be coming through. Narrate now with a swap of the guns, has the tour de force behind this Vandal. Jing tagged to 30. EC being well suited to make this a 7-5 half.
Just narrowly, Narrate's able to get there, get that spike up. This is going to be all the more difficult because Jing wanted to try to catch him in their rear. Oof. Timing again.
Away from the alley. Jing not going to have the spot. He does have a paint shell, but Levin, okay. Hearing a bit now, we'll just take the fight forward. We'll be able to have that elimination now. Devaya 1v2, the time working against him. Narrate not quite on the right angle, so kill is going to be found, but Levin, can he just play this correctly, play with his food? Will just push forward before the half can come in. It's going to be 7-5. KC out in front by 2.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from KC to bounce back. Run 4 in a row there at the end. Starting to get a good macro read. Able to kind of weather some of PRX's aggressive maneuvers. Able to get some big shots when they needed them most. Started in the Pitzel, started with Sugetsu. Really clean bandit shooting there, and even though something able to find all the kills, wasn't able to find the round, and then from there, saw some good stuff from Levin in a couple of the rounds. He had a really impactful performance on the Neon. Really broke PRX's lines at a couple moments where he's able to rush forward, get past the op, get past their guns a bit. But Narrate, as that one rolled on, he got more and more comfortable with that operator. Really started to lock the players out.
Yeah, and they locked something out of being able to find an operator again.
Yep.
Just never were able to get that money rolling back through, never able to take it out of Narrate's hands, carry it over into the next round, because it was that 4 rounds in a row that were collected by KC to close this out. So
I mean, I think something went killless like 4 in those 4 rounds in a row, or maybe he got 1 in there, but it wasn't many. Because he was at 12 for a long time during that half. He'd gotten up to like 12 and 6, and then I don't think he found another one after that.
He was doing a lot of the early lifting, but then all of PRX started dropping the spaghetti. A lot to be a little bit concerned about if you want PRX to come away with this win on Sunset. 5 from the defender's side, not going to be too terrible. Obviously, as they are going to be running that double duelist, now shifting over to the attack. But if this doesn't have fangs and KC win another pistol, they're looking pretty well suited to collect a win on this opening map.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would feel like there's a shout here for PRX for sure. But again, how much practice have they had on this map with this new comp? You know, how well drilled is this going to be? Sometimes that can kind of work for you because you're kind of figuring it out on the fly, which means your opponent is going to have a tough time maybe reading exactly what you're trying to accomplish with some of your macro and those kind of things. But usually it's going to be the more prepared team, the team that has the better protocols that comes through. PRX gonna scoop up. Okay, 2 sheriffs, Ghost for something. Dakin just gonna stick with the classic and armor. Jing with the frenzy. Everybody else on KC. Bandit for Sugetsu again. Sheriff for Levin.
They're starting to get clustered in mid again. End up being a very big fight here. Couple shots to go out. PRX starting to lean in towards this A side of the map, but so too is KC. More players nearby enough. As Levin gonna go repositioning, wrapping around over into Alley.
Oh,
push
what a
through that
shot.
wall though, and yep, Divide. Whenever he's got a sheriff, you always have to be concerned, but something now gonna get caught. Levin bringing this back to parity. Going at the corner. Aves to stay tucked in. Finds the first, looks for a little bit more. Jing will be able to shut him down with that frenzy, but Levin still able to find Forsaken as well, so it's a 2v2 with Jing at 15 health. Avoids the first shot. 4 more in that headhunter though, 4 and 8. Absolutely still be deadly. They want to try to re-clear this and maybe even pivot. 30 seconds though. Have to start sprinting pretty damn soon, but maybe just a forward check and then a tuck back over to A.
I mean, I think they'd like to try to isolate Narrate, take him down. Doesn't give him the chance. Suspecting that they have moved all the way over towards B, but now he's going to know the time's just running too low.
Do they read that Sugetsu could be an alley? Jing going to be going for the plant that is safe from this position. No sightlines given over by Devi either. As Devi looking for the shots, and he cannot line them up. Jing dead off screen. It's another pistol for KC, who are now up by 3.
Yeah, again, it's just so slow here off the rip from PRX that KC has tons of time to get their pieces into place. Even though, you know, PRX's individual skill is able to fight back enough to get them into that 2v2, Jing was so weak already. Time was working against them, and that allowed Sugetsu to reposition. Not sure what happened there. Something just stuck out there, maybe some util from KC. The C's or something got players from PRX caught up. Now, only a couple bandits and a sheriff this time. Oh my god. Levin sees a few players, goes for some sprays, but it's only going to be Jing who takes any damage. So for PRX there, not too shabby. Oh, something drifting back. Uses that refract just to get a little bit of info about what's going on in the B site. Now I think I'm gonna try and challenge maybe a different part of the map. Prowler here doesn't confirm.
They want to go for a bit of a market split, but Dawson able to offer up quite a bit of damage, but still suffers a hell of a lot in kind. 4 HP remaining on this Omen. They're going for the full push up now through up into this smoke, and Aves with that stinger ready to greet them. Paranoia as well. Going to be sent through, but if I able to find the one, something gets the right click in. Dawson going to be taken down. Levin eliminated, and PRX. Oh, it just feels like you can never really count them out. And Sugetsu will get 1, but nothing more. It's a Thrifty. Go ahead and reply right back after dropping the pistol.
This is so crafty from PRX, and again, the combos on the fly when they're going to throw something one direction, another's going to push out at the same time, and that's so hard to react to as KC. Aves there, just stuck in a bad position, and everybody's swinging together outside of the harbor smoke. Just a great moment there for PRX, and KC has to be kicking themselves. Had a great opportunity to maybe put this map To a really difficult place, but Aves just says, okay, fine.
Are we just pendulum swinging this? Here we go. Thrifty into Thrifty. Aves can find another! Then yes, it absolutely can happen. Something now going to be isolated. The swing coming through. He cannot line it up. And my God, what a reply. KC looking to get themselves up to 9. 2 players down to 30 health. The weapons not been recollected here. DOS9 is going to be eating that stun. Knows exactly where Forsaken is. Shock Dart, they are heavily convinced about this, and yeah, they've got him down low. Shock Dart, he walks right into it!
He predicted he was gonna leave.
Meanwhile, Forsaken able to find the first, the spam through, Aves dead, and oh my God, they're rescuing this round. Just narrate. 1v2, a Bulldog in hand. 5 bullets and a Headhunter. But this is one of the most PRX rounds. The last 2, I think, is a very good TLDR for this team.
That is an interesting smoke to set up there, Forsaken.
I'll just have to make him walk through, walk out of it. The shots ringing out, and Forsaken just dialed in on the angle, gets himself the 3K to save this round. PRX now 1 away from tying it up.
It is so amazing to me sometimes when players just read a situation so well. They throw the Harbor blind in there. DOS9 doesn't move a muscle, doesn't make any noise.
Like, nah, he's there.
Yeah, enemy's like, nah, I know you're there. And then not only does he get that, he predicts that he's going to leave when he does. I mean, crazy good stuff. Forsaken as well, brilliantly played there individually. That 3K, absolutely a difference maker. That's going to keep things very much alive here for PRX. Something going to have that operator as well. So let's see if he can match a little bit of what Narrate was showing us with the chamber. Over on the other side, doesn't have the funds to get into it yet himself.
1 away from a showstopper is Jing. It's Devi taking this contact fight outside of market in mid, and he will get overwhelmed, so gets to the one to collect it. It's Forsaken now going to be spotted, just trying to set up this wall as they go for a faster hit onto the A site. Gonna get slowed down. Trademark on the one side, Boombot still having to clear through alley. Jing's gonna go up and over. Ends up getting slowed, but nothing to be spotted. On reveal, so they know exactly where the rocket would be coming from. He's just gonna lob it over towards Street, where no one will receive it, but DOS9 still gonna get caught. Now still isolated here. Behind the box on site, the scale forward from Levin, but Envy has him outdone. He's looking for the next. Forsaken gonna be swinging in, draws the attention, and Envy collects it. A 3rd kill for him. As Jing is able to find Narrate, and now it's just Sugetsu having to backpedal, having to run away to save this weapon. The op will be carried over, and PRX will tie it up 8-8.
Envy. That's definitely a Envy round. No doubt about it. Getting that first kill up onto the player on the box at back sight. That was really instrumental. Making sure that that retake could never really formulate. There just wasn't any legs to it after that. It felt like KC just was trying to individually make a play here and there to cut things down, and PRX holding the line quite nicely. I mean, there's nothing Devi can do there. That's a really tricky spot to be in. Maybe if he had kind of held that angle just a half second longer initially when he was looking through the market door, he might have gotten one, but tough spot to be in. Good read by KC initially there to get that man advantage. But further as that one went on, PRX individually took the round over. Boombot to make sure that Jing can get more, and oh boy.
Sugetsu, yeah, it's just a death squad on the other side. Ooh. Clean fadeaway shot there from Levin. He wants to go in for a little bit more. 2 bullets remaining here in the cylinder, and he can't quite line it up. Jing finds DOS9 behind him, then cleans up the neon. This thrifty attempt not getting nearly as close here for KC, at least not at the moment. As Jing, he might have just activated, was down at the bottom of the standings, and now is slingshotting his way up towards the top. Nothing more for Narrate to do.
Well, you especially don't want to give Jing another ult charge. He's nearly to another showstopper.
It's 3 away. And that's why he's the one sprinting on the prowl looking for this chamber. Taken not too far off as well. In the end, it doesn't seem likely that they will be able to find him, but PRX will find themselves back into a 1-round lead.
Could get to him potentially. A chance.
Bike gone, so 5 seconds remaining. Have to just rush at him. They're going to try to do so, but won't be able to find him in the end. So Narrate will be able to carry that Phantom over into the next. One away from a tour de force for himself, but PRX very much finding their footing so far on this attacker side.
I have to imagine this is a good opportunity for a timeout because both teams are going to be having some big ults coming into this next round. Reckoning Hunter's Fury for PRX. You have the Nightfall plus Levin's Overdrive. So certainly here, Zeitz wants to talk about this a little bit and make sure that they get some value here because it's a pivotal round in this map. You win this one, as KC, you're right back into it. You've got a really good chance to keep things at least very close. But if PRX wins this one, you're back to losing money. You've just wasted an ult cycle, and it's really getting scary after that.
I mean, I'm just moderately shocked that we haven't seen a timeout call from Alex after some of the just, wild things that PRX have done that costed them rounds, particularly in that first half. And he's decided to just keep it tabled for now. Holds both timeouts in his back pocket, has gotten both out of Karmine Corp.
Could be the old Termy strategy of they need to figure it out themselves.
I've done enough suffering. Let them suffer. Well, he might not be on the Sage, but the operator's still going to be passed over into Devi's hands, as it looks like something likely going to be needed for the entry.
Yeah, I like this. Devi usually really sturdy on this map with the operator.
So it's going to be a very quick hit, the Reckoning out. Aves just there behind this wall, still able to survive for now, but Levin's going to be punished as Jing is able to find that kill. Hunter's Fury going to be sent through as well as Inby will take that Aves. All right, with a quick peek in towards Talios, is able to find just the one kill, but has to try to escape, but he cannot. Devi with the up, able to strike. And now the players from KC split worlds apart. Getsu just watching here in market. Devi not quite ready on this approach, will get timinged. Taking down the drone to be sent through, trying to find this enemy Viper. Tries to swing out. Find a timing of his own, but Forsaken will deny. The 2 kills going to be found. The operator can be recovered. PRX now starting to steady this lead.
Okay, now the timeout doesn't really come to fruition here for KC. Just don't quite have the right answers to that initial ult dump over at A into the pivot from PRX when they realize that it's a little bit too congested over on that side of the map, and they make a nice move. And Devi, again, Johnny on the spot with that operator. Gonna have it for this round. The good news here is KC got the tour de force, got enough for another half buy. In terms of armors, you got a full buy with weapons. So you can still bring a lot of weaponry to bear.
Drone sent, walls up, showstoppers out. PRX looking to try to make this one a very pacey hit. As Narrate able to escape the showstopper. Again, not going to be able to collect any eliminations. Saturate, however, keeps him contained into the corner. Now the pit is going to be invested as well. Something able to find the first as Levin will fall. The skirt forward. Narrate up close and personal. Quick scopes in. Finds something for an elimination. They still have to find their way forward into this pit. And KC just don't have the right tools to try to breach this position. They're going to have to brute force it. This DOS9, he's going to find both over in market. Now a 2v4, the spam through. Narrate fishing for anything that he can get. It's a smattering of damage found onto Inby. TV forward, quickly cancel Devi now for the reposition, but Inby to peel back some of the pressure. Devi out into the open, is able to find a second. Havas taken down, and Devi finds all 3 to close out the round and get PRX up to 11.
I saw the evil cackle from Devi there on that one. He just absolutely saved that round for PRX, because what a moment for DOS9. I thought they swing on him on a timing. This is exactly how you draw it up as Jing and Forsaken. They play this fine. They just can't hit their shots, and DOS9 does. And then Devi, through the wall there.
Now, even with the pit on their side, a 2v4, still damn impressive. 11 to 8. The buy a bit fractured as the overdrive is going to be coming through, and something left on a bit of an island, but no, still finds a headshot. Navas will be able to clean up one, but Convergent Path's going to be sent out as they look to try to reclaim this space in B main. The double dash in the back of sight. Jing held in position for the moment, but right now on that arrival from Boma, will be able to shut down the enemy Waylily. So player advantage back into the hands of KC.
PRX trying to use an unexpected aggressive moment there where they're, pinned back. You've got the overdrive flying at you. You get nailed by the paranoia with a bunch of your players, and you're able to trade. Most teams would take a pause there. PRX is like, no, we're going to try. KC very ready for that reaggression, though. +9. Gonna say, hello, did he see the feet?
He must have done that, or we need to investigate. Either way, Forsaken, feeling back a miraculous kill, is able to get this into a 3v3. Sugetsu still having to make his way back from that A side of the map. Working through market in all likelihood. Envy will be watching the rear for now. No shocks, no Hunter's Fury. So it's very much relying on the dynamic duo of Forsaken and Jing to try to hold this line. Drop down from Narrate, swing in the corner of the gun barrel, nearly spotted, but just has the read. But Forsaken on the counter swing is able to find 2 kills on 4, potential 4th. It's going to be a necessary one if he wants to clutch this and take them up to map point. He's considering the reckoning. And will just be sending that to the fuse. Just going to be held. He's got the poison orb, and Forsaken, he cannot get there. He just sticks it all the way to completion as KC get the clutch. They get a 9th round win.
Oh my God, it is just barely there. But Sugetsu knows that he really has no other choice but trying to stick it adjacent, just some little hesitation.
If anyone should know about sticking the fuses on Sunset, it's Forsaken.
That's true. That's a great read right there. I don't know if they could see the foot, but I thought right there Forsaken had locked it down, and Envy trying to cover the exit, but Sugetsu gets a big one, and we go again. Signs of life.
Levin again trying to find that aggression here. And this time we'll be able to skirt away unscathed. Sugetsu now, thinking that enough time has passed. Invests the pit, but it's only on the alley side. Still plenty of sight opened up, but obviously Trademark in position to alert. We've got 3 players out in mid to quickly try to recollapse and reflood.
Yeah, so it's going to be a lot of pressure onto Forsaken potentially here. Do anything too crazy. That harbor wall kind of gives away that he was lingering in the back, but moving forward to group up. I think the timing on this hit.
Oh, and he's just watching. He's waiting for that raise to come bounding up over the top, but instead it's going to be something just pushing forward, able to find that kill, but traded back. Forsaken now will fall. Been getting slotted in. Divide trying to play him in, bait them forward. Meanwhile, something clearing the heart, but as he turns to the side, he ends up getting taken down. Divide. At the same time, able to find DOS9. Still a 3v3, but never mind. It is a 1v3 as Levin quickly cleans up 2 kills. Jing now isolated, cannot find the spray. Narrate will take him down. The defuse to come through, and KC not done with this map yet.
Yeah, it's just that little bit of extra timing there from KC where they're just fast enough to the punch. I mean, Forsaken gets into a position where he's trying to hold that flank angle, but there are 3 players there. The crosshair is just a little bit off. That cost him his life, then something dealt with by the recon, and even though there's some punch back from PRX, it's Levin again who strikes when they need him. He's up to 18 on the map. Narrate was 17. Those 2 leading the charge, and there we go. Finally, Alex has said, okay, all right. Maybe now I'll get in here and talk to them a bit.
And still a good amount of money to work with. AC not quite going to be able to break the bank and get an easy round out of PRX. And again, I mean, we did just see the, the thrifty after the pistol loss. None of them are really that easy.
Yeah. Well, and I like some of the stuff that we've been seeing from KC eventually post their last time out, where they're really contesting that B main orb to make sure that Jing can't be funneling these showstoppers every other round. Like, they have to be a little bit more aggressive. They have to keep that PRX ult economy cycle off their game. And so we've seen them take a couple rounds in a row where they've sent that Neon forward to claim that space and at least challenge PRX for it, make them reconsider it. And they've been so quick to get back into position. So much of what KC's able to do here on Sunset flows through Levin.
This is timeout going to be enough. The conversions so far haven't been fantastic, but right, just going to be making a quick exit. Does find some damage on the Jing.
Like the response. A little bit of aggression now from PRX to take some space of their own.
Forsaken is making noise. Levin hearing all of this, just begging for him to come peeking.
Forsaken was just trying to bait from top mid, but
not going to give him that chance. Meanwhile, wall falling, and Levin still able to find that kill. Something taken down. Meanwhile, Envy going to be overwhelmed. DOS9 cleans it up. Now it's a 3v5. Forsaken still convinced that Levin has not left his position, and he would be right for that. Reads back one to try to give them a chance. Left scratching their heads, wondering where the hell is going to be the best place to try to take this spike. Oh, God. It's Forsaken. A bit of a rough timing there. Sugetsu able to find it. Now, another 2v4 would be necessary for PRX to try to take this up to map point.
that was really nice timing from KC. They knew exactly how long it would take him.
Aves looking for Jing. Puts him down a little bit lower. 30 HP. Just out of range of being wall banged, but it's still going to be caught. DOS9 able to find it, and Devi can't even pull the trigger. Narrate so damn fast with it. As KC tied up 11-11.
And now we're getting to the point where PRX's economy suffering a bit. So this next round, so important here in this map. I mean, you have enough, but for the buy, and could have had the knockout blow. Levin there, tucked in nicely. Just nobody on PRX really reading the map right now with these multi-man pushes. Isolated players getting caught. AC really making some nice reads, and it's got a ton of energy back into them. They have that Nightfall there. One away from a Hunter's Fury for Envy. It's going to be the closest ult for PRX in this cycle.
Getsu just going to go backing away. Still this three-player lean. Forsaken with the spike. Solo at the moment. Looking for this peek, and Narrate gets a little antsy. Sends out those shots. Makes his exit with the rendezvous.
Going to be put into a tough position. See if they can get this execute to go. Clear the drone. You know Narrate's back there.
Dash forward into the copy of the wall, getting set up some shots out there. Warning Levin, rerouting him as Hunter's Fury through. Will get the tag on a one, but cannot find that elimination in the end. Nightfall now going to be going out of Sugetsu quickly. Scales in behind this. All of PRX evacuating the site, but something still here at Market is able to find the first as Sugetsu gets taken down. A little bit of ring around the rosy there that Levin comes out on top of. Cleans up a kill onto something as Shock Dart's going to be sent in from Envy to try to delay, but he is tagged down low. There's 8 HP remaining, but Devi refills the space from Market, finds the kill. Levin dead. DOS9 now having to do it all. He cannot find it. Jing comes out on top, and PRX now move up to map point.
Oh, this is a nifty little idea from PRX to have an extra little layer there. They're able to get something tucked into Market. He strikes. There's so much attention on site behind that Nightfall from KC. They just kind of tunnel vision in that direction. A little bit of a in-ear issue there. Sugetsu maybe having a quick issue with the headset.
Having to get that checked out. The Nightfall effects lingering on past the round.
Yeah. It's the next big thing in gaming.
Mm-hmm. Death play. Now, look to get this rectified quickly, but KC, they're going to have to get this done in overtime. It's all very extended one, I believe, over on the other stream between Vitality. Taking that one. I actually don't even know where that went.
I mean, they're still on stage. I have no idea.
At the moment, that looks like NRG doing pretty decent. I was a 16-14 on Ascent.
Wow.
Well, you got two Titanic teams there on that stage, so. really
Yeah.
to be unexpected.
That one I knew was going to be a long series, one way or another.
All right, this one absolutely could be as well. If
Sure.
KC are able to close this out on Sunset.
KC have had some really nice rounds, some really good reads. Individually, some stellar moments from the likes of Levin and Narrate, who have been really, really instrumental here, keeping KC flowing. PRX has had kind of a little bit of everything from everyone. Seen big multi-kill rounds from literally all 5 of those players in the pink and blue and purple. But hopefully this one doesn't take too long. I think maybe they're just going to try swapping his device there. Get the sound issue taken care of.
Unplug it, plug it back in again.
Yeah.
Power cycle.
Yeah.
All that good stuff.
The classic. But this is...
I mean, and that's already gone away, but I'm thinking back to the old days, cartridge games,
Oh,
N64, etc.
You had to...
Take out the cartridge, blow on it a little bit, try to clear the dust. Now we're hitting the point where physical media is just going to be completely dead. What a fun time.
What a world we live in. I do
still
miss
have
the
an archive?
cartridges. Do I still have a what?
Like an archive of all your old games? You have those still back in the States?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're at my friend's house, but yeah, I have them. Still have a bunch of PS1 games. Those like...
Got my Genesis.
I have an original Nintendo, yeah.
It's either 2600 or 5200.
Oh, really? Okay.
Still have one of those. A couple different games.
That is even older than I had.
It's my
Nintendo's.
father's.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm not that old.
Well, when I was a kid, I had to have 2 Nintendos because when I was like 7, I took the first one apart because I wanted to see how it worked. And then I thought I could put it back together because I'm 7 and stupid.
Yep. And nothing's really changed over the
I'm still 7 years old.
34 years.
Stupid.
Still stupid. Maybe a little bit wiser. But it looks like we are ready to go back into the action here. So enough of us yapping about yesteryear.
Back in a flash.
See if KC can try to take this into overtime. Prowler to be cleared, the spam to connect, something. Work down to 76 health.
Didn't get a showstopper. Forsaken one away from a reckoning. Couldn't quite claim that orb himself. On the other side. So they want to give him the spike plant or what? Throw up the wall. Drone gonna lead the way. Not much resistance.
Showstopper sent. Haunt. Oh, gonna get the reveal. Lets them know where the showstopper is going to be coming from. Sends it forward. Damage not to be found. Alpha's just out of range of that. But they're going to try to fight this one forward. It looks like Reckoning going to be sent. And Dawstein, he's just trying to TP past it, not anticipating this forward layer from PRX. He offers himself up on a platter as Jing is able to find himself a third, now the fourth. And maybe an ace to close out this map. Levin having to do it all. Finds the first, but needs so much more. Devi there shuts him down. 13-11. PRX change up the comp. They come out on top here on KC's pick of Sunset.
It certainly looked a little uncomfortable for PRX, though. A map that used to be very much one of their hallmarks, but this time around, KC had some really nice ideas, some good mid-rounds, some good individual moments, but PRX just a little bit too deep in the long run on that attack side. Some of those ult cycles catching in favorable moments and able to get lots of value out of it for PRX.
And now we get ready to go to Fracture as PRX try to keep themselves alive here at EWC 2026. Karmine Corp, the ones on the chopping block, need to be able to turn this around, get that reverse sweep if they want to be performing in front of the French crowd. But for now, we'll go ahead, give the players a break, and pass things back over to the analyst desk to break down all of the wild action from Sunset.
We've had so many chances for overtime, and it has been taken. Not the case here as PRX shut the door on the comeback by KC. It was a valiant attempt by the Blue Wall, but they fall short on their map pick of Sunset, and I think that's going to spell very difficult future for the French outfit. Let's welcome back our desk with Kukuka and Big Time as, man, 13-11. They try to pull out the Sunset, knowing that PRX has not been playing on that since being at Masters London, and it just doesn't quite work out because the guns come alive, the plays come alive, and it's just a bit too much here for KC.
Especially on that second half, Jing was absolutely amazing. But for the side of KC, so many cool things that we saw throughout that match. How Narrate was playing the chamber, how they actually had to work around the map because of Forsaken being on that harbor and all the conditioning that he was having. But they found a lot of solutions. But at the end, man, I just feel like with KC, it's always the same. Like they're so close. Too close in all of these matches, and if you could see it on the cameras, we could also feel it here. The way that they were celebrating, because at the end of the day, you're about to win against PRX. That is something that not many people can see. But when we looked at PRX, man, they were stressed. They were really, really stressed. There was no celebration. After winning rounds.
Yeah, very much. I think for me, I was impressed by KC, and I was definitely a little bit disappointed with PRX in this first half for sure. Yes, it was 7-5, but it felt like they were only really winning on their set pieces. That was where they were at their best down middle. Those aggressive W gaming plays are what they were known for, but I thought they were struggling in a macro aspect. Then we move across onto that second half. The attacker side is where they really begin to show their true form and light it up. KC fall away a little bit there. They put in a good shift. 13-11 is very, very respectable against one of the top teams in the world, but they don't manage to convert, and that's your own map pick, so things are only going to get harder from here if you're KC.
But one thing that has happened a lot here at EWC, you lose your map pick, you win on the other team's map pick. We've seen that happen a lot in the first 2 days.
Way more than it should.
Yeah, again. But I think this one's a bit different with Sunset being the one out of the pool, and
I mean, you could definitely tell that the PRX is still thinking about, the way that Sunset was playing. I think that you could tell that KC is way more intentional with their Viper walls and how they're moving around the map. There is some sort of level of preparation into here. I mean, it's not like PRX didn't know how to play this map. I think that they were brilliant on it. Davai also had a couple of rounds like this one, for example, in the Viper split that made absolutely no sense. So many of them, as we said, very small margins. It is good to see, though, that Forsaken can bounce back from the performance that he had against NRG, because he had a couple of maps that did not look good.
Yeah, very much so. I think, when we talk about this PRX team, you talk about how stacked it is across the board. It really does feel like on any given day, any one of them can win the game. So they'll always have to be at 100%. They're a roster that's talented enough where if one drops off, you know that there's star power elsewhere, but it does feel like they need everybody here in this tournament to start converting. They are in that lower bracket, and that was a very, very close map one against heavy underdogs of Karmine Corp.
Things are not going to get easy for the second map on Fracture, as Paper Thing was saying, and of course, if we know KC, it's not going to get easy. But I liked also seeing Levin, as I said before, coming into the map. To me, it's important that when we go back to EMEA, he has the confidence that he needs to prosper and to be good at other duelists. Last year, BBL ended up putting him in a jet because they didn't know how to make it work. Like, you have a kid that has so much talent, but you cannot exploit it. And now I really feel like I'm getting to that. Levin is growing in him,
Yeah, again, stood toe-to-toe here with PRX, one of the best in the world to do it. And I think going back to your point of PRX being more muted and stressed, I agree they were stressed, but even in the winning round, it was like, this is what we do, we have to win these rounds because, our aspirations aren't just making it out of the group.
It's like Argentina versus Cape Verde last night. Almost the same.
Our expectation is let's celebrate that we won, but also we've got bigger things in sight. You know what's in sight? It will be a short break, but after that, we'll have map number 2 of this matchup, KC versus PRX. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
goes up. Door goes down. Door goes up. Door goes down. Door goes up. Door goes down. Oh, shit.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. It is 1-0 PRX over KC, but KC made him work for it. Welcoming back our desk, it's Kukuka and Big Time, never playing Big Time, as we need to see something special, some extravagance here by the French outfit if they're going to step up against the best of the Pacific.
I'm very true. We're moving across the Fracture, which is PRX's best map by far. Cast your mind back to the Masters London final. That's the one where they absolutely dominated Lev despite losing. And then when we saw them play earlier on this week against NRG, that was of course the map that they won. They play their own individual style, this Sky Breach comp, which on paper you go, that shouldn't be PRX, that should never suit them, but they make it work so brilliantly. I will say, I think KC have their work cut out for them here.
Okay, what is one comp that you've seen PRX play that one you can see any other team play, and two that you've been like, oh, but they don't make it work. They don't make it work. They can't make it work.
They could lock anything and it would be fine.
Nobody plays Yoru. Something loves Yoru. They're great in a sense, you know? I feel like that is always the story with PRX, and they deserve it, honestly. They've earned it throughout the years, the reputation that they have. For the side of KC, Fracture is not a good map.
You know,
this is not a good map.
And that's going to be tough, just given all the different entryways, all the different calls that can happen here with a team like PRX, so creative in their setup. And when I'm thinking about the tournament as a whole, I feel like these two teams are linked because KC was the one that knocked out one of the other tournament favorites, made it to the finals last year in Fnatic.
In fact, Fnatic knocked them out, both of these teams out last year.
And now, PRX are going to knock out the team that knocked out Fnatic before even getting here at EWC 2026 if they get that victory, as they are so favored to do given the recent history.
But the thing is, I will say, look at even to our first game this morning. You know, we see BBL lose map 1 and we go, well, split should really go not their way, but they turn it around with a fantastic performance.
Dominate.
That's the thing about Valorant, is who shows up in the server. We can waffle on all we want about how this looks like on paper. KC know that they're big underdogs in this series. They know that they're big underdogs on that server, but it's all about the fight in the dog, not the dog in the fight.
You know what?
Right?
Let's do that. let's do that. Let's forget about what we thought on paper, right? What have we just seen today that would give us hope? You know, like for the side of PRX, I think it's easy because it's PRX. But as I said, it's good to see that Forsaken is back on board, that everybody found their moments. But if I am just looking at the KC that I saw today, I saw a Narrate and 11 that are playing without fear. I saw an Avis that is finally also combining his brain with his gunfight. And I am seeing a team that is having fun and that is winning and losing together. So that is the one. That is the KC that I want to see, no matter what happens in the second map. Because like, let's be realistic.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about how you manage pressure. Sometimes being the underdogs can work in your favor. If you already know you're gonna lose, it means you can play with freedom. We see these upsets happen time and time again.
It's on PRX to lose.
Don't get me wrong, PRX have choked in the past. They're not immune to this by any stretch of imagination. So we'll have to see how this plays out in front.
Yeah, and we had the opportunity to listen to Aves earlier in that Road to EWC video that we had. And he knows, he understands, we haven't played well. One of the worst times in my career early on in this year, but also giving himself grace as the IGL. And to IGL your way 13-11 against the PRX squad feels like, all right, these are things that we can build upon. I think it's just keeping track of that, making sure you're not trying to win the whole map in one round. Like, just build upon it, take all the positive things, and throw that up against one of the best teams in the world.
I think especially momentum can work so heavily in their favor. When you look at that final in Masters London, my mind goes to map 5 of Lotus, where it was 2-2, everything was level, but PRX can't get themselves into the game because the flow of the game goes against them. The momentum goes against them, and they couldn't recover. For KC to have a good chance here, I want to see them get that pistol. I want to see them get that bonus, and I want to see the snowball, the ults come online early.
I want to see the same communication as well that we were seeing, because every single time that we had the player cams on, we saw Avis yapping his mind away. Same goes with Levin. I want everyone giving 1000% Doshi as well. Against Fnatic, the last time that they played the Fracture, he had a terrible time, but today things really feel different for this KC, and we've been waiting so long to see this kind of things.
And I will say, if there's one guy on this team who knows how to beat PRX, it's Dosha. DOS9. When he was on Boom, they managed to take them down. He's been there, done that before, so he just has to use that knowledge, use what he's learned today.
And that was the player that I wanted to shout out here. 13-21, -8 was the one that was caboosing even more than IGL Aves. He needs to step up if they're going to have the opportunity to start the upset, right? They are down one map, and it's their last map before they get sent home, despite being in Paris.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the big thing. It will be so sad to not see this team on stage in front of the French fans because they're so passionate, and it would be such a huge buff for them. We saw Avis say in his video that if they make it out of this group, they're gonna win the whole thing because they know everyone in that crowd would be rooting for them to do it, but they have to make it out. They have to get through such a tough opponent in PRX on their preferred map. It's true, David and Goliath times for the French organization.
He also told me in that interview that he considered PRX to definitely be the most difficult opponent to beat in the entire group, and it's all or nothing for both of these teams here fighting for survival. I'm gonna say, if it looks like we have a little bit of a delay every single time that I see a the recline on the chair. That does not lie. No, that does not lie. But yeah, of course, the pressure on the teams, like, look at PRX, they're always, like, usually so animated, so happy. It really feels like, as I was saying, like, feeling the pressure, almost losing against the team that you should have the number off. I know that it was Sunset and whatnot, but the synergy the PRX have between each other, it's not like Sunset came out yesterday. It's not Summit, you know? Like, you have no idea what to do, what comp we're going to play, how we're going to structure it. Nah.
It's a map they're famously very good on. So the fact it was close does bode well for KC, but I think you made an excellent point where you have to judge the vibes of these PRX players. They are the ultimate vibe team. They want to be in a high mood because without it, the team really just started to fall apart.
Yeah, I just got told that we will be heading into Agent Select very soon, dealing with that audio issue that we heard earlier. They remade lobby, so the guys filing back on in for this elimination match here in Group B. The winner of this will play the loser of our series over there with NRG versus Vitality, which has been a fantastic series to say the least.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to go and watch that one later. But of course, as you're saying, in that game, The victory will get you out of the groups, but if you lose, you're not going home just yet. Do not get me wrong, same fate as KC for the next team. If PaperX is able to win this second map, as they will survive at least and fight for that last spot.
I mean, I think that's the scariest thing about this group. Let's say you're KC, you do the impossible, you pull this game back, you sweep PaperX, you're on Cloud9, and then you have to go against next.
Luckily, you're not on Cloud9.
Well,
sorry. That was very free. That was
but
very free.
then you have to go
you
against.
wouldn't be here because it's not in America, right?
That's true. That's true.
I wouldn't be anywhere.
Well, you'd be in America.
I'd be in Americas, yeah.
You'd be in Americas.
I'm happy in EMEA. I like my EMEA.
EMEA. Are they going to be sending?
Anyway,
are they going to be going home? That's my question.
Attaboy, big time.
No, but I think the real thing is, even if KC managed to win this game, they're going to have to play one of Vitality.
Yeah, but the
or
momentum
NRG.
that it has to give you to finally win against PaperX. We always say that the first time that you play against PaperX, very difficult. The once after is not as shocking. This is like the third time that they play against each other. Last time was last year in EWC as well, but 2025. And we're about to jump into Agent Select, if I am not mistaken, here for Fracture. We do not expect to see changes, I'd say, coming in from the side of PaperX at least.
Yeah, I mean, this is the bread and butter for PaperX. They love this composition. I remember when I first saw this and I shook my head, I rolled my eyes, and I said, how dare they be playing Double Initiator? How dare they be playing Breach? But they've made it look better than any team I've ever seen. On the side of KC, Narrate has locked in that Phoenix. Levin has locked in that Raze. We're still waiting to see the final selections, but it's looking like this is going to be fairly standard for the meta across what we've seen before on Fracture.
Yeah, the only difference with what they had been playing before is Levin not being on that Neon and going on to that Raze. A little bit more mobility with the day that Narrate is having. I expect great things from this too, especially if we combine it with an Avis that is definitely shooting. This comp for PaperX, hated it before, hated it today, and it's PaperX.
But they win! They win with it!
Yeah, but they win because they're PaperX, not because this is optimal.
I think Envy might possibly be the best breach in the world.
Yeah. And?
It's like being the strongest
Keep
toddler.
going.
That's what they say.
All right, well,
Two things can be right at the same time.
We'll see if Big Time's very strong prediction here comes true. Will Envy be the best breach in the world after this map
gonna
here
cry,
on Fracture? We'll find out here. RRQ has already been eliminated from the tournament. PaperX, as they always do, are the flag bearers for Pacific. They are one round away from doing it yet again and moving on to the next round. Karmine Corp trying to play in front of their fans, but to do so, they got to get through one of the best teams in the world. It's map number 2. Let's send it back on over to Paperthin and Achilleos.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Fracture, much to Kakuka's chagrin, has been a fantastic map for PaperX. Comp aside, still looking incredible. I'm being attacked by a Spanish woman.
I mean, it's okay to be wrong. They're just wrong, wrong, wrong.
Either way, we'll get ready to go into this as the barriers are going to drop. Couple sheriffs in hand. Devi, of course,
Down.
with that here for himself. KC first on this defense.
This is such a tough hill to climb here for KC, but if they can, man, the confidence should be sky high because this is a map that PaperX has only lost once this year, and that was in an overtime in Nongshim in week 1 of stage 1 in Pacific. Since then, they have been undefeated, particularly since switching to this comp. Pretty strong. Narrate, gonna get fault line, has to get the heck out of there.
Backpedal away, but it's gonna be Levin taken down as Forsaken finds the opening kill. Stimby can try to storm them forward. Narrate now fallen as well as Devi on that approach from main is able to find the elimination. DOS9 tucked away, smoked off. It's one tap with that bandit. The jump over the side though, and Forsaken finds him with the classic. Something will get Aves, and suddenly Sugetsu arriving on the scene finds that all of his teammates have been taken down, but he's able to find one. Needs 3 more just like it. Smoke in his face, dissipated. 2 players, the front side of Gen. Envy just tucked away on site, and this should be unassailable for the Cypher.
You would think.
Well, they give him some 1v1s. It does manage to take down Jing, but Envy will just counter swing, finds that kill, and PaperX will take the opening pistol.
Yeah, just a nice little catch. That breach, finding value. Who would have thought? Does a nice job finding that early stun to set those 2 players scrambling from KC. The two duelists trying to line up and match the initial hit out of Arcade. That allows them to get that spam through for PRX. And then Forsaken, of course, DOS9 is right there, and he just throws a flash and jumps through with the right clicks. He's going to keep a Sheriff into this one. Something's going to have a Vandal. Invi Jing, Bulldogs. Devi with the Marshal. A quick clear, and Something already has a kill.
And that push out of Dish going to be punished. Devi, sees the shoulder, and I don't think Sugetsu's seen a damn thing, so gets enough worth around the corner to be able to take him down. Kill found, Levin out to try his luck, but it's just going to be a shot to the mid-drift. Devi with a second, and now all of PRX ready to just go ahead and pile into what they assume is an empty A site, and they would be correct.
Yeah, and it gives them the ability to grab another orb here. So, doing what you can. Aves avoids danger for now.
Right now coming through, and this means that DOS9 in particular, in a bit of a stranded position, doesn't have a sky smoke to try to drop down, keep himself safe on the cross out. Does want for Aves to try to come away with his kill, and now, well, he's going to try his luck at it, but Devi will find the third. Forsaken will run down the enemy fade, and that's going to be a flawless anti-eco for PRX to start things off 2-0.
Okay, smooth sailing for PRX so far. Devi, sharp with a Marshal, good with a Sniper. No, he can scoop those up, no problem. Scope's easy, so not much left to say now. Don't want to give over this bonus as KC.
It's a very strong bonus.
It is. Bacon had enough to buy up for another rifle because he only bought a Sheriff in the previous. Nobody died. Certainly scary. Want to try to keep some of these orbs that you think maybe PRX is really going to be prioritizing early to try to get Jing those showstoppers. Right here. Bit risky. So, gonna use the paint shells to clear out the trip.
That trip gone, camera still going to be situated there on that entryway, but Jing just blasts back his way forward in towards Canteen. He's able to find one as DOS9's going to be taken down. Sugetsu able to find the one as they storm their way forward onto the site, and what an explosion of death in favor of Karmine Corp. Immediately able to find all 5 players. Sugetsu cleans up 3, and they stem the bleeding very quickly.
That's a really nice hold from Sugetsu. A little bit of help from some friends. You know, PRX feels like they get that first kill. They get the Trailblazer that identifies what's going on site, and they can make a move, but KC just better in the hold. So it's going to be a big one for KC. Going to keep that economy okay. Keep the guns. PRX into a position where there's a little bit more pressure on them economically.
Now you've got this Neural Theft online nice and early. All at a tower, no one to play that position, but DOS9 to be isolated on the site for now. Try to maybe skirt his way over. No, decides to just stay situated here within the smoke and finds the timing on the Devi. Something similarly going to be tagged down to 16, and now with that Corpse, they're able to find that Neural Theft reveal, and Forsaken's trying to stay tucked into the corner, but will get taken down. Something around the back now going to be dealt with out from that underpass side. And leaves just Invi and Jing to try to fight their way forward against 3 on KC.
Envy's got the spike, and he's thinking about maybe changing directions here. Wants to clear a little bit of space. Risky, but
Jing needing to find that second kill. That would have been the thing that makes it feel very doable, but he in his own right still could absolutely clutch this out, but everything going to be working against him. Down in numbers, down in health. Doesn't have an ult. He's going to try to shift things up, go for a reposition.
I'd be hoping that KC had bit that he had gone to A.
Well, NB looking to try to take down Aves. He cannot. So tied up 2-2. PRX. Economy getting whittled away at now.
Yeah, I think as PRX, you're going to have to talk a little bit about what's going on this B side if you're going to keep trying to make some hits over in this direction, because the smokes are all over the place, and KC has been finding really good timings around them to shut down the initial hit. Sugetsu so wily there, and giving over that first blood allows that Neural Theft to come through, find the second as well, making it a little too easy there. But credit to them, they're very well prepared how to layer those smokes You've got the Cypher, Showstopper. Should be avoided. I mean, KC's done a great job of making sure that they at least don't really take damage to these.
Okay, yeah. Tucked back around the corner. For a second, DOS9 was starting to push that angle. Re-wraps towards that rope side. Meanwhile, approach now coming in. 3 players from Dish. Envy, lone defender here. The top of sight. Sets out the aftershock, tries to buy some time. Blaze wall going to be situated, forces him a little bit further forward. Paint shell as well to try to buy some space with a re-approach coming in from that sand side. Envy able to find the one. DOS9 in a rate, however, answering back in kind, keeping it to a 3v3. A lockdown available, but not going to be needed. As Devi will clean up 3. Forsaken gets the final. Grabs up a gun. PRX will reestablish a 1-round lead.
There's some good understanding here of KC of how PRX likes to set up these A post plants. You know, they know they're probably going to tuck a player into that corner, so they're throwing a little bit of util Envy's direction, try to make him uncomfortable. And then they know they have to go clear rope because there's usually going to be 2 players over there. They just can't quite do it. Devi right where he needs to be when he needs to be there. Has that lockdown. Envy has a rolling thunder, but a couple ults there. Rate and DOS9 have theirs, but Sugetsu and DOS9 on Bulldogs only. The fun's starting to dwindle. KC, they can get this one. Get some of their ult cycles to go.
Oh, I mean, maybe not quite hearing that curveball either way. Something swings out into the open to his death. Little strike, a non-factor now in this round as the running back's going to be coming through Narrate, trying to find a target. Swings the corner, but Jing will be able to shut that down, but Levin is right there behind him. Gets himself on the board at long last. It's Devi now trying to clear down through this underpass, but Narrate absolutely has him screwed. Now it is just Forsaken and Envy in a 2v5. Boombot to find nothing, and there are so many angles that they have to try to re-clear. Or they can even consider trying to make a go of this, but in all likelihood, this should just be a save.
Yeah, I mean, again, KC understands the tendencies of PRX and able to really beat them to the punch.
Spotting each other out. They see the breach, and that means that all the other players now rotating back over, but Envy wins that fight. Narrate's going to be taken down, but Forsaken only able to find the one before falling. Be a tap of the rope, the Prowler. Scouting his position, trying to run them forward. Gets the dink through the wall, but cannot finish the job. Aves stays alive, and KC find parity once again.
I think we might see a timeout. I would maybe consider one here as Alex. You want to talk a little bit about how to work the map a little bit more, how to be a little bit more prepared, because KC's being pretty aggressive themselves. Exactly what you need to be doing on the Fracture Defender side. And they're throwing you a lot of different looks. This time they come from sewers unexpectedly. That just throws the round completely off balance, and then PRX knows that the Phoenix ult is coming, and so they have to just take a pause, but that means that you get a free trade there because you identify where Jing is. Got Levin right there behind Narrate. Absolutely need to talk this one over a little bit. You want to get a lot more rounds here on this attacker side for sure.
A lot more rounds, and you also have a lot of ultimates. I believe it's 4 online at the moment. Ready to go.
Yep.
Don't want us to be seeing the players overcommitting those.
Curious what the buy is going to look like for PRX. How much money was left? Memory fails me in that regard, but important round. Try to set this off balance. Yeah, I was going to say, I think they were pretty poor. It's just going to be some Sheriffs, the Bandit. I mean, something only as a classic. Forsaken, the only one with anything really to buy up with. Just a Guardian. So, kind of brutal for PRX because you would expect that you're going to lose this round, chew through some ult cycles, and then KC's going to be right back into theirs to match yours.
Oh, well, the timing found. Sugetsu tries to go in for that cam. Forsaken swing that corner, Guardian hand, able to find that elimination. Orbital strike will slow down the rest of the players' approach. Meanwhile, Narrate able to burn Envy to a crisp. Setting out that molly, gets that kill. PRX will be given the site for now. Well, Devi, world away, exploring into B, but even if he calls for the rotations, you still have Levin on this very deep angle. Outlaw in hand. Should be good for it. So something on this swing. Headshot will be confirmed, and that's the spike now dropped. This is a very strange position for PaperX to be in.
Would think that this is going to be tough. Be very, very difficult.
Jing's got to clear this angle. But it's going to be Devi walking in first and foremost. So DOS9 able to find that kill. Jing repivoted, walking through Sands. Take the rope up the top. And even then, not necessarily favored. Will still be able to come away with that kill, but there is so much more to do and just not enough time for it. Plows forward to his demise. Just the 2 eliminations found, and KC now up 4-3.
Well, I mean, what can you say? KC's just really got good reads right now. Good flow for the map. Again, I saw this on Sunset where they were able to start stringing rounds together on their defenders when they were starting to make some good maneuvers to kind of counteract what PaperX wanted to do. The utility's been so good here. DOS9's been phenomenal, I think, on the brim, even though he's not racking up a ton of kills. It's been really hard for PaperX to just get the gunfights cleanly that they want. 3 ults available. Concern for PaperX is there's 2 big ults of 11. Gonna rip one.
Which, first one's gonna be sent through. But Envy just gonna be taken down. A north side crunch. Sugetsu snapping on for the headshot. Devi eliminated. Jing at the same time, he's eating an immense amount of damage. He's down to 10. He's now dead. The rate has him. And once again, there's a 2v5. KC just having a chokehold on this defender's half so far. They're looking to move up 5-3. Levin grabbing an orb, Forsaken. Grabbing a couple bullets between the eyes. And flawless here, the economy is already built up quite significantly for KC. Break PaperX's yet again. You're gonna have players cash capped as, yep, Levin will make it a flawless.
Well, this is just going from bad to worse for PaperX because you don't have any buy to come into this next round, and you're sitting through 3 really powerful ults again without getting any value out of them. They're just spreading the map, and KC just keeps pushing every angle, and they're winning every fight.
Oh,
yeah.
Boy.
Yeah.
It felt inevitable, but it's still difficult to see here. Second and final timeout for PaperX here on Fracture. Going to be spent just 9 rounds, not even. 8 rounds of play. Alex very much not happy with the way that things have been going.
No. I mean, I think in some ways, you might just need to simplify the game a little bit here as PaperX. Just kind of 4-1. Death ball around the map a little bit. But the way that KC is responding to everything is just so, so good. I give so much credit to these players and the coaches. They are very well prepared. I mean, they knew that Fracture was going to be picked if they left it open. So, again, PaperX has been on quite the streak on this map. They obliterated Leviathan on it to open up the Masters London final. Just beat Vitality yesterday on it. Here today, AC is saying, no, we've got this figured out. We know how to shut you down. All sheriffs except for Jing with the bandit. And then let's get hit by, that's the Trailblazer there, but.
Okay.
Bye.
Belt of a shot just from main. DOS9 eliminated. Reveal was there, but Narrate can't really play off of it. Sugetsu's still going to be able to find one as the lockdown now placed. That underpass. Sugetsu, I was going to say, has to respect this one, but won't be allowed to escape. Jing will just come away with that elimination, and now suddenly, it's looking like a damn good thrifty here for PaperX as they start getting these weapons into their hands. 2v4, a swing in, something with the recovered Phantom, able to find Alves, and that leaves just Levin. Now to his own devices to try to stop this from going over, but this could be a huge swing round for PaperX. Feels very necessary after committing the second time out.
Oh, yes. Already giving up 5 on the defender side. That's brutal. I mean, this is already a win in this half for KC. Every other round they can get here is gravy. So all the pressure is onto PRX to be clean the rest of the way through.
But that is damn clean. I mean, you know,
That
strictly
was.
confirmed, but you also only had to commit the one ultimate into this, so you still hold on to 2 critical ones.
Yeah.
But that's about as good as it could be for PRX to try to get themselves back into this attacker side. But KC, like you said, still not quite sweating. They're still in a very comfortable position.
Oh.
Can they stop the momentum build-up is the question now.
And this time, you know, PRX goes for that crunch on both sides of the map, and time maybe looking for the A hit. Gonna maybe challenge Aves here.
Trying to get this orb into the hands of Jing gives them a showstopper.
Yeah, he's been on guard duty. He has the Nightfall as well. I don't imagine he's gonna want to rip it just to slow him down here. Now he knows where they're at. Now he can use it to counteract them because look, you've got Narrate, you've got Sugetsu here, you've got the Cypher util.
Sugetsu gonna have to be careful. I mean, he's still playing quite far forward. Showstopper up and over the top of the rain.
Oh.
Says, I can disrespect that. I've got to run it back. He's still able to find the kill. Something will be able to snap him back with the ultimate. Gotta get himself, and it's a very open plant. This is incredibly risky. The peek's not coming in. Police wall now sent up. Molly is gonna be sent out early, not using this for the post plant, just trying to stop and dissuade the push forward. Orbital strike as well, gonna be committed. PRX, it feels like they're sending everything far too early. Forsaken Divide, now gone. Something having to play forward here alongside his teammate, but they both just fall to the wayside. And this feels like a massive, monstrous overcook from PRX as they drop the round.
Absolutely. This is beautifully thought out by KC. Again, they're so quick to react, but one of the things that's been really impressive today overall is the way that Narrate has been able to absorb Jing's showstoppers. We saw it with the Chamber on Sunset many times where he's the one there and then Rendezvous out. This time he has to run it back. He doesn't even get hit by it. Just blows right by it, and Jing just off balance with it.
I mean, what an inversion from what we had just seen. A gorgeous, thrifty one ult committed. There you get the showstopper, the rolling thunder, orbital strike, everything invested, and they can't get the round over the line.
Oh, it's a huge Nightfall as well from Aves. It hit 3 players on PRX. Nullified any of their ability to get into decent positions. Now Narrate tucked around the box. Just gonna bypass him. Let's see how quick he wants to be. To challenge something, and he wins.
And something now dead. King still on this approach. Flash there, Narrate just sending out the molly to try to get himself covered. It ends up rebounding off the box, but it might not matter at all. Still gets forsaken. Jing dead, Narrate recovering, finding Inby. Gets the 3K in Devi's position, absolutely known. He'll find one, but nothing more. The best that PRX can do is stop it from being a flawless KC. Already guaranteeing a lead at the half.
And they've just got so many plans here. Every time PRX tries something, they're winning a bunch of the 1v1s. Narrate, another huge one. Instantly deletes something. That means your smokes are gone. Means this becomes way more challenging. Try to fight their way through, but KC has been reacting so quickly. Whatever PRX tries to accomplish. Sugetsu even as a judge here. Plenty of money and has some kind of trickery up his sleeve. Ooh.
Up shot, not quite to connect, but Sugetsu just ready and waiting. He hears the player below him, but doesn't want to pull the trigger. Decides to just back off for now. It's some space taken, but still no closer to getting their way forward into the site. Meanwhile, Karmine Corp, they are on this north side approach. Ping coming down, starting to get a sense of this as PRX. Meanwhile, Devi is trying to beckon them back over to the A site that has been evacuated.
Well, it took a while, but I think PRX has now kind of figured out what the real sort of game plan was here for KC, and that's just swarm off of contact. Forsaken gonna be able to get his ult here, assuming he can get the plant down. DOS9 and Aves not too far away. They're having to check so many angles, so many corners here as PRX.
And the longer they take, the more obvious this becomes. Meanwhile, something is going to be found. Narrate just pushed down through the underpass. He's able to find that kill. On top over the top, not going to be getting a reveal. Like now in play, and the Seekers sent immediately by Forsaken. The Flash over the top, trying to go for a timing shot. Aves, however, able to avoid it. Meanwhile, Forsaken has to backpedal away as a run it back is going to be called in. Envy still on this approach, trying to slide in from behind. Intercept will be able to do so. Aves now eliminated as Forsaken going to be forced into the open by that Molly. 11, however, able to find one. Envy up over the top, cleans up DOS9, gets it back into a 2v2. Time bled away. But Envy will fall, and Jing now has to do it all. Fully flashed up, doesn't know which way is up, and that is going to be Narrate with a 4K, the defuse to come in, and Karmine Corp will make this 8-4 at the half.
Well, this is feeling pretty darn comfy for Narrate and Karmine Corp. That was an incredible round from him. He really found a ton of value with that Phoenix as it went along. So many ults that he's able to run together. Able to absorb so much pressure from PRX. What looked like maybe it was going to be a pretty clean start for PRX quickly crumbled. Karmine Corp is just feasting.
Nice, Sugatsu and Narrate in particular. A massive half for both of these players. And if that is going to continue as they move over to the attack, then yep, I'm feeling pretty confident about seeing these squads go over to Lotus. The third and final map to determine it all, see who is going to be going home and who gets to stick around. Play against the loser of the other ongoing series. Vitality and NRG fighting tooth and nail at the moment on their third and final map.
I just love the game theory here. Love the individual play from Karmine Corp. Sugetsu absolutely just so annoying. DOS9 really timely. A lot of his utility. Narrate so good with that Phoenix. Started to cause a lot of problems with those A-site post plants. Just about everything PRX tried. Boarded.
And there's no further help. Both timeouts committed. This has to be on the players after this break. Run back enough rounds and force a timeout out of KC. That's the only way that Alex is going to be able to communicate after this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, PRX, you got to have maybe the best defender side on Fracture you've had ever to roll this back. I mean, certainly they can be good on that side of the map. They do generally play it pretty well. They do generally play it more like an attacker side. So it can be a little tricky to go up against them, but just felt a little bit shaken there. Everything looked a little bit crisp, clean for Karmine Corp. Every department. PRX, not so much. They looked a little off balance, a little discombobulated. A big time pistol. If PRX can get this, yeah, there's definitely a shout. There's definitely a hope. Karmine Corp gets it. You have such a massive hill to climb. So they're going to stack 4 up towards the north side of the map. They're looking to use a little bit of contact for a breach stun, but everybody on Karmine Corp is just on the south side, so.
Basically full gambling on this A side of the map. Forsaken just going to be shifting over. Envy, the next closest player.
Could be a pivot off the clear of this trip. Let's see. It's kind of going to come down to timing.
A little bit of spam and plenty of damage is going to be found. Meanwhile, Envy from up and over the top, Sugetsu is not able to spot him. Will get some damage across, but cannot find that kill. Swing in though, DOS9 taking down the first. Jing eliminated. Devi dancing around these shots. The stun to be avoided, but Devi turns the sights over to main, and Aves is going to be taken down. 2 players, a 30 health between them. DOS9, the only one at full HP. The turret to be placed forward into the smoke to try to scout him out. Envy walks right up into him. Doesn't manage to get the spot, but now it is all down to 11. 4 HP will find a parting gift kill on a Forsaken, but cannot stop PRX from retaking the site. They will find the pistol they so desperately need. Shorten that gap down to 3 rounds.
Yeah, I like the idea here from PRX. You know, gamble stack one side of the map and just match in the other direction. And they're able to be a little bit patient behind that trip. Envy wins a huge fight there against Getsu, keeps the flanks clear. That allows them to keep their eyes forward. A little bit of trickery attempted by DOS9. Dealt with, cleaned up. PRX fans, the edge of their seats, but feeling a little bit better after that. But look at this buy. This has bonus conversion written all over it for PRX if they can get this round to go.
Well, that's exactly what they want. Something, however, needing the back pedal not overstep. Does have some healing to come through. Well, Blaze Wall is going to be sent over into main. Levin getting tagged off screen as well, as Avaz, if he swings his corner, might just be dead, but oh, yeah, shot into the thigh. Will fall down to 35 HP. And something hoping that he comes his way to collect that elimination. Would love to try to get that orbital strike online quickly. Getsu tucked here. Jing. Oh, well, there's the cam. Sugetsu revealing his position. Not ready for that second player to be there. Defy will find that kill. Looks for another swing in. Dawson catching him off guard. And now they overwhelm Jing. A Guardian now going to be on the floor. And snatched up, the site to be taken. And suddenly this is a decent position for Karmine to try to win out, but do have two players very low on health. Plant in the aftershock to try to push her right into the open. Something's able to collect that one with the Sheriff shot, and that's the Guardian now stranded. Nor to be pushed, Forsaken to find it. Just has the reaction time. And the cleanup will be there. 3 players to survive. The key weaponry to be recollected. PRX will make this an 8-6 scoreline.
That's gigantic that PRX is able to recover this, because there was a moment here, KC being really patient, really tricky. If Sugetsu doesn't reveal his presence there, I think he's got at least one more kill. He pops that camera and goes for the play. Still, I like the idea from KC, bouncing across the map a little bit. PRX wants to keep pushing because they think that maybe A had been left open. You just find the Cypher there. Usually that player, again, often going to be on their own, so you're trying to capitalize on that advantage, trying to get into quicker rotates, but turned out KC was already rotating off the back of him, being so close to the front of A for so long, and here you go, a couple Guardians, a couple Rifles, Marshall for something. Slowed down by KC.
Ball line out. A couple players going to be contained into the corner. The flash connecting on a Forsaken. Sends that guiding light up and over the top. Steadies the aim. Nearly finds himself at second. Avaz does manage to survive. 40 health, but now Envy joining in the fight. Looks for a little bit more, but eventually gets punished. And the right finds Jing. Just the 2 players left standing. Something with the Marshall, the Prowler, not to scout him. Has that Sheriff still in hand, though. Finds the first. Finds the second. Now it's just Narrate. Counter sprays through the box. The plant to come in. Has a run it back available. Does he send it for the 1v1? The curveball out. Gets the spot. Gets an immense amount of damage. Devi tagged at 21. It should have this done and dusted. It has to be a quick, crisp, and clean headshot from Devi to try to take this one.
Nice. 4K again for Narrate.
29-2.
He is frying.
Well out in front here at the top of the lobby.
Flash.
Orbital strike is online. Run it back, maybe to be committed here. As Orbital's just going to be called in. Anticipating that this player went up over the top at 11, found just enough space to tuck away, avoid taking damage. So in the end, that pull of the trigger does not get rewarded with much of anything. Jing now, however, on the push forward is able to find 2. Envy with 2 of his own, but the reply kills are there. Avaz himself afloat in this round. Devi jumping across, spotting him out. The 1-2 swing coming in, and something to collect it, not allowing for Avaz to isolate. PRX steadying the ship and keeping things close.
It's just a very PRX round here. Just throw everything into the blender. Hope it comes out okay, and it does. Let's rely on those players. Jing, it's up close and personal. Been favoring the Phantom today. It is the perfect gun in that scenario.
Sugetsu is going to go...
Outlaw.
Yeah.
2 players, 1 shot to it. Outlaw for Forsaken too, though. That's the player you would normally expect to have the Outlaw on PRX. He's 1-tap to it, and he's like, whoops, I need help.
Yeah, has to backpedal away now. Here's the Boombot as well on that dish side.
Forsaken trying to get into a position to punish Sugetsu. Has to be concerned about some of that Cypher utility potentially being there.
Trying to push it back with its presence from Jing, and it has worked a treat. Get him completely isolated. Meanwhile, turret there to take contact from tower. Divide just slotting back in here at Canteen.
Narrate's trying to sell a fake. PRX isn't buying it.
Well, especially not after that jiggle peek. On down over the top. The reveal is there, and Divide has to backpedal away. He thought he was going to be safe from that position, but he still finds a good amount of damage. Aves tagged down the 2. Meanwhile, Forsaken, re-swinging, has that outlaw still, and has them dead to rights. Jing will deny any potential for an ace here in this round. That leaves just Narrate with a Sheriff in hand. PRX looking to make this a flawless, as they will get within a 1 round of tying things up.
Guns available over here.
Still doesn't even get, oh, it just deactivated. Just got recalled. But on the peak, Forsaken will get the 4K in the end, in flawless fashion at that.
Okay, Forsaken now starting to get a little rowdy on stage. Trying to rally the troops there too. Hearing some cries from one of the leaders of the team. I'll say him and Divide pretty equally share the role, it feels like most days. Ooh, fantastic. But the patience there and the fact that something doesn't get tagged by that outlaw, really huge in the way that PRX is then able to make some really nice adjustments in that round to flush Sugetsu into that first kill, to take the danger, the big danger weapon out of that round. And then from there, just hold the line. So that's going to give you a little bit of breathing room. You're going to have some ults for PRX. And that's why KC wants to take a timeout.
Well, the seal want to go back much if the outlaw was still in the hands of PRX, but I think you can continue to get value off that one. Sugetsu at least is not going to be able to go for a full util, full armor buy, unless he wants to lean back on something like a Bulldog or a Guardian.
Yeah, I think PRX might have bought anyway, like right before the timeout was called. I saw somebody spend a bunch of cash, so they might have dropped it. But yes, it was still in Forsaken's hands, so they very well could have kept it if they wanted to try and make that work. Throw it over to maybe something or Divide, you never know. Forsaken has the Seekers off of that round, so he's feeling pretty good. I think they were 1 away from Invi's ult. Yes. And meanwhile, KC has everything. You basically have everything since Sugetsu's 1 away from the neural theft. Oh my god.
Jing is just going for this crunch play. Camera to spot him out. Dawson going to be contained into the corner, but that is a casual fadeaway shot as the Brim is immediately dispatched. Orbital strike now no longer a concern. Goodbye. Trying to delay. Showstopper out, the Prowler to scout, and that's going to be him dead to rights as the Showstopper connects at his feet. Swing in though, it's just a shutdown on the ultimate for now as Sugetsu will get spotted here in the corner. The Nightfall going to be sent through, but Jing has already cleared the angle. He's able to find that kill. Levin trading it back, keeps it in a 3v3. His paint shell will force Envy away. Site now opened up, but Levin trying to take the fight forward into the spawn. Cannot find the contact he was looking for. Has to back away. 1 smoke remaining here for something. Aves just jiggling on this angle. The Molly given a consideration for now as the guiding light sent forward, looking to try to find this kill here is Forsaken, but Narrate just swings out a little bit wider, and he's not ready for it. Now suddenly, KC in with the advantage. Quick clear on that haunt. Levin still on dish, the time bleeding away. Swing out, KC. It's going to be Aves cleaning up the final 2 kills as they will hit double digits. PRX now trailing by 2 again.
Yeah, and again, it's a huge round for Narrate. He has been so instrumental, and he keeps that extra angle on lockdown. Wins the 1v1 against Forsaken there. You know, a hot start. Divide trying to cheat, trying to see if he can get away with being undetected right around that corner, see if he can get an early punish on the execute. But the Prowler connects, and he's just dead to rights. So good diligence being shown by Karmine Corp. You did get a couple outs out of Karmine Corp. Oh boy.
Well, that's a hell of a lot of unhealable damage. Suffered by Forsaken. Quickly has to give the space. The turret cleared the nano. He's buying some time. His paint shell just get chucked in. Triple approach on the north side. The Rolling Thunder is going to be called in though, and it's going to connect on absolutely no one. Divide now trying to hold the line here on the site. Narrate going to be forced out of position. Drops down to his death. Divide just trying to take fight before the orbital will connect. Ends up falling to the wayside. Now the neural theft going to be called in, but Dals9's going to be taken down as Envy is able to find that kill. Brings it now into a 3v2. Spike in hand for Levin, the plant to go in. Quick Envy going to be taking the rope across towards that south side, joined in by Jing, but this is going to be critical time. Bought in the post plant for KC.
They're going to see it too. Cam was still there.
At least saw the one, not sure if he saw the second, so even if he wins the fight versus Envy, he might not be ready for Jing. Bounding forward, but Jing will just go ahead, clean him up very quickly. And now it is just Levin. The spot out and something with a readjust finds the kill. A 9th round here for PRX once again. Just trailing by 1 behind KC.
This is just wild scenes in this round. I mean, it's one of those rounds where every moment it just can change at the drop of a pin, and you know, you feel like that rolling thunder misses. It gives away the script on PRX trying to make this long flank, but they only send Narrate over to deal with it. He faces a firing squad. Even though the curveball might connect onto 1 or 2, it can't connect onto all 3. The danger man out of the round. Rest of PRX able to do what they need to. Jing's gonna have the showstopper. Devi 1 away from a lockdown. Now you're out of the ult cycle for KC. You got 1 out of it. PRX, Forsaken looking to challenge the angle just a little bit, but doesn't feel comfortable, and I can't blame him, even though it is a weaker buy. Sugetsu again has that outlaw. Jing, the only one tap to it. Something knows Narrate is there. Ask for Forsaken to maybe come help. Oh, what a shot.
What a shot. What a face forward from Levin. Something absolutely destroyed. Triple push now coming through, trying to capitalize and collapse in onto the enemy. Brimstone, Dals9 just lingering here within the smoke, and Jing eliminated, denied any value from that showstopper, and it's just this one sky smoke keeping them contained. He will be able to find him in the end. Gets us back into a 3v3. The spike being ushered across, but Forsaken finds a backstep onto Sugetsu, so now a player advantage going to be established. Levin, however, at the ready. Pushes the door, finds Devi. 2v2, the heal's going to be coming through. His Envy will have to try to pace forward, but Levin shuts him down. A monstrous 4K. KC again, just do not allow for PRX to tie this up.
No, they're just too sharp. This turn, it's Levin's time to shine. This shot initially, absolutely ridiculous to take something out of the equation. And then there's a hope here for PRX. They've got a numbers advantage, but the timing, Devi just not even really considering that he could have been there already. Gets caught looking the wrong way, and Levin's in a much more prime position to take that fight.
Showstopper immediately going to be sent off the rip. Levin looking for a target around Sands. Jing, however, late lurking, but does get punished. Just doesn't pull the trigger fast enough, and Dals9 is able to find him. Minor damage going to be suffered. Starting to get chaotic now as players get lost within the smokes and the flashes. Paint shell to be lobbed in, trying to desperately clear out this lockdown, and there it is. It has been destroyed. The molly as well on top, just to ensure that it cannot survive. Peak going through, but Envy unable to find Dals9. Stays alive despite the cage being there, despite them having the advantages.
Now we're cooking.
It's something now would have to get the ace clutch to stop them from advancing up to map point. And given the money, the lack thereof, no other choice but to just simply back away, try to play for overtime. This Vandal has to be retained. KC, 12-9, Lotus, just there on the horizon.
This is so incredible. What a couple rounds here from KC. They're right back in the driver's seat. So many moments where they have just been sharper. And now 3 in a row required here just to take it to OT for PRX. should be rather difficult given the economic situation we just saw. A couple players on 0. So going forward, it is going to be very precarious with the bye. Loss streak bonus gives you a little bit of an extra boost, but it's not great.
No, certainly not. Spectre, Guardian, Sheriff, Stinger, half armors. Very commonplace here. Forsaken, forced away. Looking to stay alive for now, but for how long is the question? Flash forward into the raid space. Buying some time as they run it back. Ready to expire. Tosses the volley forward here into tower, and Levin taking a position, staring in towards Canteen. Drops down and finds Envy as well. And that should just be it. As Levin is tearing them limb from limb. Another paint shell chucked forward. It's keeping them zoned away. Levin on the hunt. Here's Devi on the retreat. He tries to rewrap to join in. And while an ace might not be on the cards, map 3 absolutely is. Jing, not a way to do a damn thing. 13-9, KC in flawless fashion will close out Fracture and push us the distance.
Finally, somebody has stopped PRX's reign of terror on Fracture this year. And it's Karmine Corp, the unexpected heroes, going to force that final map. And just from start to finish, had great reads. Really understood how to work the map, how to keep PRX pinned in. Won a bunch of crucial 1v1s. Narrate and Levin, the double duelists, beyond brilliant. That combination that they were able to string together there, I mean, Narrate's so solid in the middle of that. Levin at the end really shut that out.
An incredible performance from them, but let's go ahead and send things back over to Degon, to Big Time, and to Kakuka, who's going to be feeling very smug.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, it is Karmine Corp doing what most people thought wasn't possible on PRX's signature map pick of Fracture. They come up 13-9 and now put PRX on the brink of elimination, almost pull them back down with Karmine Corp, and it's one map separating these two squads for the rest of their EWC lives. Let's welcome back the desk, Kakuka and Big Time. Go ahead, Kakuka.
Okay.
Ah, stop it. Stop it. The thing about this is, we're like, I'm not coming out of nowhere when I say PRX are an amazing Fracture team. Their record since swapping to this comp has been immaculate. They've dropped it once, maybe twice, I think, but that's it. They've been so flawless. So when I'm saying this is a big hill for Casey to climb, I mean it. But you have to give the credit to the guys. You have to hold my hands up and go, I was wrong. Casey bested them on Fracture. It was a thoroughly deserved victory. You can now gloat away, please.
I love that. Thank you very much for admitting what just happened. Honestly, when I first saw this and I saw that PRX was picking Fracture, it's like, oh, you really care about staying in the event and going the distance, maybe even as a response to being the Sunset, being like, oh, we're gonna be cheeky like this. Fracture's gonna go out of the map pool, but we're good, we're comfortable here, and we know we can take you down. And luckily, KC came out on top. The individuals were so well drilled.
Yeah.
11 coming alive in the second half. In the first half, I was thinking to myself, if Levin keeps playing like this, I don't think that they can make enough space, put enough pressure in a PRX that is never going to second guess themselves. And for many of the rounds we had that, KC made a lot of mistakes, do not get me wrong, but they also had absolutely brilliant rounds. I also wanted to see a good Suigetsu, and I feel like on the first half, I did get it. And throughout this entire tournament, since EWC started, since the role swap, the narrate that KC is getting is the narrate that they had in 2024.
For sure. He's the one for me on this Phoenix. I feel like he took the game to PRX. It felt like every time I looked, he had that run it back available. Right? He's chaining them. He's really showing the power of Phoenix on this map, which is something PRX choose to neglect. They go for a more traditional double initiator style, but it didn't feel like they were able to dominate the map in the same way. Their defensive pushes often dealt with. KC so well prepared here and very, very deserving of this map win.
All the utility as well, like the work that Avis is doing today, but I love that you highlight the importance of the Phoenix, because on the other side, you you have Jing, right? And I love to see that every single time that he had that Narrate had that ultimate available and he heard the showstopper going out, he did not doubt and tried to shut down Jing. Worst case scenario, ult for ult, and that is the perfect outcome that you want, especially when your ult is only six orbs.
23 and 13, 307 ACS. Narrate definitely popped off right here.
Digon, you know the best part?
What's the best part?
We're gonna go to the third map. Vitality has just bested NRG and they have made it out of the group already. And wouldn't it just be a beautiful day to follow up? On day one for this team, for this group, sorry, we had Vitality versus KC.
Yeah.
And wouldn't it be lovely to just have all the French teams making it through today?
We got the replay happening right now, but you can't see Big Time's face.
Yeah, look, it could be a
But I
great day
think
for
you can
France.
imagine it.
Could be a great day for France, a terrible day for me,
Yes.
which is more important, some might say. So
I would say so. I would say so.
And I think the scary thing is when we're moving through to Lotus, this is also a map PRX have been historically good on, but that doesn't seem to matter. No one seems to care. And also recently, it's been quite the opposite.
Yeah, it felt like there were multiple rounds there, especially in the second half, where PRX were just taking peak battles that they didn't need to take after getting opening kills, maybe a little bit of disrespect, but also it's kind of how they play, right? They play on that edge, but the edge did not go their way.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't want to take anything away from the win for KC. I think they earned it and they played brilliantly. But I will say this was an underperformance from PRX. I don't think for PRX. I don't think the fundamentals were anywhere near as solid as what we're used to seeing. I don't think the aim was as consistent as we're used to seeing. We saw something hover down the bottom of that scoreboard for a long time, which isn't something that we're used to. But they have no more lifelines left now. They have to turn it around. They are on the brink of elimination from EWC here. One map away from being sent home in the group stage.
I want to double down on Levin. When I was having that interview with Avis during the media day, I was asking me, hey, how is Levin doing? Because again, it has not been easy for him. A lot of ups and downs depending on the duelist that he has been playing. And what he told me is that he does not care what other people say and what other people think. He just needs KC to be on his back. And that is all that he needs. And he proved it today because I wouldn't be able to do that. I can tell you that.
Well, the guys are in the back getting those team talks, and their tournament lives will be on the line when we come back. That decisive map number 3. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play. Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
A full 6-game day here for Valorant as we welcome you back to EWC 2026. This final series will go all 3 maps. PRX and KC fighting for their tournament lives and for their share of the $2 million prize pool. And surprisingly, one of these teams will be going home.
Yeah, one of them will be going home. As we said, for KC, a very short flight, but with the form that they are showing today and the resilience that they're putting into every single round, they managed to take us to this map number 3 for PRX, both in their court. Lotus is for them to lose. It has not been a good map for KC all year around. I believe they've only won it once. So for PRX, and of course if we speak about experience, it's not even a fair fight.
I mean, historically, Lotus...
It'd be kind of bad if you lose. I'm just saying.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, look, I think Lotus has always been an amazing map for PRX. We talk about it being really that comfort zone. Everybody's on an agent they're incredibly familiar with. But I will say that has seemed to fall apart a little bit. Their last 2 Lotus games, one is that map 5 of the London Grand Final. They lose it 13-5. And then against NRG, just yesterday, day before, whenever it was, that was a 13-5 loss as well. So it does feel like maybe they need to figure something out here on this Lotus. And what scares me is that the story that we're setting up right now is very similar to what we said before Fracture of, oh, it's not great for KC, oh, it's great for PRX, and look what just happened.
But the real thing that we did set up is that the history doesn't matter. All that matters is who shows up in the day. People showing up today definitely narrate 11. Let's see if KC is going to change their composition or take a different approach. They were playing with the Chamber and with the Neon. I would actually like to keep seeing this playing like this, or maybe even give some more mobility to narrate. I would be super down for that. At the same time, you were mentioning the match that they played against NRG. Forsaken won 0-9 in first duels.
Yeah.
I have never in my life seen that from Forsaken. I mean,
for sure.
So it's scary, but you know, that just happens once, right? Like having that kind of performance doesn't happen twice.
Yeah, you know, and going back to something you said earlier here, Envy on the breach, one of the best in the world, had a very difficult game that last one.
Yeah.
Maybe that's someone who needs to step up here for PRX.
I mean, that can be what happens when you play breach. I don't think breach is amazing by any means. I was supporting that comp because it was winning, and then I think when it's not winning, it is.
I think there was one of the analysts here on the desk that didn't support the comp, and the casters also were trying to throw shade at them. I wonder who that could have been.
Yeah,
I guess we'll never know. Let's move on to the stage.
Me too. It's okay, you know. Everybody's just gonna push us under the rug because Fracture is coming out of the map. But you know, not just yet. For this entire tournament, we are going to have it, and it's not just PRX and KC. It's available for absolutely everybody. Definitely an asset to use. We speak about the mental coming into this. For PRX, it's about bouncing back, just putting the Fracture behind them and focusing on Lotus. So we say we don't expect a lot of changes.
Yeah.
So it's mostly about the vibes and about being able to play for yourself. I think that KC are doing a very good job in opening angles that for some reason PRX, even being PRX, are not used to peeking.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, this is a story of pressure now. Everybody knows PRX are the favorites, and it felt like that got to them a little bit there in the map too. They really have to close this out to keep everybody's expectations really much aligned, but will we see that? I think for KC, we heard Aves talk, and he said, if we make it out of this group, we will win the whole tournament. They're one map away from eliminating arguably the favorites for the tournament, progressing through this bracket and giving them the best chance to ultimately lift this trophy.
Yeah, as you can see on your screen, the chants have been done by KC, and PRX, no chance needed. They made it on out real quiet, real smooth, real focused.
Yeah.
However, it is 1-1, and it doesn't matter. You can't run from what fate is going to bring in this one as we get into Agent Select.
Yeah, so taking a look for PRX, this is the comp that we've seen them use time and time again, but I will say there was a difference. When we saw them play against NRG, they had that fade instead of the sky. They've swapped back to that sky now, so clearly feeling like something didn't work previously in that NRG game.
I mean, with all the walls, also knowing that KC is going to be playing most likely with that Viper on Suigetsu. If you add on to Levin, having the Sky actually gives you a lot of tools. The ultimate becomes more strong. The dog, of course, is incredibly strong. I think that every single piece is going to bring so much value. At this moment in time, I am looking at, I will say it, my favorite player in PRX, something. I need him to get out that operator and start shutting them down. I need some form of control over Narrate and Levin.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the way that Narrate has been playing, the operator duel here between him and something could be absolutely tournament deciding.
PRX lover, if you know how you feel at home, if you're a PRX lover, if you're a Karmine Corp lover, this is why we watch EWC. The tournament is so grueling and so crushing despite the favorites coming on into it. Karmine Corp has turned on up, and PRX, well, with their backs against the wall, one team can move on to play against NRG. If you win, if you lose, it's on the plane ticket home. Let's send it on over to the casters to the final round here. It is PRX and Karmine Corp. It's Achilleos and Paperthin.
Once again, into the breach we go. Here, Lotus to decide it all. PRX to try to eliminate Karmine Corp, deny them the opportunity to play in front of a home crowd, keep themselves afloat here at EWC. Karmine Corp, the momentum very much on their side. A very narrow loss on their pick of Sunset into a very concise win on PRX's Fracture. As we see, they're going for a 4-player stack to crunch out towards Mound, but KC not really having any of this.
Yeah, my eyes immediately go towards Narrate for this map. He's been so damn good today. On top of being impactful with the guns, been doing it with the brains. Absorbing Jing's showstoppers time and time again so they don't find value. That's going to be key here again on Lotus. Paranoia at the ready for Forsaken. Looking for contact, but it might come in a way they don't expect. Levin's gone all the way over to the door, and here they go.
Looking to try to draw some of that tension back, peel some pressure for Suigetsu, and so far it is working a decent treat. Jump to the corner though, but his life on the line is Forsaken. As Jing will be able to find that kill. Devi popping the flash, pushing forward, is able to find out Aves, but Narrate trades it back.
Usually he gets one there even. That was a very big kill because it gives that extra man advantage. Levin continues to scale back towards defender's spawn. DOS9 ready with the paranoia, and Narrate's right there to claim a life.
They're collecting one. DOS9 collects one as well. Jing now going to be taken down, and suddenly the player advantage is in the hands of KC. Forsaken having to just push out of the smoke, and DOS9 has him dead, and now it is all down to something completely corralled, and Narrate. Headhunter Sheriff, doesn't matter. This man is dialed in. Gets the 3K, and KC get another pistol.
The story's been him today. That is just devastating what he's able to do with that chamber. A nice tee up from DOS9 too. Looked like this was gonna go pretty well for PRX. They read the tucked in position of Suigetsu. You know, Devi at least able to find one with a cheeky little reposition around the smoke, but no. The better play on site for Karmine Corp, and really they have had PRX's number in a lot of the bigger picture sense. See what the buy-up looks like here for PRX. Just one bandit, and well, okay.
They're fully ready for this. It's just a firing squad. The paint shell to no avail as DOS9 will collect 3 for himself. And now just something to try to see if he can stop it from being a flawless, and he cannot. All right, we'll shut him down. We very quickly go into the bonus.
It's red alert now for PRX. That's a tough one. Try to overstack that angle, and just a nice little tight headshot line over the box for DOS9. He collects 5-0. The start for him, 4-0 for Narrate. Into the buy round even, again, because PRX likes to try to sneak in those extra pistols. It's only going to be a couple Guardians for Devi and Envy. Great. Still on that Marshall. Everybody else, Bulldogs and Vandals. Something very aggressive angle. Bunch of footstep noise being made over here. Maybe to try to bait a little bit for something, but KC waiting for this push out.
Oh, Alves does get taken down, but DOS9 still there, ever present. Cleans up a kill on a Forsaken. Now he's immediately going to go TPing with that spike over to the A site. Levin has just about cleared. Quick pivots necessary here for PRX. As KC certainly upping the pace with that ult play. Goes Levin now to try to scale forward. Tailwind will get the spot out and something, able to find him with that kill. Blinded up, however, and DOS9 collecting one Divide, going to be taken down now at 2v3 to stop this bonus conversion. Jing just trying to tap through, trying to fish for anything. He comes up empty-handed. DOS9 standing tall. Another 3K and another round in the hands of Karmine Corp.
Well, DOS9 made his Tier 1 debut in Pacific, so he's pretty aware of how PRX likes to operate. And this time, another really nice round. He's able to get that ult.
What,
TP
8-0?
over. Yep. Hit another nice paranoia. Beautiful.
8-0-2, 5-0 for Narrate. Looking like gods so far. Attempted fight over here by Rubble. Sugetsu will just shrug off a bit of damage from that pain shell, drop back. Out towards relative safety. PRX come up empty-handed once again.
Yeah, they're just trying to turn up the tempo, trying to play their game.
Oh, well.
Will catch DOS9. Finally, he dies.
A little bit of an oopsie there to give away the first death. Quick check out from B main, nothing going to be spotted, and PRX starting to assess that this is going to be an A hit again as Pickle peeks out from Forsaken. The fast lane going to be set up. It's a slow scale forward, but all of this a bit of a ruse now as they want to try to pivot. Spike again being taken over. There's Narrate. Pop this Vice wall. Just playing around with information as there's the jump and Forsaken will fall. And will be able to get on top of him, finds the headshot, a weapon to be collected. Still an opportunity for PRX to try to make this a thrifty, but they have Narrate in a post-plant angle with that outlaw in hand. Everyone's susceptible to it.
And you've got one flash. You got Jing satchels.
Tap at the door, just sliding along the side of this one here is Divide. Now going to be spotted and dealt with. Sugetsu able to find that, bringing it back into a 3v3. The jump up over the top of Narrate. Just enough time to be able to find the shot. Jing going to be taken down. Envy now eliminated. It's all on something. Try to stop this from going 4-0. The cash, not really a concern at all. KC have got buckets of it at this point. They will deny him any further damage.
Well, might be seeing another early timeout from the PRX camp. This is already spiraling out of control. And, you know, PRX has moments here where you think, okay, they can get this done, but again, Divide takes that challenge at the door. Sugetsu's good for it. Narrate has been just immaculate. I mean, there is no room to criticize him today, the way he's been playing. He's been hitting some incredible shots along the way.
Showstopper to be invested, lobs it into the corner, does not find that kill, and DOS9 gets on top of Envy and finds Jing as well. Something with the operator, only going to be good for the one. Meanwhile, Narrate just re-swings around Rubble, finds Forsaken. Tap at the door, a pivot to the C site. Both players completely surrounded, Divide making noise. Levin looking for the kill. And he makes it look casual, and Narrate has the backstab, and KC have full reign, full control.
They're just so smart, taking those little advantages, matching some of this aggression of PRX. And this showstopper, don't know how it doesn't kill DOS9, doesn't matter, because he makes the most of it. Oh, Levin. Sick shot there. And there's that timeout, because things already absolutely crumbling, and you're not even into something's Blade Storm yet. Going in around 6. So you don't have that to rely on here in this eco. You tried the showstopper again. Jing just hasn't been himself, and I mean, again, you could give a lot of credit to Narrate with the way he's been playing the Chamber and the Phoenix to absorb it, but this round here, they know that DOS9 is there. They just can't get it to go. The little things make those rounds spiral out of control quickly, because KC definitely sense the weakness in PRX right now. They're going to pounce on every opportunity.
That's a whole lot of nothing. Something with a classic. Just going to try to play to get this orb. So nade out, clear some space, stop Sugetsu from scaling. The Blade Storm online. So far, the plan working out. Question becomes, can you now get value off of this ultimate? Can you find a Thrifty? KC already getting up to 6.
Yeah, they're...
That
That smoke is...
Much a death sentence.
Yeah, absolutely. But that smoke right there, just... They know right away. Nope. PRX is gearing up for a fight.
Something able to find one. Should have gotten the shoulder spot as well. Sugetsu going to be known for now. So it's a kill found, but not a weapon recovered. While another TP. Forward onto the side. DOS9 just clearing things out. Spike will be held back for the moment by the Vice wall. Devi. First one on the scene. Something ready to tap this door.
They're really going to try to spread Arming Corp thin. Waiting for the reinforcements. They've got them boxed in on the site. A lot of flashes to work with here.
Broke off DOS9's position for now. Something trying to work his way out on the mound, is able to do so now, joining in alongside 2 of his teammates. Still 5 players strong. Jing did manage to grab that panel, but he's going to be the first to fall as Narrate is able to find one. Envy with a Sheriff shot takes down Levin Devi, getting a piece of the action. The blades will connect. The timeout call works at Tree Operator as well. A nice little bonus gift here for PRX as they will be able to find the Thrifty and get themselves on the board in round 6.
Yeah, I mean, I think just a little bit of, hey, let's make sure we're not giving up that A Rubble fight too easily early in the round. That's caused some problems where players have been able to gain space either towards Rubble or towards that A Orb and cause a lot of players to go down early for PRX this time. They fight for it, and it has a double effect of getting the Blade Storm into something's hands. He's able to make damn good use of it. That is a huge round there for PRX. They're going to scoop up that Operator. Have a couple ults there for Devi and Envy. The Narrate ult. Going to have that tour de force to challenge.
Let's play. We're now watching around B main. No one to clear this Prowler, but Jing, quick scaling of space. Up outside of A main, finds Sugetsu. Potential flanker now going to be dealt with. Of course, could still have Narrate as a concern, but it's going to be a very fast push forward onto the C site. AC position. Try to get this spike planted from now, but PRX are very close by. Shorty at the ready. Levin, shoulder to shoulder. The push forward and something going to be caught. Jing is there for the trade up, and it's going to be the Operator and the Jet now out of the equation as Steel Garden will get invested. Narrate calls for the rotations, letting him know that A is pretty much wide open, and he's going to get on a damn deep angle.
That means nobody's going to be able to carry that hop over necessarily. Should be enough money to buy if they can win it cleanly.
There's a secret, but of course has this tour de force as a backup. She'll peek out. First shot rings through. And Flash fully will connect, but there's no fast scaling to be found to try to find that punish, so he's able to just backpedal away. Still a difficult position to try to retake from. Shell will be chucked out. Jing to fall for second on the swing, is able to find one, but DOS9 just pushes the smoke. They're not ready for it at all. And KC, they take the op out of their hands. They take their hope. They shatter it again.
They're just making some really good calls here and doing something that I've been thinking about. A lot of teams with the success they're able to find against PRX kind of goes back to Leviathan and what they were able to do. And that's, if you identify where that Operator is early for PRX, just put pressure on it because he's often alone. Something is often on his own with that Operator, so you can make him really uncomfortable, and they do just that. Now, he has enough for another one, but that means Envy isn't going to be able to have a gun. Jing can only have a Guardian. This has to find value for PRX.
Trying to determine which angle he wants to check for. Go forward now, getting ready to come in. Narrate going to be blinded up. Forsaken able to find the kill, but DOS9 is able to peel back some of that pressure, making sure that nothing goes over for free. Something, a shot to the rear onto Levin, dodges out the Nightfall. Quickly repositioned. Spike's still going to be held back over by Tree. Has to retap the door to try to bring this one forward. Arrived at drop. Has the shot. Aves dead. Spike now resting on the ground. DOS9 going to be taken down to Sugetsu in a 1v4. The pass has been so very good for rounds like this, but something not going to give him the opportunity. It's going to be a second round win in the hands of PRX. And like you said, they needed that one to get off the ground, and it has.
Yeah, and I think I saw a sigh of relief there from Forsaken after that one was done.
Sure.
It was still, it doesn't feel comfortable with the way Karmine Corp is playing right now. Nice little setup there to deal with Narrate, get his operator out of the round. I mean, DOS9 as well has picked up the pace here on Lotus. So Karmine Corp has had a couple different players step up to the plate today. Saw 11 on Fracture. We've seen Narrate the whole day. Now it's DOS9's turn. Let's see what they can do.
Still 3 players. I mean, there's no Outlaw on the other side, but 3 players with half armor. Envy doing his damnedest to keep something alive. Manages to find DOS9. Will be able to survive with 24 health. Looking for the shot on that jump peak. 11 able to avoid it, and something cannot escape this time around. Sugetsu able to find that kill. Now the pit immediately going to be invested. The plant just below the crossfire, and it's going to be Aves catching a stray as Forsaken's able to find the first. If he's out over towards Rubble, identifies Narrate. They know that it's just going to be the 2 players here within this pit now. Trailblazer looking for the scout, will be behind Levin, but Levin shuts down Jing. Suddenly now a 3v3. Forsaken trying to reload, but he's swinging out before it's completed. The push forward into the pit, and Levin has Envy dead as well. Devar now in the 1v2, but the time widely is gone. Would have to get onto the spike pretty much right here, right now. Finds the headshot, but has to know that this round is over.
I'm out of here.
Up. To be collected, to be juggled away. Levin can't try to really save this one here for his teammates. He will go down to the spike. But it's KC up 7-2.
I mean, they just, again, they do the same thing. Once they know where that op is, they put pressure. Sure, PRX kind of, I think, obviously incorrectly, assumes that KC is going to pivot into B through the baby door, but they never do. They're just like, oh, we lit up that operator. He's in dire straits. We've got a pit. We get that down. We've got the A site pretty well defended. And then Levin goes to town. Beautiful, beautiful stuff from him. And PRX players just making some individual mistakes along the way.
Some up and over here, Jing. The Sugetsu's going to be widely boxed into this corner. There are more players coming in to try to peel back this pressure. He turns a flash, and he's able to find them both.
That's a backbreaker.
Memories. Tournaments long since passed of Copenhagen. That final resonating through the minds of PRX's Sugetsu. Absolutely destroys them. DOS9 finds Forsaken. And Envy, oh, he can hear him, but he can't do anything to stop him. Sugetsu gets the third. An 8th round for Karmine Corp. And if you're Alex, do you call it? You send the other time out. You might just have to, because this is a flawless round win.
And we've talked about it a bit this year where, believe it or not, PRX usually is really sturdy on their defender side of Lotus. It is often where they are a little more efficient in their round conversion rate, but it's been, you know, this streak they've had on Lotus where they just can't seem to get these wins. They seem to be completely befuddled, and so they tried to make a little bit of a change to go to the fade. That didn't really work at all, so back to the sky. And now it just seems like nothing is there for PRX. A lot of the decisions they make are just being outplayed by KC. Outread. I mean, even if that flash connects onto Sugetsu and maybe you get him there, Narrate's right around that corner. He's probably taking at least one with him, so it's at best a trade. I mean, PRX wants to try to play their game, wants to be aggressive, wants to turn up that tempo. KC is so aware, so ready, and all the players are so locked in. I mean, everything seems to just fall underneath their scopes underneath their crosshairs because they are so tuned into this game.
Glass cannon operator. It's a try to keep this one in play for something.
Being showstopper again. This time they're trying to be a little bit cheeky with it. Looking to play off a little bit of contact over at B. Gonna put the vice wall way far forward here at C. That looks like just try to force them over into the showstopper maybe. But they've been given so much space over at A. You know, is Jing then gonna have that plan to pivot over? Is he gonna be able to get value?
Sugetsu just playing that quietly. Probably look for that grab, but Narade still swings that angle. Ends up losing his life, so critical early kill here for PRX. Flash getting pinned against the wall. Sugetsu will be able to find the one, but then gets traded out. As Showstopper looking for him, and yep, Levin taking enough damage. Showstopper will be able to collect the kill. It's 9. Slow push into B. Bypasses the Thorns and might have a backstab angle to take down something if he continues on this path. And for the moment, looks like he's not going to. With smoke out towards upper. Damn, I don't think he did. I think both players narrowly missing each other by pixels.
I'll find you.
Hey, they're just willing to explore the map.
Spike planted.
Inshell out. As backpedaling. Forsaken considering that TP forward. Holds it for now. The jump in. Aves able to find 2. Forsaken still contained, still low on HP. The rewrap though from something, able to find the one, looking for that second. Jumps up the right click, takes him to 50. Dialed in with the op, and something will keep them afloat. It's the 3K, gets the round win.
I mean, you could just see the confidence from KC. They know they could just hold that angle. And PRX is trying to use some of those jump peaks to see if they can get him to pull the trigger maybe a little bit early, but the discipline is there for KC. Aves almost gets it done. Then Forsaken able to buy enough time for something to get into place. Has to use the Blade Storm even there though. Last round of the half. Gonna have Avez's Nightfall. DOS9's ult has been so impactful in a lot of these rounds to find the open space, usher the spike to open space.
Got absolutely nothing ult-wise if you're PRX.
Yep. You'll have less Divide goes crazy or Envy does.
Losing your opportunity on this door, and what a spray! Levin just able to find him. It feels like luck is just not on PRX's side. One hell of a kill he found. The operator and the hero of the previous round now out of the picture. PRX, with that death, start collecting their forces on the A side of the map. But KC go for the pivot.
Times you just gotta check everything, check every angle. You know, again, the homework being done. Maybe assuming that a player had been tucked in there. Taken's here.
Trying to puff out his chest a bit.
Oh,
the Nightfall going to be leading him right to him, and the shots are not connecting. It's a bold attempt, but that falls completely flat. Patience now to come in. Thorn sent on a timing. And a lot of this pressure going to be shouldered by Envy. Alone on this site. Has the first player dead, but now B opened up. Fly quick on the scene. Sugetsu stays tucked away here at stairs. A kill gonna be found, but Jing, he never looks back. He never checks that position. Devi is dead. Envy is gone. And the round, this half, is dominated by Karmine Corp.
And they're just ahead of the curve in every respect. That is a absolute blowout. 3 players into double digits already for Karmine Corp. No doubt they're the better team right now in this server. It's going to have to be, again, another incredible attacker side for PRX to swing this back, but I have a hard time imagining it with the way Karmine Corp is playing today. I mean, again, the ideas that they have, the plays that they have, the way that they're able to match the aggression, I mean, they know that PRX is going to over-rotate on stuff, be over-aggressive. They can use that to find space, find moments where they can counterpunch. And they land so often. Really just a couple big rounds from something. Being a difference maker, he's the only one who's in double digits for PRX. And DOS9, absolutely instrumental to get this snowball rolling downhill for KC. Started off so hot, maintained some good pressure along the way. Levin had a big round. KC playing on home soil here in Paris. Want to stick around, want to get further. Want to have another opportunity, get into that playoffs and play in front of the home crowd.
This needs to be a monstrous comeback here from PRX, and all, of course, has to start from the pistol. It just feels so unlikely. KC, they've had the run of this map. They've had pretty much every correct read, and they've just been out-aiming PRX.
Yes, straight up. You're absolutely right. I mean, I've been thinking it the whole way. They're just sharper. The aim is just better. Narrate in particular, so clean. You know, Levin, he has these rounds where it just feels like he can't miss. He'll hit, and he'll win you one. He might go a little quiet for a few other rounds, but you'll take those every time because they're often impactful ones where it's because KC is already dominating so many of the other rounds that he hits those ones, and it's like, oh, now PRX's economy's back in the dumpster. Like, it's just so impressive.
DOS9 trying to bait him in, being like, oh, it's just me by myself, playing outside of main.
Nobody here
Nobody
but us
around.
Omens.
PRX not quite going to be falling into the trap, but this could still be a very fast scale in from behind. 3 players effectively on a flank at the moment. Quickly going to be getting their way in behind PRX. PRX needing to up the pace here, but they have no idea what's waiting for them. They don't have any trips. They don't have anything.
Exactly.
They're really alert for this one.
Any devised util.
No wall as he goes just for that sheriff. They'll be giving over some space for now. It's going to be spotted. Paint shell going to be lobbed up, but something going to be caught. Trying to ride that rope, and Forsaken risking it all. Try to flush him out and be the one to push forward. The haunt going through. Drops back down. Jinx slotting just at the bottom of drop. As the spike will get planted. The player disadvantage for PRX. Absolutely need this round. Flash spotting nothing from behind. They have to know these players are scaled forward, but Forsaken just jump in the corners, able to find Sugetsu, finishing him off. Now repaces forward, finding Aves with that recovered bandit. And PRX looking like there's still yet a bit of fight in them. Great's position completely and utterly known. At this point wants to just try to get some damage and try to get some ult charge, and he will be able to find one. Looks for 2, gets it. Forsaken will be able to stop him in his tracks. 5 rounds, though, still the lead for Karmine Corp.
Well, okay. This time around, PRX able to win some of those crucial micro battles. That one right there. Forsaken jumping ahead. Envy holding the line on the backside, gets 2 big kills. Still concerning. Narrate does not seem to miss today. Still gets a little bit of extra value there. Little edges that could cost PRX this map, even if they start stringing rounds together, even if they go on a tear of their own. Narrate was up on the box, but dropped down. Something was already checking it.
It's got the rendezvous to take him to the opposite side. If a paint shell or something to that effect would come his way, he would be safe, but instead we'll just swing out and cannot evacuate fast enough. Something just a little bit too fast on the draw. Finds him with that Marshall. Gets a little bit of damage here, and now the follow-up shot will take down Aves. That one popped. Levin sliding down a drop, swings forward, and Forsaken a little asleep at the wheel, but eventually is able to find that kill. There's DOS9 getting the headshot, getting the elimination. Devi will end up getting taken down the shorty. The barrel stuff there from Sugetsu. Finds another kill. He'll has to be pushed over to Forsaken, but this is already decent damage dealt, and now a Spectre recovered. Absolutely play this one out. The Marshal now gone. Spray and pray. So much damage found. I think one of those connecting onto Envy's head. He's down to 44. Paranoia going to be lobbed in, and Sugetsu absolutely destroys them! Gets the defuse, gets the Vandal, gets KC! Up to double digits!
That is absolutely unbelievable. He's done it again. He has done it again. Oh my. He is the demon that haunts PRX. The specter of the past is now the vision of the future. That may be a plane ride back to South Korea, back to Pacific for PRX.
It is a 4v5 Thrifty conversion, now forcing the buy out of PRX. This is the all-in. This decides the map right here, right now. In all likelihood, is Narrate. An outlaw in hand. All players, half armor or none. And he absolutely has destroyed something again.
Just insane. Absolutely insane. He is spectacular today. That's when you're just feeling it. When you know that you can just look up and you know where that landing spot is going to be. Here we go.
Shadow Viper, no soul. Jing just strafing across with that judge, but Will falls on a raid, finds another Divine. A kill back in
KC, let's go. Nahi, nahi bhai, KC nahi, PRX.
To his death, Divine out. The last one standing. Caught by the seas. Decayed to 1. Little health he does have, will recover. 35 seconds, he's gonna try to go on a pivot.
Does he have enough time here to go anywhere else?
He's just a cursory check around the back, but yeah, he is running out of time, and this would be one hell of a way to lose the round. I mean, you got to start sprinting. He's got to be knife out.
Yeah.
Full send it from here. And even then, it's going to be damn close.
And I mean, Aves is matching him. Aves is going to have a shot at this, I think.
Jumps across the way, but yeah. He'll actually give him the alert, but he's trying to just stick this plant. And the time just is not there. No clutch to be found. No hope to be found. DC continuing to beat them back at every twist and turn.
Dominance, pure dominance. I mean,
भाई जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को लाइक जरूर करो, नए हो तो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब जरूर करो भाई, ऐसे तुम्हें वॉच पार्टी देखते मिलती रहेगी और बहुत फन होगा, बहुत फन होगा.
Coming into this, stingers. I mean, PRX is just throwing everything. They're investing whatever they can. It's 2 glass cannons for Devi and something. Narrate has the outlaw. Nobody except for Jing has the armor to withstand it.
ये round तो है.
No armor at all.
Yeah.
ये round PRX का है. ये round PRX.
Double Vandal, glass cannon. Low creep up. Pop flash on the corner, but the relay bolt and the Prowler will hold them back. Levin, he is out for blood. He wants that kill. He's not going to be able to find it, but Sugetsu and Dawson absolutely do. Divine Forsaken going to be taken down. It's just Aves caught up. Player advantage still there. One of the Vandals left on the floor. Narrate.
Something का ऑफ भाई, something का ऑफ नहीं मैच कर पाओगे. वो मैंने बोला था something भाई, उसको नहीं मैच कर सकते. ओह गड़बड़ हो गई, थोड़ी सी गड़बड़ हो गई.
Sugetsu arriving, Envy not going to be fast enough.
Oh my god.
Closes out another kill.
गड़बड़ हो गई, गड़बड़.
Another shutdown on something, denying him heroics at every twist and turn.
कैसे बे?
Karmine Corp are up to match point.
Took the words out of my mouth. Every round they've got the read. You know, there's 4 players coming up the front of B at the beginning of this. They know exactly how PRX thinks.
KC ले जाएंगे भाई.
Starting to feel a little bit like how I felt watching Leviathan play PRX, where they just knew what they wanted to do and how they wanted to do it.
कम बैक करना बहुत टफ.
PRX here throws the flash out, cleared right away. He's not messing around with any of that. Trying to go back.
देख लिया उसने, देख लिया.
Now he's going to be surrounded. Meanwhile, something dead on the B side for second. Desperately trying to find that kill, but Avaz is able to hold his own.
GG हो गया भाई.
Just some damage onto the fade, a kill onto Levin, but two players
GG
now
KC,
lost.
GG's.
Side primed for the plant, but PRX aren't leaning into B. They're trying to get grouped together. Back over here at A.
Been given some breathing room. It seems like KC actually assumed maybe B actually was the play.
Oh.
Being backpedaling, if he had held this angle with that judge, he might have been able to tear them asunder, but instead shifts his position, is going to try to play the top of rope. Exactly where he doesn't need to be. He's 1 kill away from having a showstopper. But from this position, I just don't know how he's going to be able to get it. KC playing this one patiently, the tap of the door, just keeping Devi's eyes trained in that position. The pit forward now to try to scale in. A flash out. The slot forward, swinging around.
मार. Omen को.
Devi, the spray and pray, will be able to find one. The paint shell
अरे नहीं.
Sign is able to take down Jing. Devi, able to find himself a third. Steel Garden immediately going to be invested. Spot
Whoa,
nice.
nice.
PRX.
Nice.
Hold on by a thread. I need 7 in a row just to take this into overtime.
भाई.
Well, they get there, but will it matter? It would be.
क्या round निकाला रे, बच गए.
It looked like for a second there, DOS9 had ended the round, but able to avoid that pit. That was really creative by Sugetsu there. And again, PRX just positional, I think, mistakes that could have cost them that round. Like you're talking about, Jing holds that. Well, I'm going to hold my thought.
Caterpillar jet smokes forward. Into the side goes Jing. No one to be spotted. He had no raid, still trying to hold the door. Has to make his exit with that rendezvous, and his NV is able to greet DOS9. Finding that elimination. Devi swinging the corner. Ava's going to be taken down.
Nice.
Two-player advantage
5v3.
for PRX as they pivot back across towards A. Levin, however, here. Playing this quietly.
भाई Neon को देखना पड़ेगा.
Devi's to catch them off guard, but now
Oh, nice.
his hand has been revealed.
बस यही था.
Avoids the flash. Clean one tap. Shuts down Forsaken, but is not ready for Jing to counter. Swing into backside. The tour de force in hand. No reason for Narrate to not try to play this one out. Only widely available for the rest of the team as well. I'll try to make a go of this.
ये निकालना पड़ेगा. Oh,
the spot out. The paint shell now to be let loose. Forces
अरे
out into the open now.
time पे खेलो,
time. Is able to find the first of 4 necessary kills. The follow-up shot ends up going wide. Tries to scale forward. They just can't make it happen.
Nice.
Get their targets, and PRX.
कुछ उम्मीद है.
Well,
उम्मीद तो है.
It's taking a lot of ultimates just to get to this point. Going to be able to get into the buy, but the ult economy look like. I mean, now they're getting a little bit sharp. You would imagine it's too little, too late for PRX. You would imagine.
It's best to not start believing quite just yet, but this will be enough to force a timeout out of KC.
I mean, you've got the overdrive here. You're 1 away from a nightfall. So for this round,
ओ भाई केसी को एक राउंड चाहिए. ये बहुत डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगा. ये टाइम आउट के बाद 95% चांसेस होते हैं कि वो टीम जीतती है.
how they want to run this. Maybe you
क्या होता है, लेट्स सी.
Save the overdrive for the next round if they do lose this one. DOS9 has his ult. You could talk about how you want to work that a little bit. It's going to be 1 away from Avez's Nightfall, so
उदास मत हो बे तुम यार, खतरनाक लौंडे हो अपने.
those orbs, make sure you get that into your hands. Now you can just settle down, close this out comfortably.
उदास होने वाली कोई बात ही नहीं है.
Get yourself situated to play NRG next. Found out Vitality was able to take that series.
It was going to be a difficult opponent no matter what. Certainly won't get easier from here, but looks like there is going to be a decently hefty investment from KC. They want to bring this to an end right here, right now. Operator, of course, in the
भाई
hands of
बहुत हल्का
something.
राउंड है उनका बहुत हल्का
Jing
राउंड है
bounding forward and mound. Flash is going to be going through, but DOS9, his presence now going to be red, but not before he's able to claim 2. Judge from Levin.
अरे
There's
भाई
Supply, immediately upgrades the weaponry. In the blink of an eye, it's just the 2 players left. Levin jiggling on this corner, spotted out, will back away before the operator can get dialed in.
Oh, look at Narrate.
Quickly scaling in behind them. And with
भाई
I's
नरेट
death,
कर
that
देगा
wall
नरेट
means
कर देगा गड़बड़
absolutely nothing. No
देखता
alert
रहे देखता
system.
रहे नरेट को देखता रहे
Envy has to be the one to have his head on a swivel, watching from behind. But if he loses out
गड़बड़
on
है
this one,
बहुत
that's gonna
गड़बड़
be
है
a
बहुत
spike on the
गड़बड़ है
floor. And just something alone.
Nice.
Eventually
2v2.
is able to get it dialed in. The Seekers immediately going to be sent out. Counting out both players' positions. That's going to have them rerouting, pivoting back over to C.
एक निकालना
Something
पड़ेगा
needs to hit
कैसे
this
भी
shot.
निकालना पड़ेगा एक तो
Gonna pull off the angle as well, expecting this rewrap. Probably behind. Oh, it
Ooh.
somehow manages to connect that.
Nice.
What a hit. 11 dead. Chavez now the one to try to play this one through.
Find you.
Tossed into the back.
अरे भाई क्या
Popped up
निकाला
on
भाई
top of the
क्या
box. Will
राउंड
be able
निकाला
to find the
मजा
kill,
आ
and
गया
PRX continue to
मजा
try
आ
to make
गया
a go of
नाइस
this. 5 more rounds.
उम्मीद है भाई उम्मीद
The
है
next one
yes paper X
looking
go for it
like an eco for Karmine Corp. Do have that overdrive there, though. It looked like this might have been the end of the round. I mean, DOS9 sitting in his own...
ओ भाई उसने जो
Sitting in
ये
the smoke
ऑप चलाई थी
there, just
नियॉन पे
making
भाई
life
ये तो
miserable
अनएक्सपेक्टेड था वो
some
एम
of the
भाई
PRX players, but they're able to
ultimate aim.
barely battle through. Envy, 3K. Little bit of fire still in the PRX camp. Shot early from something.
DOS9 still scaling.
He's just going.
He is just fiercely walking at him. PRX at the moment.
He's
Have
got
no eyes on this whatsoever. The Bandit, he can get this 1 tap, and he will. Well, 2 tap. Still is able to find something at the end of it all. Player disadvantage. That operator just to be left stranded on the floor.
It's just that lack of respect that PRX plays to that. Oh my goodness, Narrate.
This could just about be at the beginning of the end here. Forsaken will be able to find 1. But the overdrive popped. Levin fishing for anything that he can get through that fast lane. Looks away around the corner. Jing, does he have any kind of read? That Sugetsu is laying here behind that box. Here's the Neon, take the rope. He's just gonna stay statuesque in this position. Try to intercept these flanks, but no. He's starting to scale forward, and that's gonna be his undoing as Jing, no, turns back. Eats some damage, but still is able to find the kill. That might just be enough for PRX to still deny this Thrifty. Deny the end of this series to Karmine Corp. And be going for the plant on the corner. This is not being watched for. He has the headshot in time. It's starting to bleed dry. The drop down heard. Forsaken. Able to find that elimination. But has to get this spike planted. Paranoia going to be sent through. DOS9. And now Levin on the approach here from the back. Comes away with it, and Jing has to do it all. And he cannot! Levin dead from the paint shell. But still a player alive. The defuse will be there, and Karmine Corp will come out on top. 2-1 in the series. They send PRX home.
The dream lives on here in Paris, France for Karmine Corp. What a stunning series. Losing their map pick of Sunset and then coming back onto historically great maps for PRX on Fracture and on Lotus to send them packing out of EWC 2026. Amazing, amazing stuff here we saw today. And again, I have to give the coaching staff so much credit. They had them so well prepared here. The players themselves stepped up so nicely. They looked so sharp in every aspect of the game.
Looking damn good, but the fight's still not done yet for KC. They have another opponent, a difficult one at that, with NRG awaiting them if they want to still be able to play in front of that crowd. So the job is not yet done, but they are looking damn good. For PRX, it's bittersweet, but it's also some forced and very necessary rest, I think, because these guys have been on the road. They've been at it constantly this year. But for now, let's go ahead and send things back over to the analyst desk to break down the action from this incredible series.
And the woes for Pacific continue. A second team knocked out from VCT Pacific. It's PRX going home after a huge upset by the hometown squad. It is Karmine Corp and the Blue Wall still alive here in Group B. A 2-1 victory and a crazy result here at EWC.
I'm going to be honest, I did not expect to see this today from KC. At the end of the day, it has been such a long time since they were able to go to an international event that we were speaking about. All that matters is how much you wanted in the day. For PRX, this is like any other day, just going to all of the events where you meet all the teams from across the globe. But for KC, they prove that they earned this spot and that they deserve it.
I mean, very much so. I think qualifying through the qualifier the way they did, after the season they'd had in VCT EMEA, people doubted them. Then you see the groups come out. They're placed into this group of death and people doubt them even more. They lose that opener and it mounts once again. The story here of the comeback against the Goliaths of PRX cannot be understated. This is a fantastic win for the squad in blue.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just think about the last couple of squads they've faced. Fnatic. Then they had to go and face Vitality. Then they face PRX. And next they have to face NRG. Like, the amount of top-tier teams that the squad has had to face, and now 2 of those sculpts taken, it's really astounding here for the Blue Wall.
In my head, I'm going to say that this is what Aves meant when he said that if we make it out of group, we have a very good chance of winning the event. Because getting out of the group was going to be so difficult itself that if they could mentally overcome that big step, nothing could stop them. We know that this is, you know, just a victory. They still have to win against NRG. But the vision that we've had of the players, Suigetsu just doing this after the match, being, I cannot believe that we finally show what we're made of.
All right, well, from boom to blue, it's time to go down to the man on stage. It's Dose9 standing by with Ginny.
What a game, Dose9. I want to talk about your individual performance, especially on that last map. First and foremost, what did you have in between maps, man?
I ate some bread with chocolate. I don't know. We have like a lot of snacks. I just choose that one. Yeah.
The pain au chocolat, the Paris buff coming through for you guys. This was incredible. You are going up against your own region, by the way. You sent them home. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels amazing, especially after we had a bad run in stage 1. We're getting back confidence and like showing everyone and ourselves mainly that we can do this, like beat strong teams, like fight with them. Yeah.
PRX definitely one of the favorite teams coming here. I mean, when we're looking at their performance in London, you guys now proving that you can hang with the big dogs. You're proving that you got that confidence. How are you going to make sure that you hold on to that confidence for your next match? Because I'm going to spoil it for you. NRG, will that will be NRG. This is looking rough too.
I mean, yeah. Actually, we don't care against who we're playing. It's like good that we're playing
nice play
against NRG, against PRX, against Vitality, so good teams. So we are kind of getting a lot of reps on our game on stage, because before we had a problem that like we play good on PRX, but on stage we are like kind of shaky. So now it's like good for ourselves to get that confidence on the stage.
So looking ahead at the matchups that we're seeing, you guys are in a group of death, but NRG is that final obstacle in the way between you and playing in front of a Paris crowd. That would be amazing. So anything to say to the fans, like what should they be looking forward to?
I mean, I hope you support us online, and I hope we can do it to the stage, because I saw the stage is insane.
All right.
So yeah.
A little leak over there, but thank you so much for the interview. That's it from us. We're going to be heading back over to the desk, so Digon, take it away.
Dose9 there giving the shout out to the fans, and it's great to see him have a great game, because it was a slow sunset, a sleepy fracture, both of those bot fragging for the squad, then all of a sudden popping off with a 330 ACS, 24 and 11 and 9. It was a fantastic performance and a needed performance in that 13-7 over PRX.
Yeah, I mean, if only he could do interviews as well as he can play. He's a man of few words.
What do you mean? That was a great interview.
will say,
I liked it.
he's straight to
You're
the
just
point.
being so cranky right now that yet another Pacific team has got knocked out big time.
Look,
It's okay. It's okay.
I love
We'll get you a
those
pen
nine.
of chocolat as well.
That's true. If that's
बहुत
what it
अच्छा
can make
खेली
you do, sign me up for
आज के
12 of
मैचेस
them.
बहुत intense
This
थे,
last
बहुत
match
ज़्यादा
was
intense।
phenomenal.
कल और मजा आने वाला भाई।
Phenomenal from Casey. Going into this
कल जो
beforehand, I
मैचेस है
said,
अपने उसमें
I really
और
want to
मजा
see
आने
them
वाला
get that momentum. That's how you beat a team like PRX on Lotus, and they did exactly that.
कल
They
के जो
pulled
हमारे
away
मैचेस
so far
हैं
at the half.
उसमें
PRX
तो
could never
बस
recover. This
ये
is a
मान लो कि
monumental win for
बवाल हो
Corp.
जाए।
I personally really like the interview, and to me, the big takeaways are two. One, the stage is unreal, guys. I'm
कल
also
के
going
हमारे
to spoil it
मैचेस
for
जो
you.
हैं
If you
वो हैं
have the
ग्लोबल
time to
esports
come
का
here to
है
Paris, it
AGL
looks
के
pretty
साथ
amazing. Probably you want to be a
MIBR
part
का
of this.
है
And number two,
TH के
he
साथ
speaks about something that is probably true
XLG
for
का है
many
G2
teams,
के
and
साथ
it's a very
और M8
one of
का
the
है
most difficult obstacles to overcome.
NRF के
And
साथ।
it's
ओ
we
भाई
play good on scrims,
Yeah.
and then
अलग ही
we
लेवल
get
अलग ही
onto
लेवल के
the
कल में
stage, and the
बहुत
nerds
ज़्यादा
get the
अलग
best
लेवल
out of us. We do not know how to bounce back, how to turn things around, and this happened
मजा ही आ
easy
जाएगा
again
मजा
so
आ जाएगा
many times. There were so many maps that they could have closed in EMEA that could have gone their way, and they didn't. So it's good that the milestone for this event is also getting rid of that.
Yeah, I mean, I really do feel like this win is just something they can keep continuing to build on. I feel like if this is a team that can take the momentum from game to game, from match to match, if they can get out of this group of death, I'm starting to believe what Aviz was saying. I'm starting to believe what they're cooking up in that coaching booth. I'm starting to believe they can win.
We could have all the French teams playing on stage. Okay,
That's
I'm getting
true.
too
Well,
too ahead of myself.
Yo.
Too ahead of myself. I'm sorry, I didn't say anything. I'm
It
touching
is
wood.
called the
Is
group
this
of
wood?
death for a reason.
Touching it.
I think, yes,
Yeah,
it is wood.
it is wood.
चलो
It's called the
guys,
group
चलो,
of death
let's
for a
go।
reason. It is NRG, the reigning champs, that are here to try and win the EWC title. Have to go through as well.
अब
So their job
कल
is
मिलते
not
हैं
done
नई
yet.
स्ट्रीम के साथ नई
Our
वॉच
thoughts
पार्टी के
here
साथ
on
कल के
PRX.
मैचेस
I mean,
और ज़्यादा
just
खतरनाक
going
होने वाले हैं
in
आज के मैचेस
really
बहुत ज़्यादा
good levels of
इंटेंस
coverage
रहे
here. It's been non-stop
अनएक्सपेक्टेड हुआ
every
काफ़ी
tournament, all
मतलब
the way
मैच
to
आता था
the end
PRX
over
जीते
at
बट नहीं कोई बात
Masters
नहीं
London,
केसी
and
बहुत
then
अच्छा
just
खेली है
kind
तो
of fallen flat here, not
डिजर्विंग
looking
है
like themselves.
Yeah, it does
भाई
feel like
अब
in a
कल के
way
मैचेस
they've
देखते हैं
suffered
क्या
from
होता है कल के
success.
मैचेस
They've
में
had
तो
to
कल
play
बने
a
रहना
lot of
स्ट्रीम पे
games
ज़रूर
this
आना
year.
वही
They
सेम
have
4:30
managed to
हमारी वॉच पार्टी
turn
चालू हो
around. It does
जाएगी
feel a little bit
मजे
like
करते हैं
the
चैट
team
में
has set
वॉच
in
पार्टी
front of
करते
them,
हैं
and it
चिल
didn't
आउट
look
करते हैं
quite
तो
like
कल
themselves
संडे
today,
है
but I
स्ट्रीम पे
will
मिलते
say
हैं
that this is
बाय बाय
something that
गाइस
we
बाय
can
बाय
expect
सी यू
a lot
टुमारो
more from
बाय
down
लव
the
यू
line,
ऑल
just not here at
लेट्स
EWC.
गो